has and gave the states the right to regulate or ban. And that is the court cases, 9 federal, 3 circuit, 4th, 7th, and 8th, 6 U.S. district courts have ruled in favor of the state's right to do this stuff. Alaska has a 0% THC ban. So here we're at today. We know how we got here. We know the loopholes and the games that are being played. The business argument for it, even if it were true, is not a basis to not do the right thing. We as a legislature, in my tenure and generations of our members just like me, have very few opportunities to turn the tide on things that we know are unarguably going to get worse and are not good. Not only that, we provided a legitimate prescriptive medical physician directive program that not only deals with the physical issues that those people are dealing with, but the mental aspects can be routed to licensed professional mental health professionals, counselors, people that can work with them to address the root cause. So there's really nothing you can tell me, or I hope members today, that can explain why we can allow a retail dispensary outside of I'm going to lose money that fits within the wheelhouse of what's proper medically, what's proper mental health-wise, what's best for society. Since last session, which has not been that long ago, I've had 3 or 4 calls. I'll say one of them was a family friend of my daughter's, and I did not know this background. Son committed suicide after participating in these products. I got a text today from a juvenile detention center, 16-year-old in there, that what they would refer to him is a vegetable after using this stuff. You don't know what you're getting in it. The quality control is all over the board. You will hear that we're legitimate actors. If you're a hemp grower in Texas, that's 181 acres out of 125 million potential acres of production. That's all that was tested and certified at USDA for Texas hemp program. I don't know how much of that's fiber and I don't know how much of that's flour, but based on the registry for people manufacturing, I would tell you the bulk of it's flour, which is probably producing flour for the Delta 8s and other synthetic varieties. So yes, if your business model is producing flour for that purpose, and I suspect you're probably not legal anyway today based on state and federal, then your business is in trouble. But the ag industry in Texas never got off the ground because of this industry group shut it down with all of this stuff flooding the market before the ag groups could get ahead of it, and it ruined it. So no reputable business is losing its job. You'll hear testimony that there were raids made at 20-something plus in one city, and I think 2 shops were the only ones that had legitimate product on the shelf. Those are unicorns. A low-dose THC product in this market is a unicorn. It really isn't what they sell to stay open. With that, I'll take questions, members.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Senator Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Perry. Thank you for your hard work and for the details in which you destroyed all the arguments in favor of free market for these drugs that are out there. It's obvious that the opposition is based all their argument, not parts, all of their argument on outright lies and misrepresentations. You clearly show that there is no significant impact to businesses out there as a result of this. And I like the piece you added about there is an opportunity for some of those who often are castigated by this body, the trial lawyers, as an opportunity to actually go do something good and take on those companies that would hoodwink with these agreements they've entered into and take them into court. That's a good use of our legal system, a good use of actual trial lawyers helping folks out there. You clearly demonstrated that few businesses are going to be impacted by it. There'll be some in there, but it's not much different than if a manufacturer stopped making a product or two and it took it off their shelf. That's about the same thing. And it just galls me that how they have ignored the issue of age or tried to pretend like, oh, we can just, age. We've never been able to control anything with age. I mean, not just by a year or two. I'm talking about 8 and 9-year-olds access to cigarettes and cigars and alcohol and beer. But it's regulated. They can't do that. Why would we think we could do any better with this? So they use that as an argument, which totally destroys any thought about trying to regulate. This is one of the things that's not possible. It's like trying to tell people to pick up water with their hands. It isn't going to work. And the issue of veterans. As a veteran, I'm particularly offended and aghast at using veterans as a battering ram. Veterans, yes, there are some that have a need for treatments, for support, as a result of their service and what they've done. But that's a holistic thing, as you brought out. It's not just give them a drug or let them self-medicate. There's a big difference between that. And the overwhelming majority of the veterans do not fall into that category of needing to have the help out there that this would go with and with the others that they're getting. And so it's just it's certainly a good reflection of how slimy and dishonest the lobby has been against this, because every point they've used has been an outright lie in there. And not to mention the fact that we've been operating in violation of federal law. People are aghast sometimes. Well, the feds say we have to do this. We'll do the slightest little thing that the Fed said you have to do, even to the point of being ridiculous about it. And yet we have blatantly ignored this and operated in violation of federal law. But the lobbyists don't point that out in there. I guess the last question I have is, why isn't law enforcement today confiscating this and making some arrest? It sounds to me like what you described, if it's as illegal as where it is, that they could do this and they could help us with getting this by taking that bold step and starting to arrest some and confiscate some of this. So the last thing I want to talk about is the answer for the issue of the veterans, the teacup program. It's exactly what's needed. It's exactly the proper use of something that has questionable use when out in the public on its own. Targeted for those who have a medical need, have access to the doctor. We've expanded that. I think you got plans in there to expand it to whatever level is needed in order to use it properly. So there's not an argument out there that has been placed against this that has any validity. And I cannot see anybody that comes up here and testifies that any of these things should be done. I think we're bordering on being truthful in their testimony. And I'd warn them to be very careful in what they have to say. Truthful testimony is what we want, not fabricated lies, particularly about our veterans, our kids, and our families, and those who will be hurt by this. And the answer is, we'll regulate it. We'll regulate it by banning it, because we've tried regulation on other things. And thank you for bringing this up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hall. Senator Bettencourt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Senator Perry, that was a great layout with a lot of information that the public needs to know. But I've got 3 points I wanted to get your comments on. First off, you made a really important statement. You said that the Teacup program in Texas is the most robust program in the nation. Would you expound on that a little bit?
I believe it is, and I don't know how you'd actually have the metric, but we went from 3 licensures that were struggling because this industry almost put them out of business by being a retail outlet for things that are not offered through Teacup, but people sought relief through that. So we expanded 3 to 15 licensures last session. The big change we made in that was the way the original program was set up, because we want it tightly monitored, because Texas is a anti-pot. We think pot is illegal in Texas still, which is kind of the irony of the conversation today. The industry charter argues it's from hemp, so it's not pot, but it produces THC. THC, synthetic or organic, is still THC. But that said, the Teacup program used to require, if I was a person in Lubbock that needed to be in Teacup, I would go through the process, get certified, have a physician licensed that would issue me a prescript. Because we wanted to maintain so much control over the actual product inventory and where it was kept and make sure it was safeguarded and monitored and regulated correctly, we forced that to come from Austin. So in Charles Perry and Lubbock, Texas, under a Teacup prescription, would wait for Austin to deliver in person. Wasn't allowed to be done through mail, et cetera, but in person that would be brought to me in Lubbock. Now, the other side of that is, if I weren't there to accept it, they could not leave it. So if something happened where I missed the connection, it would go back to Austin, we'd start the process over. Arguably cumbersome, not reaching access as we intended, and expensive. When you add that kind of travel, it's expensive. So we've authorized each of these licensures to be dispensaries locations, so that now in Lubbock, Texas, there will be a dispensary that can hold a certain amount of inventory for those regional prescriptions, so that those people know where to go and they can get it there authorized by a doctor's oversight and prescription. So we've eliminated a lot of the cost and a lot of the access issues to the actual drug itself.
And this bill was signed into law?
It is signed into law, actually, as a counter to those that are seeking help through retail, non-really monitored, non-medicated, non-physician directed. Last time I asked the question in committee, there was none of them any doctors or mental health professionals distributing this stuff. So that was where Teacup came in, and it is the answer for people that are seeking a holistic approach to their issues, be it chronic pain or otherwise. We want to get to the root and not just address the symptom.
Right, and we've had experience with cannabis oil as for epileptics, you know.
Well, it started with Charlotte's Law,
right,
out of Canada.
And so, but you made a comment about mental health care. One of the great myths that I hear is that this bill is going to do away with CBD and CBG. Now, they are federally authorized. The bill authorizes this. Can we make a definitive statement for all those that are listening that those products that...
The legal products in today's market that will be on the shelves and available for sale are CBD, CBG, because they're grounded in science that cannabinoid does not contain or have the potential of containing THC. And federal law from day one said FDA approved whole hemp seeds, hemp seed protein powder, and hemp seed oil. Those are all things that are pretty much marketed through grocery stores, possibly, but they're not, never will be psychotropic. So those are effectively 5 products today that are legal and would remain legal under this bill.
And my final question is, what are we going to hear from law enforcement today?
You're going to hear a lot of stuff. Law enforcement can tell you that it's the new meth. My sheriff's departments in my area says we don't see the drug of the old, we see these hemp, and the problem with that, THC issues, is you don't recognize it. It's a different flavor of how people respond. So this has become kind of the new drug, if you will, that the law enforcement community is dealing with. So. And
all the law enforcement agencies are for the bill?
I cannot find any law enforcement or medical. In talking to my veteran community, they are offended. They have used terms such, we are not victims and we are not drug addicts. We don't want to be. And so, as always, there are subsets of groups that represent a majority when they don't. And my veterans in my community have told me this is not something we support.
So regardless of who is recommending a regulation scheme, right now the law enforcement is not supporting that, they're supporting
There
the
is,
bill.
the law enforcement sees the only path to success in at least mitigating. You'll never eliminate everything, but to actually get your control around it is banning it, getting it off the shelves. You limit access on a, quote, perceived legal way. You know, the argument is black market's going to keep it. Black market's going to keep it anyway. And what markets have shown that have regulated recreational pot is the black markets flourish, because by the time the good actors, so to speak, if there is such, in a regulated recreational pot market, when those people sign up, pay their fees, they drive the cost of the product up, the black market guys stand on the corner for $10 cheaper.
Well,
So it just actually exasperates. I want to say one thing on the veterans. Statistics are now being gathered and being accumulated that the veteran suicides that we hear so much about, there's a strong component of compassionate use disorders being reflected in those suicides now. So it's a little bit disingenuous for veterans claiming we've got to have this to stay healthy, when in fact statistics are showing that about a third of the suicides are beginning to have cannabis use disorders in their conversations with those suicides.
and thank you, Senator Perry, for the tremendous attention to detail on this. And Mr. Chairman, I'll have a lot more questions for law enforcement. I think they're on the first panel. Thank you.
Senator Betancourt, thank you. If there are no other questions from the members, we'll open invited testimony. Call Steve Dye, Dr. Lindy McGee, Honorable Early Wiley, Honorable Brian Hawthorne. So Chief Dye, Dr. McGee, District Attorney Wiley, and Sheriff Hawthorne, please make your way. Pick any seat that you like. I think y'all have all done this before.
I don't.
Normally begin on my left and your right. So, Chief, when you're set up there, get the microphone ready and introduce yourself. Give us your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chairman Hughes, Vice Chair Paxton, and committee members. My name is Steve Dye, and I'm here representing the approximately 1,700 members of the Texas Police Chiefs Association. I'm testifying today in support of Senate Bill 5. On behalf of the Texas Police Chiefs Association, we want to thank this committee and the Senate for your thoughtful considerations of how dangerous these drugs are and subsequently passing Senate Bill 3. TPCA looks forward to the continued civil discourse on this topic and really respecting the governance process, because we're here to protect the health and safety of our communities. That's the bottom line. On a regular basis, valid research continues to emerge that really exposes the fact that these substances are very harmful, particularly to our younger population. Our local engagement with our citizens continues to find serious concerns about the proliferation and the access of these businesses in our communities throughout the state of Texas. As you know, the idea of regulating these businesses continues to be a topic of discussion. TPCA has studied the idea of regulation and found it to not be achievable. And we must ask ourselves, why are we going to all this trouble for an expansive regulatory program for a very small segment of our population that uses these intoxicants, and a syndication of those profiting collectively billions of dollars in our state? I think we would all agree that regulation without enforcement is meaningless. More specifically, TPCA believes effective regulation is unattainable for the following reasons. First, to regulate an industry, the industry must be credible. The industry as a whole has shown over the last 6 years through selling illegal products that they are not trustworthy. Since 2019, when this industry arose in Texas, Texas has not been able to effectively over 8,500 retail stores and a small set of hemp farmers that have been selling illegal products. It would take decades, in our opinion, and millions of dollars to hire and train agents to understand chemistry, potency thresholds, lab testing, and labeling compliance, and they will never be able to keep pace with the retailers, wholesalers, and shippers. When the police departments across the state can't even fill their vacancies at a higher salary, how would we expect to hire regulators? Regulation would likely be seen as the industry as carte blanche legalization, and I think you should expect the number of retail stores to actually increase because they already see that they're not regulating, and they are savvy enough to know that additional regulation will never be an achievable goal. THC products will still be produced out of state, over which Texas will have no oversight authority for quality control. TABC does not currently have the resources to manage their 60,000+ alcohol retailers, which tracks only one metric, which is alcohol by volume. Unlike THC consumables, our liquor industry tests their products through very strict guidelines to ensure quality control so that you as a consumer know that what is in the bottle actually matches what's on the label. Regulation would still require a quantitative test, and DPS labs are unable to timely handle testing due to the complexity. Money for private labs would only create another layer of expense and oversight. DPS already struggles to keep pace with the evidence that we send them now. Increasing the number of items that we send to the DPS labs will impact thousands of victims of crime in Texas when these THC cases will slow our other criminal cases. A retail-based registry under regulation would struggle to keep date with the industry because they are constantly changing the cannabinoids. TPCA has relayed this to the governor's staff. I have not been able to speak to the governor directly, but I would certainly tell him the same thing, that for all of these reasons, we are confident that even a well-intended regulatory approach would be the same or similar as the legalization that has occurred in other states. THC consumables are intoxicating, and yet another issue dropped on the doorstep of law enforcement. Over the last 2 decades, we continue to take on societal problems that we have to manage, and this is just one more thing that we would have to manage. These products are resulting in more and more intoxicated drivers, over which we have no means of legally and accurately determining intoxication when we stop them, and we've seen an increase in intoxicated drivers on our roadways because of these products. Daily, our officers around the state are responding to calls with juveniles who have become very addicted to these high-potency drugs and are devastating many families. In regard to our ongoing criminal investigations, we now know that money is going to regions in the world and countries that are of significant security concerns for the United States. As a reminder, TPCA advocated for first-time possession to go from a felony to a misdemeanor, which was in Senate Bill 3. We also advocated and continue to advocate strongly for House Bill 46, the expansion of the Teacup program to provide more access to licensed physicians for those with legitimate medical needs. Moving forward and in a continued effort to collaborate, TPCA recommends the following be excluded from the ban: licensed hemp farmers, FDA-approved THC over-the-counter and prescription drugs, and interstate travel, which is all included in Senate Bill 5. In closing, it is the opinion of the Texas Police Chiefs Association that no amount of personnel or resources in a state this large with this many locations will ever be effective in regulating these dangerous products. which is why the ban is the only viable solution to protect our community from these harmful products. We are not applying this to any legalized CBD or CBG. Many states, including some legalized states, have already banned these products, and the federal government is currently considering a ban as we speak. Thank you for your time this morning, for your attention, and I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Senator Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. I know we're going to hear a lot more of good testimony, but I would say based on your testimony alone, you have said enough to actually support the issue of banning. The two factors that you mentioned, cost and effectiveness. In my previous life as a systems engineer, anything we did, those two items were always in the evaluation of what we're going to do. What's it going to cost and how effective is it? What are you getting for the money spent? And we got two choices here. We can ban it or we can regulate it. And what I'm hearing you say, to regulate it is going to be very expensive and probably very low effectivity.
Yes, Senator, it would take years and years and millions of dollars. And as I mentioned, we have to ask ourselves, why are we going to this expensive expense and time only for a very small segment of our population? It makes no sense to us. We studied regulation. If it were an avenue, a pathway forward, we would have supported it, but it is not. The only way, and let me give you a hypothetical, Senator. If you have a city with 24 shops in your city, and we implement a ban, I promise you the vast majority of those are going to go away. One or two may stick around and sell legal products, but now my department will only have to focus on one or two bad actors, not 24 or 25.
And you just described the opposite side. A ban would be the least cost to us and the most effective.
Yes, sir.
And so for those folks that are concerned about how we spend taxpayer money, it just makes no sense to even consider regulation as a solution, because all we're doing is picking up another tax burden that's going to be paid by the taxpayer, who is already overworked in trying to talk to us about lowering taxes. So we're going to hear a approach that's going to automatically raise taxes in some form or another to do very little good.
Well, part of being a public servant is to be a good steward of taxpayer dollars. You will hear some say that the industry will fund the regulation, but I can promise you, you cannot give me enough money to manage this problem. No matter how much money the state would give me, it wouldn't be enough. So part of that expense and burden, not only in-kind time of my police officers, but actual expenses, would flow back to the cities.
And what you say is absolutely right, but the thing that is usually missing from that chain of thought is the money that the sellers pay for that comes from the taxpayers also.
Yes, sir.
And so no matter how you cut it, the taxpayers are going to be paying more money for very little effectiveness. Where we have adopted a program of banning it, we would spend the least amount of taxpayer money, but have a very effective control over something that other states are doing, the federal government is doing, and I'm surprised we haven't already been badgered by them for ignoring federal law.
We totally agree.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hall. Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, you really clear, but I want to make sure we put this in the hearing record exactly. You said basically the police chiefs as a body, a group, don't believe that there's no regulation scheme you can see right now that's achievable.
Correct.
Okay. You also mentioned that you hadn't had a chance to visit with the governor.
Correct.
So what would you tell him if you had a chance to visit with him?
I would tell him everything that I just told you all this morning. We want to work together. We studied regulation. We didn't just say no. And for the reasons that I've mentioned, and certainly I could have gone into the more detail, it's just not a viable option. We've got the health and safety issue, but then we've got the management regulation issue It's just not an attainable path. When we also talk to families in our community and we see the personal harm these products are done, certainly the ban is really the only way to eradicate it. And as I mentioned, make it small enough to actually enforce.
Right, and Chief, because basically, so the Texas Police Chiefs Association has studied it. This is not something that you came to quickly because you've really put some effort into with your membership. And this is something that you're speaking with a united voice on.
Yes, this is a complex issue. We've taken time to study it, learn it. We talk to our members regularly about this topic. We have yet to meet, talk to, or encounter one of our members or a sheriff that is not in support of the ban for the reasons I described.
Thank you for your testimony. I think it's quite compelling.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Ms. Wiley, welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Sure. Good morning. My name is Early.
I'm so sorry, District Attorney. I did not notice that one more member of the committee had a question for the chief. We do want to hear from you. I'm sorry. Hold that thought. I apologize. I'm the one out of order. Hold that thought.
Okay.
Superintendent Hossa, you are recognized.
Thank you,
My
Chairman.
apologies.
And thank you, Chief, for your testimony. It's my understanding there was a DEA raid in your area in one of these facilities. Can you expand on what type of products were confiscated and what was found through that raid?
Yes, I can. So about a year ago, we served 9 search warrants in Allen. Those led to 3 warehouses in the city of Dallas that were supplying product back into our city. We had partnered with our federal partners over at the DEA. When I went into the largest of the 3 warehouses, it looked like a giant candy store. So many packages marketed to our young people. While I can't go into all the details because these are pending criminal investigations, I can tell you that the cases are now being handled by the DEA. Those are very much ongoing criminal investigations. We have discovered large amounts of money going through these businesses, and certainly we have discovered that money is flowing to regions of the world and countries where we do have some national security concerns for our country.
So, I mean, it appears to be some sort of, it can lead to active money laundering type.
That is certainly
enterprises.
Senator, that is certainly under investigation, yes, sir.
Okay. In a lot of the products that you said, I know you can't give too many details, but are these commonly found in some of these regular shops that are actively?
They are. The products that we saw in the warehouses are the same products that are being bought wholesale by the retailers that are ending up in the shops in our communities. Very same products. That's how it led us to those particular warehouses. That was the nexus that it attached it to our original warrants in Allen. You know, if you don't mind, Senator, the question was brought up about why are not more police departments doing what we're doing? And I can tell you there's really good reason. First of all, this hit about the same time as fentanyl. And as you all know, we've been very busy with that drug. Secondly, we're not overemployed with additional resources. I think many departments are struggling with filling their vacancies. The DPS labs are not able because they have to do a quantitative test, not a test for mere presence. They're not able to process these pieces of evidence in a timely manner, so we have to go to private labs, and these are several $100s per specimen per product, so it's very expensive. And not all of the district attorneys across the state are motivated to prosecute these cases, unfortunately. And then finally, you're going to get sued. Every time that you go after this industry, they're going to sue you just like they're suing me, and they're going to try to tell the court that the testing method that we are using is not the correct tested method. We're testing the product for the total THC. They want to apply testing that you would test on a natural hemp plant, to be very basic. So, you know, not every city wants to get sued. It's a very difficult path right now when you look at resources, costs for testing, knowing that you're going to be civilly litigated, and all the other responsibilities that we already have to manage. So I just wanted to clear that up.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. District Attorney Wiley, welcome back. Tell me, would you, of course, everybody knows Kaufman County, it's growing so much. Would you classify Kaufman County as rural, suburban, both, all the above? I'm just curious.
I would say all of the above. I think it's interesting. I think now we call these emerging counties or a middle-sized, mid-sized county. When I started as the DA, and again, I'm Early Wiley, and I'm here to speak in support of the ban, which is now Senate Bill 5. And I think it was a great handoff, and I appreciate you guys hearing us and the rest of the senators for being here, from Senator Hinojosa that was asking about what is actually happening with cases in our county. And in a mid-sized county, what the chief laid the groundwork for is kind of what happened with us in Kaufman. And so people would say, why aren't you doing more? You know, why aren't DAs locally doing more? And he's already explained that, and for time, I won't go and re-explain that, the cost, the testing, and all those issues. But for me, and personally, we do, when we go to our grand juries and we indict cases, and we're looking at those ages of young people from 17 to 21, and they were having felony cases because of the amount in the liquid and the vaping and with the wax. And really, in the interaction that we had with some of our grand jurors, they just said, why are these kids getting prosecuted and not when they're legally buying this out of the store? I mean, that question stumped me. Why are we not going after these? So I called my good friend, Chief Don. This kind of happened at the end of 2024. And so with DPS, some of the folks that work with Chief and DA Willis in the northern part in Collin County talked to me, and we said, we had seen these vape shops. They're everywhere. And we did our investigation, and what that looks like is just the same way you investigate any standard drug case. And for those that have some experience, you know, you have your undercover officers working that, you go in, the packaging is just as Chief said, so I won't repeat it. It is friendly for young people. They are not carding, they're not asking for ages, and we have reason to know because we've experienced this. There are, in our county, 9 retailers, more stores, because understand in a county our size, the same shop may be in Kaufman, in Forney, and in Terrell. So we had 9 big retailers, and we focused on one. And in that process, as we went in and we, and I'm saying as if I did it, but our folks that are working bought these products, and they were tested. And Chief is right. We got the first pushback was the type of testing we use. But I don't want to exaggerate the numbers, so I wrote them down. If you were looking at what we know is the legal limit, and I appreciated your testimony, Senator Perry, about this is not the type of marijuana that our parents or our grandparents. We're talking about the percentage of Delta-9 THC concentration on the vapes that we tested were 13.6%. 85.7%, 74.5%, and I could go on. We did not, on the ones that we had identified, had close to the legal amounts. I think there was one that was 0.34. We're not interested in that shop. We're looking at this shop. So this that we did, we found, and we did because we knew from our friend, we tested both ways. Gas and liquid. And for us, I can't speak to all of them, the testing results were very similar. What I am finding and what I see with what we did in Kaufman County is that when we went in and we did arrest warrants and we did search warrants, what we found was this was a criminal enterprise. Like, this is the same thing we've done when we talk about drug dealers. We've just legalized these folks, guys. Let's not kid ourselves. We had almost $5 million in business accounts of cash at homes, and pallets of these illegal substances that we're having to store, which is just another nightmare of all these high concentration amounts of THC that we're removing. I would give you the numbers when you think about why are people doing this. When we pull the numbers from their own to the comptroller, since the business started that we have picked, and I'm like Chief, I don't want to go into the facts or the name of that business. When you look at from their own reported sales, over $30 million. So why wouldn't these people be in this business? It's lucrative, and they're selling and drug dealing with impunity. And this is what we're seeing in our communities. This is one of the biggest enterprises I've seen in my 30 years with the amount of money that we're talking. You don't generally seize this much money when you're going in, when you're looking at something and getting almost $5 million in seized assets. And they're actually banking. So these monies are in banks as well as cash. So any questions I'm glad to take. Give us some time back.
Thanks for your testimony. Senator Hall.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here. Good to see
Yes,
you
Senator.
again. And appreciate what you've had to say. It's pretty clear that you're on the front line, just like the sheriff is, so you're on the other part of the front line, seeing this head on.
We are.
And so the questions, because I'm not people really understand this issue, if we get away from the drug part of it, cost is always a great concern.
Yes.
Would you agree with what the sheriff has said, what others have said about the banning versus regulating, what it would be in cost of just of processing the cases, of going through it, if we were to compare those two?
Certainly.
And the effectiveness.
Sure. Chief Dye is correct, and I agree with him. So I do support the ban, because when you look at it, unfortunately or fortunately, I've had the history of been in this over 30 years. When marijuana was banned, it was by smell, by weight. We were able to categorize where we were as far as crime. You know, is this under 2 ounces, 2 to 4? We've effectively had law enforcement, because of the cost in some communities, that they're not even testing because they don't have the money, because our labs can't test. So yes, the ban is the only thing that becomes effective as far as cost, and it also sends a clear signal to our communities what we're prioritizing here. I mean, we started out in 2019 when this came through with objections saying all of these unintended consequences, and in fact, they all did come true. Probably in 20, it was a legitimate purpose in 21, but once this thing got away from us, there's no way to put this genie back in the bottle except to ban it.
Yeah. And when you have a ban, it's pretty much a clear, bright line, either on one side of it or the other side.
Yes, sir. And understand, we have a lot of compassion, and like I said, I endorse what Chief Dye said without repeating it. Endorse where the medical grade is. We agreed with them, and I can speak personally about lowering some of the penalties on from misdemeanors, from felonies to misdemeanors. I mean, we're not trying for people that have addictions and problems. This isn't what this is about. We're talking about making illegal a drug industry that is preying on young people that have been getting away with it. And when we got the substances, it was so much higher than the intended effect of the bill. That's what I know about.
Right.
So the only way to cure that I can think of is to regulate it what we can't afford, or to ban it.
Right.
And banning makes sense.
And I agree with all of that. I just want everybody to understand that and money is kind of a callous way to make decisions on things that are so impactful to life.
Yes.
But it's also a realistic thing that we're talking about going down one path or the other, in one path where it's going to cost us a lot of money and not get us much for it.
That I would agree with that statement.
And the other path is it will cost some money, but far less, but will be far more effective in what we're going to do. And so, and that takes into consideration your job, and the difficulty of it is when you have the compassionate use and it's well defined, you can handle that, and
Yes.
it makes it clear. And
Yes,
so
sir.
the ban gets us to where we're trying to go by spending the least amount of money for the folks. And we get to make that choice here real soon.
Yes, I agree.
Thanks for helping
Yes, sir.
us do that.
Thank you very much. Doctor, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dr. Lindy McGee.
Get a little closer to that microphone, too. Thanks.
Dr. Lindy McGee. I'm a pediatrician in Houston, Texas, and I'm here representing Texas Medical Association, Texas Pediatric Society, and myself as a mother of 2 young adults. As a physician, I've seen firsthand the potential dangers of retail THC. These products are everywhere, as you've heard, shops, CBD stores, even gas stations. And we are seeing an increasing number of pediatric patients who are negatively affected by these products. Most of us recognize that the first 3 years of life is crucial for brain development. That's why we have programs like ECI. We know that the brain is making connections like crazy as we learn to walk and talk. I think what's under-recognized is the crucial part of development that happens during the teenage years and young adult years as well, and really that's to age 21 or 25. And that's where your brain prunes down those connections to the ones that are most important. I think some of you recognize me from talking about other addiction. And when I started to learn more about the teenage brain and see the effect of addictive products on teenage brains is when I became more passionate about this subject, reached out to TMA and TPS to talk about it. Can have long-term impacts on learning, memory, and IQ. We know that use during young age increases your risk of cannabis use disorder or addiction. We also know that it's linked to lower educational attainment, which can have lifelong effects, especially with those who drop out of high school or college. We are seeing more teenagers who are using these products all day, every day. And unlike nicotine, we have no effective treatment for THC addiction. I can't give medication or patches. I have no quit line that they can talk to or counselors they can talk to. It really is then just referring them to psychiatry and dealing with like a typical drug addiction. It's very hard to treat. We know that these products significantly raise the risk of psychosis, suicide attempts, and self-harm, especially in youth with underlying mental health conditions, and especially with the use of these high-dose products. We all know that we have an epidemic of mental health issues in our children and adolescents right now, and this is not helping. Many of these packages, as you've heard, look like candy and cereal. We are seeing increased toddler ingestions, unintentional toddler ingestions in our emergency rooms, and increased number of calls to the Texas Poison Center Network, with over 500 calls for children 5 and under in 2024 alone. You may hear a lot that it's no big deal. THC is no big deal. You don't overdose on THC, but children do. Children have smaller bodies, they have different metabolisms, and you do end up with toddlers on life support in the ICU because of unintentional ingestion. Long-term effects can be equally alarming. Cannabis use disorder is real, and patients diagnosed in hospitals or emergency departments have a 3-fold higher mortality rate within 5 years. So those are adults. Among adults over 45, cannabis users who visit the ER or are hospitalized are 23% more likely to be diagnosed with dementia within 5 years, and 72% more likely than the general population. It's affecting adult brains as well. This is especially concerning given your recent investment in the Dementia Prevention Research Institute of Texas. It'd be counterproductive to fund dementia prevention while also expanding access to products that may increase dementia risk. Normally, nationally, we spend over $360 billion on dementia care. We also want to highlight the dangers of combining THC with alcohol. Each substance in and of itself can impair cognition, but together their effects are amplified, raising serious safety concerns. Physicians are deeply concerned about patients who self-medicate, and this is what I see over and over. These products are sold to them as products that will improve their mental health, and all they do is make the mental health worse. Anxiety worse, depression worse. They start to go through withdrawal, that makes those symptoms even worse. We do thank the legislature for expanding the Texas Compassionate Use Act, and which allows for the physician-guided use of these substances in areas such as chronic pain or end-of-life care. We're encouraged to see you promote the restrictions on CBD and CBG products, including child-resistant packaging, so important. Banning any type of marketing to minors, prohibiting sales under 21, and restricting sales near schools. Lastly, we do not support punitive measures and criminalization of possession, especially for minors. We really want to support addressing root causes of substance use disorders and mental health concerns. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you, Doctor.
We'll go with Hawthorne, and I'll come back.
Senator Parker, do you have a question? You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for the excellent testimony thus far. And Dr. McGee, I just had a question. You obviously get a great overview of the mental health challenges, all the concerns with these products, but in particular, would you just speak to a little bit more detail, the concerns with regard to long-term memory loss and cognition and so forth with regard to the use of these products? Can you just speak to that? And we talk about the depression pieces, all the things and anxiety and so forth, but those two conditions in particular, would you mind just espousing a little further on that, expounding?
Sure. We know that it acutely affects your working memory. So there was a study that came out earlier this year that looked at functional MRI with young adults who were using these regular users of these products and found decreased activity in their functional working memory. We know that, like I said, that if you do that during the brain development phase, adults, you stop using the product and you can get some of that working memory back. You can get those abilities back. Adolescents, you do it during that time, it's harder to get that back. And that's what makes it so hard to treat too. You end up kind of needing it just to feel normal because you've so downregulated your cannabinoid receptors in your brain. So yeah, does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Senator Perry, you're recognized.
Thank you, and I have some questions for the others, but I'm going to go ahead and let Sheriff Hawthorne finish in a minute. But to do the doctor there while we're here, I saw a study come up the other day, and it was talking about the, we're familiar with fetal alcohol syndrome while the baby's in the womb in Euro. Are you familiar with any of that research that's now coming out that it is possibly affecting a baby in the womb? Have you seen any of that studies?
Yeah, low birth weight is associated with, and it's developmental delays later on. Nobody should be recommending these products during pregnancy, absolutely.
Second piece, and you addressed it briefly, again, similar studies coming out now, and more research is done since we've had recreational pot in some places 10 or 15 years. There's beginning to be a track record of tracking some of this. Some of the medical research you speak to is based on some of those states, and I think coming out, but the under 25 brain development, I think you make the valid point that we look at 21 as the magic number here. Well, in this arena, it's 25 at least. Is that a fair statement?
So yes, everyone develops differently. So certainly anyone who has teenagers in their life can tell you that teenagers develop at very different rates. So if you were to be extra cautious, I would say, the studies show that most of them are done by 25. And that's what, car rental places know. That's why they make you be 25 to rent a car.
Good point. In addition to addiction, and I think this speaks to just about any type, but is it similar in the molecule makeup of a cannabis plant that your tolerance builds up in your body and you need a higher potency as you move forward? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
So whatever gets me high today, be it a potency of 5%, I'm not going to stay there if I'm a continual user. Fair statement?
If you're a daily user, correct. Mm-hmm. And especially if you start using at a young age.
And again, what?
If you start using at a young age, especially.
Okay, you had some statistic a while ago that it's becoming out that if you use this stuff, cannabis use disorder, you have a life expectancy. What was that window of 5 years or something in your testimony? I want to make sure I was clear on what you said.
Yes, and it is in the written testimony as well. That the patients diagnosed within hospitals or emergency departments have a 3-fold higher mortality rate within 5 years.
Wow, that's a pretty telling statistic.
Yeah.
Is that because of the criminal activity around it, or is that just because the use of the drug is that detrimental? What is it? Just when you figured in that mortality likelihood, is it just all the environment in which this stuff is produced and sold?
I don't know the answer to that specific cause of mortality in these patients, but I think because THC has been in this regulatory
Limbo.
quagmire. It's not been well studied, right? So marijuana is not. You have to have special,
To be clear,
stuff to
marijuana is
yeah.
still a controlled substance federally and statewide.
Right. So it's not well studied, especially in the U.S. population because it's been hard to study. So, there's some things I don't have the answer to.
Appreciate it. I'm going
When
to
I don't have the answer, I prefer to be the most cautious.
No, we've kind of erred on the side that we do know enough to know not to do it, but we don't know not to do anything because we don't know everything.
Yep.
And that's just not a good position to be in. I'll come back to the panel with some stuff.
Senator Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Doctor, for being here. Thank you for your testimony, and particularly the issue you brought up about the contribution to dementia. We are spending a whole lot. Like money's the only thing I think about, but it's a very important issue. But we're spending a tremendous amount of money now on curing dementia. So maybe if what you're talking about, I doubt that even the consideration of the impact of these drugs in causing dementia was even considered. So maybe we're not going to be spending enough to try to cure it with what's coming in the future as a result of this. But it also would be an excellent way to actually address the piece of dementia that nobody else seems to be interested in, and that's the prevention of it. That this would be one way to help prevent dementia. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. So yeah, you're singing my tune. I would always love to prevent anything that I can. That's why I went into medicine.
And with what you're going to see with kids getting access to this, between the two choices that we're faced with here in this that we've talked about, that is banning and regulating, which do you see as being more effective in keeping that group as small as possible?
I mean, that's why I think I have to trust my law enforcement colleagues who tell me we can't regulate this. If my goal is to keep it away from children, which is my goal, I need to trust them who tell me we don't have the resources to regulate it. So I have to think about what is the most effective way to keep it out of children's hands and adolescents.
And I think the main point is just regulating the drug. There's some people think that makes it safe, and that there will be people that you'll still have the problem. They will have access to it. But when you talk about regulating something, it all of a sudden, it's okay. The government wouldn't let us do it if it wasn't. And I think that's part of what sends a bad message that's going to exacerbate the problem that you brought up, and that is the contribution to dementia is going to get even worse. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Hall. Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Dr. McGee, for your testimony. Just a quick question. I've had a number of reports from constituents in my district regarding increased brain aneurysms or those types of issues. I even one close to home where one of my employees actually suffered that. In those particular cases, they were doing a lot of vaping and vaping these types of products. Is there any correlation between that and increased blood pressures or brain aneurysms or anything like that?
An I do not know data specific to brain aneurysms, but there is an article, the cardiopulmonary impact of e-cigarettes and vaping from the American Heart Association that looks at, and also from the American Heart Association's Medical Marijuana, Recreational Cannabis, and Cardiovascular Health, which does show increased cardiac death, increased systolic blood pressure, vascular calcification, prediabetes, myocardial infarction, stroke or TIA, and heart failure associated with these products.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Doctor. Sheriff Hawthorne, remember on the end, you got to get real close to the mic, though you have a good, strong voice, but welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes. I'm Brian Hawthorne. I'm the elected sheriff of Chambers County and the president of the Sheriff's Association of Texas. I'm here today representing myself and the Sheriff's Association of Texas. I'm testifying for SB5. Chairman, members, since 2019, we've allowed Texas to become a de facto recreational drug state. And by we, I mean all of us in government, state leadership, state regulatory agencies, law enforcement, and prosecutors. We all have failed to prevent the proverbial camel nose from peeking under the tent. The camel we fight against is recreational marijuana. Under the false label of hemp, we have allowed illegal marijuana and THC products to infiltrate our state. Liberal states like Colorado, Oregon, California have helped turn Texas into an importation and retail sales hub for highly psychoactive drugs like marijuana flower. I have each one of these up here. Hash oil, THC edibles, beverages, and tiepidine. I'm not sure on this pronunciation. Tiepidine. For those of you that are not familiar with that, it's what's in this bottle right here that you can buy retail. I asked some of my staff to go pick some up for me. This is referred to on the street as gas station heroin. And you're welcome to test it if you want to, because it was legally bought in Texas, allegedly legally bought in Texas. It was purchased for sure. Liberal recreational states like Colorado don't allow many of these products. They don't allow them to be sold in their state, but they allow them to be exported to ours. Experts estimate that 90% of the psychoactive products in the thousands of retail stores across the state of Texas are sold in violation under current state or federal law under the Texas Health and Safety Code or Title 18 or 21 of the United States Code. Chairman, members, much of this stuff is already illegal. Banning things at the state level that are already federally prohibited is not groundbreaking legislative action. This is really about what kind of Texas do we want. Sheriff's Association in Texas knows there are groups, some claiming to represent the veterans, that oppose such a ban. Sheriff's Association of Texas fully supports our veterans and all Texans who benefit from treatments with legally produced and acquired products obtained lawfully through the Teacup program. That program was expanded this session through HB 46. If we need to further expand the conditions that can utilize that program, Sheriff's Association of Texas absolutely supports doing so. But things like gas station heroin, marijuana flower, y'all are welcome to smell it, it's just marijuana, kratom, and some of these other packages, kratom and hydroxy 7, which is 10 times stronger than morphine, have no such place in our state. In closing, as I sit before you today, the Sheriff's Association of Texas sees more than just a camel's nose under the tent. That camel is hump deep and bringing recreational marijuana with it. Some of the state would like to see a regulated adult market for these products, moving us to a de facto recreational to a de jure. The sheriffs of Texas are absolutely opposed to that. Absent a strong THC prohibition bill in this special session, Texas sheriffs would prefer to see no bill passed. We will take SB 2024 and the existing state and federal laws to fight and keep Texas recreational drug-free. Regulation is recreation. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Sheriff. Senator Perry, you have the panel.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to go back to either Chief Dow or Sheriff Hawthorne. Either one of you can speak to it, or the last in the middle there. What's your name again?
Early Wiley.
Yeah, I want to point out, you made the point that we've all making, but I don't think practicality sits in. When you have a test to be done in a criminal processing, that goes to a DPS lab, or does that come to a state lab, or where does that go?
Right now, the testing goes to a private lab.
A private lab. So for purposes of THC, it's tested at a private lab.
Yes.
What about rape kits, those kind of things? What about those sexual assault cases? Where do they go?
Those are done through the state? I mean,
through the state.
Yeah,
So our
yes,
state
ma'am.
labs are responsible for sexual assault testing, amongst other criminal, I would assume some criminal
Yes.
things go through there.
Yes,
Not because of lack of effort or lack of funding, but they're always behind the gun. So if we were to load up a regulatory environment that would throw this kind of issue into that lab, it's not possible. There is no way it's not possible. Is that a fair statement?
correct, and it's not happening now, right?
Right. Well, to Sheriff's point, they believe they're legal, but everybody from the federal level and even at the state level know they're not. So, but what I'm trying to get to here is there's no unintended consequences if you try to go down this regulation. And to the point that was made, it would take years and hundreds of millions of dollars. If we threw $1 billion at this issue today, we don't have personnel to catch the billion to implement. We don't have $1 billion to do this. So there are other money aspects to this. You raised the point about dementia. It's proven that this is not good for the mind. Long term, it creates real problems, just like alcohol effects. But so at this current trajectory where it would go, our state budget within short order is going to be talking about cannabis use disorder addiction, counseling, and the impacts and the effects. Not to mention the criminal element. So when one of these psychosis or psychotic episodes are, you know, some of the Uvalde shooter was a known pot user. Did that cause him to go and do what he did, the heinous crime that he created? It definitely probably messed his judgment up. So there's just things like that that are outside of just the facts of dollars and cents and legalities or illegal under the loopholes that they've exploited. There are other consequences. This is a point in time where the state can literally say, we don't want to fund this problem that we're allowing to perpetuate. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, Senator, it is. And just to kind of elaborate on that, and I mentioned this earlier briefly, what would happen under regulation? The DPS labs, as Mr. Mills will tell you, are already at capacity. That's why those of us that can afford testing are going to the private labs, several $100s per test, and that's why most departments aren't pursuing this, one of the reasons. But under regulation, what would happen is, even if we had money given to us for testing, you're still going to have most agencies going through the DPS lab, and under regulation, you would still have to test for quantity of THC, which is much more complex and expensive than just testing for presence. So under a ban, my police officers on the street carry field tests for THC. So if we have a ban, when we're out there on the streets or we'll go into a store, it's a simple field test, very inexpensive. Case closed, case solved. We send that, we have our probable cause, we make that arrest, we send that to the lab for follow-up. DPS can handle those cases because we're going to have much fewer cases. So there's going to be a snowball effect in testing that would overwhelm an already overwhelmed DPS lab system.
And we have the DPS resource witness, but I'm going to use this example. If one product was pulled from one store, 8,000 products that believed to be illegal and sent to the DPS / through the testing system currently, we don't have 8,000 rape kits tied up. I mean, just the volume, sheer volume of one product from one store under any regulatory format would overwhelm and overburden both the testing system, but the criminal justice system, because you've got a hold waiting for results. And you know, justice delayed is justice denied. That's not fair in the justice system.
That's
Correct.
TPCA's additional concern, is all those other crimes against persons are now going to get delayed.
Get set aside.
Yes, sir.
And I know the argument is going to be, well, we'll just add more money and create more labs. First of all, the money, and I understand you're going to regulate this point where you get the money. That's not going to, the industry could write that check today, but it still doesn't satisfy the space, the personnel, and the expertise needed. You use volume, and what I've learned through this process, unfortunately, over the last 4 years, it's not volume as much as it is concentrate. And it's the concentrate element of the THC that's embedded in these products that's the real deal, but that's the one where testing is a real challenge. Is that true or not?
That's true, and you touch on another very, very relevant point as an inhibitor to enforcement is storage. Yeah. Most property rooms, we had to make additional, accommodations for our cases. Most property rooms can't handle this evidence storage until trial. So that's another real obstacle and hurdle for our police.
But it is the concentrate that y'all can't currently really test for in the field.
Correct.
And has to go through a very sophisticated process to figure out.
Correct.
How long would, just assuming the backlog wasn't there, you submitted a test today, you picked up somebody yesterday, you got it sent in, you think it's a problem, you send it off. What is the normal routine day? Is that a week, 2 weeks, 3 months, 1 month? Just
Private lab, depending on how much you want to pay. Expedite it, 2 or 3 weeks.
so 3 weeks. Let's just say if a good day is a 2-week time frame. 8,000 products. Figure out the backlog that is. One product per store, because every product would be tested separately.
Every product's tested separately.
So, and I'll go back to, we started this conversation today with legislation for SB5 that was a reflection of SB3 plus tweaks that the governor's proclamation made. The proclamation was very clearly grounded in general on 2 aspects. We don't want to criminalize farmers, and we don't believe the state has the right to regulate. That was kind of the fundamental core proclamation efforts. Have y'all read SB5? I mean, if you haven't, I'm okay with that. But so in SB5, we clearly, and I want your opinion on this, have made it absolutely clear that the agricultural code and the agricultural industry had no changes to them. Is that an accurate statement in y'all's interpretation?
Senator, that we have read it. That is an accurate statement. We believe those protections were there under Senate Bill 3, but we like how it's further expressed in Senate Bill 5.
To the governor's credit, I think, because those conversations actually were being had even under the SB3 development, do we want to be very clearly specific, even knowing that we don't need to? But to his point, the proclamation raised concerns that were already internal, but we didn't believe we needed to, but I'm glad we did. So SB5 clearly taking the proclamation addresses his concerns that we were criminalizing agricultural people. We're not. We didn't then, and we're not now, and it's been addressed very clearly, specifically. The second thing was more of a legal standing, that Texas doesn't have the right, federal law basically trumps, not trumps, but doesn't give us the right to do our own thing. To date, there's not a single court case pending that doesn't say differ, that we do have that right. Is that a kind of a perspective that y'all are sharing, that Texas can do whatever we want to do in this arena and should do, and should have done? I think to your point, we tried, I tried, I've drafted bills 21, 23, never saw the light of day. Fortunately, they didn't, because all they were doing was trying to attack the chemistry aspect of it. And I'll go to this question. Under current framework, our enforcement is very clear and I believe very implementable very quickly at a fairly low cost. Specifically what SB5 says from an enforcement issue, it starts with regulation. It requires the manufacturers to register with Texas DSHS every product that they're shipping out, and it will have a label, it will have all the proper identifiers, the weights, and all the things that go into that product, and that will be assigned a number from DSHS, and DSHS will actually log that in, and that list alone will now be the Bible for what is legal or not legal in Texas. That is a pretty implementable process pretty quickly.
Yes.
And so therefore, if you as a sheriff or a police officer get that list, it'll have a picture of the product that was registered from the manufacturer. Go to this retail store and you look at the shelves, and nowhere on the shelves is that product that's registered, but it's not, that product has never been registered. We gave you the rights to remove that product as deemed illegal at that point. Is that a true, accurate, and is that more enforceable than a very sophisticated, complicated, unknown yet how to implement system?
It makes it an easy prosecutorial case, for sure, the way.
An easy prosecutorial case.
Easier. Yeah, nothing's easy, but an easier.
Sure.
Sure.
And Senator, I really appreciate your office in working with the practitioners, because that immediately solves our problem. Easily enforced, a clear, bright line rule on what's illegal and legal, and from a practical standpoint, it protects the good businesses selling legal product and immediately allows us to manage and hold accountable those who are selling illegal product.
It would be something that if that list were developed today, you could effectively go to enforcement tomorrow. It's not a complicated process at that point. It's clear.
Absolutely.
SB5 is clear. It's implementable. I think at a very low cost, and I think very quickly. Some of the conversations have centered around 2 or 3 different types of regulatory reform, and some of them were part of a bill last session that didn't get done. And I remind people, the vote was 25-6 in the Senate and House 87-54 coming out of SB3. So you had a majority, a good majority. But here's what's being kicked around is some ideas, and I'd like to have your opinion from an enforcement piece. I haven't heard from anybody that I raised this at any level that this stuff's bad and needs to be, all the bad stuff needs to go. Well, the proverbial unicorn is there's something good, and we're going to keep that. Well, we've done that with CBD and CBG and the 3 products at the federal. So we've identified that good, the proverbial unicorn that everybody seeks to protect. But what the idea was is they would literally list possibly on the opioid database so that you could control dosing. You know, first conversation I've had with people proposing these regulations is you can't control dosing. Well, the comment came back to me is we're going to control dosing because we're going to interject these particular items into an opioid database. And my thoughts went this way twice, 2 different issues. First of all, you're going to screw up an opioid database reporting. Secondly, you're never going to get a gas station, someone trained to report that dose when it's impractical. They're not sophisticated, nor are they going to invest the money to do it. If they did do it, you screwed up a database. But here's what I want you guys to hit on. So today I have a Delta 8, which is a double cannabinoid. The molecules are 2. So envision a helix, a DNA helix kind of. And what they do is they go in there and they move something off of it, add something to it, or move things around, and it's a new product. So if today I identified this product by an enforcement action, and I determined it's not in there, and I put it on the database registry tomorrow so that if you try to go a dose on that tomorrow, it's out there, it's real time, it works well for opiates. By the end of that day, the chemistry on that will be modified just enough that when they give it to you tomorrow, what was on the registry is not legal, not the same product. You can't chase the chemistries where I'm going. Is that a fair statement? The chemists are ahead of you guys at every step. So anything we try to regulate by tracking has proved to be futile because every time they come up with a new Delta combination, it is now, quote, legal because we didn't specifically address that cannabinoid mix. Is that a fact?
100% correct. That's one of the many problems with this drug is they're modifying in a laboratory setting regularly. So the only way to attack it is what you said. It would still be a challenge, but at least we could walk in real time, look at the registry, see what's approved and not approved. But again, I go back to what I said. The majority of these businesses will go out of business because of the majority of many of their sales are illegal products. So now the number is more manageable for law enforcement as well, in addition to the tools that you put in Senate Bill 5.
That's the point is it takes the discretion or the discussion of whether this is legal or illegal out of the mix. You know immediately if it's not registered, it's deemed illegal.
Correct.
It violated the registry, it violated state law because it wasn't registered.
Yes, sir.
Don't really have to worry if it's hot or not. It's just not in the registry. Fair statement?
Yes, absolutely. So much more efficient.
So is the warehouse that was raided, I'm just going to ask the question, can you tell or do you know if the bulk of that was manufactured in Texas?
To my knowledge, all of it in our cases, and I'll let DA Wiley speak to hers, all of ours, to my knowledge, was manufactured and shipped from outside of Texas.
Okay. Is it, you stated that a lot of Colorado's bad stuff is being shipped in California shipment. That is clearly in violation of federal interstate law.
Yes, sir. We're seeing a lot from California and Colorado.
So these shops that have that on the shelves are participating in an illegal commerce activity because FDA specifically states products containing THC moving across state lines outside of the hemp plant. You can move hemp plant across this state if you have the proper manifesto and documentation that is hemp plant. Outside of the hemp plant, if it's consumable products being landing on the Texas shelves, FDA specifically outlaws that commerce. Is that your understanding?
Correct.
Yes. And just as Chief said, in working, we went with the retail shops. He worked in his
Warehouses.
operation, And we specifically went to the retailers and letter and verbally and informed them that these products, after we tested, because in pursuing a criminal prosecution, you don't have to show intent. So they knew. And then we monitored, and the next week it was not on the shelf. The second week, but the third week, they thought we weren't coming back. Those products that we had notified them for our elements of the offense, intent, just taking that away, were right back on the shelf, having knowledge about it. So they had knowledge of what that was. Chief went to the manufacturer, which I wasn't involved in that. I was at a retail in Kaufman with the county. He went to the folks that were making it. And the way that's done a lot is they package it, and we haven't seen this, but we've understood it from some of the work we've done, that they change the packaging to legal packaging, which goes to your point that it's a drug operation, right? So they bring in what is illegal, package it in legal packaging, and then move it to the retailers.
Yep.
Is that right?
That's happening. It is. Yeah, so we were dealing with the wholesalers, but yes, we have found product where the labels had been modified or actually changed, a new label placed over the old label that would not be consistent with the contents in the package. So what we found in the package did not match up to the label, and some of the labels had been adapted or covered to show even a different label than was on there upon production.
Do you recognize a CBD and a CBG lotion and other products today as law enforcement? You can tell.
We can, and that's never been a concern.
Sure. Real quick, you mentioned you had not met with the governor personally. Is that a true statement?
No, sir.
That you've met with staff. That was your interaction.
Correct.
What has been your experience? Have you had an actual meeting with Governor Abbott, or have you just met with staff?
We have a meeting with the governor's staff tomorrow.
Okay, so you're actually meeting with staff.
Yeah, we are meeting to discuss this.
Um,
Our position is very firm, though. I will tell you that Wednesday we had a board of directors meeting, and our board of directors was unanimous. It's 11 board member, represents the entire state, South Texas, Panhandle, North Texas, West Texas. The board was completely unanimous on supporting the ban and being shoulder to shoulder with the chiefs of police.
Good, and that's pretty much uniform across all enforcement in Texas. I hate to keep betting the dead horse. It's concentrate, and it's concentrate. And the reason I'm asking, does 2.5 milligrams dose mean anything to you from a potency issue, from a concentrate issue, from how hot it gets you? Doesn't really mean anything from a testing perspective. Is that a fair statement?
It's a fair statement. You can set whatever number you want. When it gets to the shelf and it's bought by the consumer, the vast majority of these are going to be illegal and they're going to be hot.
And they're hot because of the concentrate.
Correct.
What they've been able to synthesize. And it's that piece that gives y'all almost an unenviable process. You can't test that without a lot of time, energy, and money and resource.
That's correct.
Fair statement. Sorry.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Senator Paxton, you have the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank all of you for being here today, but especially for your leadership on this issue. Chief, great to see you here today, and your boots on the ground perspective is so valuable to us. I guess one question I have for the Chief Sheriff, DA Wiley, is kind of a follow-up to Senator Perry, but does this bill give you better tools to address the situation?
Absolutely. It's very well crafted, very well written, just as we are very proud of the 2024, SB 2024, that law enforcement is looking forward to trying to protect our children. This is really about children, but the problem is that we know that even if you're trying to move it into some form of a regulatory for adults, we all know where it's going to end up, right? There's no secret. It's not, we battle minor in possession of alcohol every day, every weekend in Texas. So if we're only kidding ourselves if we think that we're going to keep this from our children. But this bill solves our problem. I know the sheriffs and the chiefs are very proud of it.
Specifically, Sheriff, could each of you and DA Wiley touch on specifically what this lets you do that you can't really do right now?
So a couple of things, in my opinion, again, very well thought out. I think it gives the governor, it addresses some of his concerns. It gives us a path to be able to recognize what's illegal without expensive testing. It gives us standardized testing methods so we won't get sued when we're trying to do our jobs. It protects the people that are selling legal product and using legal product for therapy purposes, and it really protects the health and safety of our community. When you hear from the moms later, most of their children are adult children. So, they start young, but a lot of times, again, as the doctor mentioned, brains are still developing. I'm not talking just about 15 and 16-year-olds. So it creates a mechanism that's fair, that protects our public, that's manageable and enforceable by law enforcement, and really protects us civilly, and really removes that expense from trying to do the right thing, but we can't afford thousands of dollars from our city to test. So this was very well thought out. I thought Senate Bill 3 was a great bill. I think this is even better because we've gone back and we've addressed those concerns. It's a very practical approach to enforcing the law that's actually, let's all remember, that's been against the law since 2019. So this is nothing new. It's just giving us the tools in our tool belt to best protect our communities.
And just to it's where he left off, the fact that we have a very bright line and a clear way is so much better. I mean, we have been, in the last 6 years, stumbling around, figuring out how to pay. Individual agencies, figuring out how are they going to pay for this testing. And effectively, many cases have just gone by the wayside of that. So I'm excited. I looked through, because Chief sent me the bill last evening. It seems to do even more. It gives us, anytime you have clarity when you're prosecuting or seeking justice, it makes it easier. We have spent a lot of time with first-time offenders that are gotten caught up in these vapes with pretrial diversion programs. So we want to use everything in our toolkit as prosecutors to do what's right for users that have gotten in this, because they thought it was legal and it was fun. But we like the idea for prosecution that we have a clear testing and that we're sending the right message, and that we'll be able to prosecute these cases in a more effective and cost-effective, and then really pivot our practice of prosecution to the more dangerous and the more violent offenses. That's where we want to spend our time.
We've talked a lot about the economic cost of, this issue to start with, just in general, but also the route of regulating versus banning. But I appreciate, Dr. McGee, your bringing kind of to a focal point the human cost of this. And especially the brain science around this. I know, I worked with kids. I was a school counselor and a teacher, and I know, I remember being kind of surprised in a way, but also not, because I'm also a mom and I raised 4 kids. But there really isn't a time in human development that parallels the brain development and the tremendous amount of energy that's being expended in brain development in toddlerhood other than adolescence. It happens all over again, and it's different processes, right? It's the pruning that you talked about. And I remember learning that part of that process is that dopamine downregulates biologically during adolescence, during that pruning, to divert energy toward that pruning process, which sort of biologically predisposes teens to depression. So I only bring that up because they're also particularly vulnerable during this time in their life to self-medicating. It's the reason they're more vulnerable to high-risk taking activities as well, which is good for parents to know, because parents have to think about how can I positively engage my kid in risk-taking that's constructive for them, right? But they're especially vulnerable. And you know what? Drug dealers are great at knowing the vulnerabilities of our kids and getting them addicted as kids, and then they've got a customer for life. But would you agree with the vulnerability of adolescents? And I guess also, would you agree with the concept that part of the reason it's so damaging during the teen years is because, and so hard to treat, as opposed to treating addiction in adults, is because it's physically reconfiguring the brain that they have to work with. Do you just have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I love working with adolescents. I think they're super fun, but they are very obviously take what their peers take into account more than a mature adult would, right? They have that social pressure that the mature adult brain doesn't have. They have higher risk taking, as you mentioned. And then as they're remodeling their brain, when you introduce addictive substances during that time, you're more likely to develop a lifelong addiction, definitely. So all of those things are so true. And they're most vulnerable, yes, to mental health concerns during that time as well. So we know that most mental health disorders, a lot of them start in adolescence and young adulthood. So we're always monitoring for that and watching for that and trying to prevent that. So yes, 100%, everything you're saying is true. That it's a special brain. What makes adolescence so fun, can make them so joyful and can make them so competitive on the field, and so it's fun to be around because they're so ambitious and optimistic about life. But it's what also makes them vulnerable to these substances.
Well, I appreciate all of you acknowledging the tremendous risk that this is to our young people. This is a toxic substance, no matter what your age is. And I think that's been made very clear. But it is especially damaging in a number of different ways for our kids. And so thank you for putting your time and energy into doing the work in the field that each of you do. Thank you for being here to help us understand the situation better so that we can have a better Texas future. Because our Texas future is our kids, and we have to protect them from these sorts of things. That I think about something like, we don't age gate asbestos because it's just toxic. We say, no, get rid of that. We don't want adults exposed to it, and we don't want kids exposed to it because it's just toxic. It's poison. And that's what we're talking about here with these substances that are illegal. And I'm glad that we're giving you something that will equip you better to address it in the field and, again, to protect our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Paxton. Senator Hall, the panel is yours.
Very much. Just real quick, you've been here a long time. You provided a lot of really good information. I think everybody in here, including you, have learned something from each other as we've gone through this and have a strong appreciation for how important that we take the right move here in banning and not in regulating it. And some of you will have an opportunity to speak to other people. I hope you will create those opportunities. And some will come back and listen to this hearing itself. And I'd just like to have each one of you give a quick elevator speech, quick talk of what you would say if you just had a short time to who's trying to decide which way to go on this. What would you say to them at any level of government?
That Senate Bill 5 is something that you should all consider supporting because the ban on THC is important, that we're at a crossroads in our state, that this is something we've tried to regulate for 6 years, and it doesn't work. And we have learned that it's not good for our health, and we have learned in law enforcement that we cannot enforce the intent that was a good intent when we did this in 2018 and this happened in 2019. So now's the time to get this right. And if you want more details, you know, go listen to our hearing. But that's what I would say. Let's get it right. We've had 8 years to regulate it and it hadn't worked. So if we ban it, we'll be able to prosecute people. And that always pushes people back. But we're trying to do what's right here.
I would start at the beginning. Growing up on a farm, this is an unintended consequence of 2018 legislation that was designed for one sole purpose, which is to help the farmers. Don't confuse these products with the plant. These are synthesized in laboratories with dangerous chemicals. And once people understand this is not low-level, low-grade marijuana, and the research is coming out weekly on the dangers scientifically proven of these products. Particularly vulnerable are our younger people, but they're dangerous to everyone. And we protect the quality of life and safety in our communities. That's what we're charged with, while also being good stewards of the taxpayer dollars. And so when you open your mind to understand the product, and you understand that it's been illegal since it was being sold, and you understand how harmful it is, nobody wants any of their family members or kids to get hooked on this. And then conversely, we created lower level penalties for young people particularly, but all first-time possessors, to help get them off of these addictive products. And we concurrently advocated for the expansion of the Teacup program to help those with legitimate medical needs contact and be treated by a licensed physician. That would be my summary.
Yes, I think we're in a different position now than when we testified a few months ago because we expanded Teacup. So there's a way for people with medical issues, with pain, with end-of-life care, to have access to these products if they feel like they need it medically and their doctor agrees. So we're in a different position now. We've done that. We know that going in. So now is the time to look at how do we keep these products, these unregulated, unsafe products, away from our teens, young adults, and their parents, as we're talking about. You know, when I'm thinking about children being affected, I'm also thinking about their parents being affected and what can help them to be the best parents they can be.
Well, ditto all three of them. And the one thing I will tell you is we have not even spoken about the jail issue yet. So much of our 40 to 60% of all inmates in your county jails have psychotropic drug issues, right? That we're spending millions of dollars with psychotropic drugs treating our inmates, that many of them are still on pretrial detention. So I can't even imagine how much you're spending right now in the state prison system after we have moved them over to y'all, right? So, and it's a real issue that's going to come before you here shortly, what we call THC psychosis. And I think many people that end up in our jails that we thought were commonly we called meth heads, or we had other names for them, but, you know, they were subject to the bath salt issues. What we're really finding, the more we talk to them, the more we talk to their parents, it's THC psychosis that we're dealing with. It's not just methamphetamine. So I will tell you that y'all are taking this bill in the right direction. And even if you go with a low dose stuff, all they're going to do is just eat more of it. So if you're going to give me a gummy that's regulated a very specific amount, but I'm used to that high that I've been getting prior to trying to figure out a way to regulate it, all they're going to do is just eat more of them.
Yeah, right.
Buy more of it. These products are not cheap. That little bit of marijuana flower that I had sitting here is $33 for a couple of little marijuana buds. So the issue is real, the issue is big, and I appreciate and applaud the Texas legislature for going after this problem.
Okay, thank you. My last question, and it's a one-word answer. Regulate or ban?
Ban.
We need to ban this.
Ban?
Clearly, the sheriffs support a ban.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Hall. Senator Betancourt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a couple quick follow-up questions. Doctor, you'd mentioned that this is dangerous product with 45-year-olds. Could you re-elaborate on that again?
The see which one.
Right.
Oh, yes, that was among adults over 45. Cannabis.
Could you get the microphone so
Oh,
everybody
sorry.
can hear you this time?
Among adults over 45, cannabis users who visit the ER or are hospitalized are 23% more likely to be diagnosed with dementia within 5 years, and 72% more likely than the general population. And so that was a large study done out of Canada where they've legalized it.
And right, that supports Sheriff Hawthorne's comment about the layering that we're seeing here, because you've got a substance abuse problem, and it's a pyramid that you can stack on. And Sheriff and also Chief Dye, just want to make sure that there's no one in your organization that has a different view about ban versus regulate, as far as you all know.
Well, we discuss it regularly at our state level through the association. No one that we are aware of has ever even brought up a concern. There's been a lot of good questions, a lot of teamwork in the development of recommendations for legislation, but we have not encountered a member of our association who does not support the ban.
Sheriff.
So Senator, I will tell you that we just had our annual training conference, and one of the things that we did was legislative update from the regular session, and we spoke about HB 46, and we also spoke about the veto of SB3. Well over 200 sheriffs, 600 sheriff's deputies and chief deputies in the audience, and not one person ever has walked up to me, spoke to me in our world and asked us to not support the ban. I think sheriffs and police chiefs are very united because we see what it's doing to our children, we see what it's doing to our adults, we see what it's doing to our jail population.
Thank you, gentlemen. That's pretty demonstrative, and shows just how strong the feeling in the law enforcement community is for a ban on this. So good luck with your conversation. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Betancourt. Senator Perry.
Real quick, I'm going to hammer it a couple more times. We did SB 22 a couple of sessions ago. I believe gave the Sheriff's Department and local courthouse and prosecution about $380 million or so, I think, and we've carried that over into the base budget now. So I just remind members, it's inconsistent to continue to fund our law enforcement, give resources where needed, and step in where we need to help them prosecute and do their job. And yet, over here on this, have this argument that we're going to turn a blind eye to something that we know we should ban. I mean, it's inconsistent. It's foolish to fund things, give y'all resources, only to go over and undermine your ability to do it by creating another problem that arguably with a ban isn't going to go away, but it's definitely going to be easier to manage. And then I've said it on the front end, sitting on Health and Human Services as vice chair for over 10 years now. We spend billions on the family dynamic that doesn't exist, and a large percentage, I've heard as high as 80%, is tied to addiction of some sort. This is just one more source of a broken family that we'll end up funding through a budget that's already stretched. So just on a sheer fiscal note, it doesn't matter what we tax these people. There is no dollar assignment to a broken heart or worse, devastated outcome of someone that got on this stuff and shot somebody up. There's not a dollar you can put to that. So I'm just saying, members, it's just so clearly obvious to me what we need to do, and there's scientific data. This is not my opinion. This is expert and scientific research that says what we need to do is don't give it credence. Do not give it legitimacy by pretending we can regulate it. Regulation means more access, period. And when you grant more access to stuff that's going to hurt you, it's pretty predictable you're going to get hurt more. So it's just clearly that way for me. It's that black and white. I'm very open-minded to policy, and I want to get policy right. But on this issue, it is black and white, the decisions we face on this issue. Thank you guys for being here. Your testimony has been wonderful. Thank you for your service. You know, if it wasn't for people, it'd be easy. It'd be a little boring, but it'd be easier. But I'm just telling you guys, y'all on the front lines, and y'all are telling us the truth. We can't regulate this stuff and make a difference. And actually, the point you made, no bill at all, if it's only regulation, is better. And what you just said to me was status quo. with the fact that we did ban vapes in these shops was kind of a coup, kind of a fun deal, but we didn't get 75% of the other market. That's 25% of their market. Don't get me started on vapes. We had this same conversation in Health and Human Services and vapes 10 years ago before this subject, that it was going to take out secondhand smoke. It's going to be, now we're figuring out that the popcorn lung syndrome gives you COPD at 40 and you die a really miserable death. And I knew it at the time because they were marketing it Joe Camel. Nothing, no sin is new. They pulled it right out of the playbook of how tobacco companies did it too. It's all the same genre of profiteering. And we have an option on this issue to get it back in the box. We didn't back then. We didn't on vapes. We didn't on alcohol. We can have that ship's done sailed. But this is even worse than alcohol because it stays longer and the impact is longer, and it does really bad things when you get really bad outcomes on a trip. When you go on this stuff and you have a bad experience, it's not a good day for people around you. So I appreciate you guys.
Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized.
Just real quick and just in summation, for those who want us to regulate, for the veterans who are asking for access to their medicinal products, do you agree that the proper regulatory mechanism is the teacup?
Absolutely, Senator. In fact, whether it was during the general session, every time we testified, the sheriff's side of things, before the House and the Senate here, we always closed it by, we clearly welcome the teacup program to be expanded to whatever level it needs to be to treat our veterans, and not just our veterans, anybody that has those ailments that they think that THC has that ability to be therapeutic for them. We just would like it to be regulated at the same level as the rest of the narcotics and everything that we operate. At least control it, know what's being made, and know what is actually in the package.
Totally agree, and that's exactly why we concurrently advocated for the expansion of TCUP. Let's get it in the hands of our qualified physicians to get these people lasting help that they need, not self-medication.
Thank you. And to just follow up to that end, House Bill 46, I know as we roll it out, we'll see if that needs to be further expanded or any of that. But just initially, is there anything in there that you feel doesn't go far enough to satisfy the needs of what's being asked for with our veterans particularly?
So from a sheriff's perspective, we feel like it's probably adequate, but I would never want to speak as an expert to that because obviously I think that realm needs to be turned over to the physicians and the psychologists and the psychiatrists that are the ones that are going to be helping people with their issues. Or whether it be cancer treatment. I mean, you broadened it considerably. So when I read the bill, it looks adequate to me, but I would never want to take that perspective without knowing and hearing from physicians and psychiatrists.
I agree with Brian. As an attorney, that's not my area. It looks good, but I don't know.
I am a physician, but I treat pediatric patients, obviously, so I don't have expertise in veteran care. But I know that my physician colleagues are supportive of the regulations that are within TCUP program.
Well, we pledge to keep our eye on that to make sure our veterans get what they need.
Absolutely.
Thank y'all for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hinojosa, and we thank each witness. Thanks for what you're doing. Thanks for being here. You're excused.
Thank you.
Call Aubrey Adams, Dr. Matt Poling, Chief Roberto Arredondo, Chief Danny Keel. Call Aubrey Adams, Dr. Matt Poling, Chief Roberto Arredondo, Chief Danny Keel. welcome to each of you. Chief, we'll begin over here on my left, your right. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony. Welcome.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman, Senators, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Roberto Arredondo, and I proudly serve as the Chief of Police for the City of Carrollton. I'm here to speak in strong support of Senate Bill 5 because our children's safety, health, and futures are at stake. What are we seeing on the ground? Across Carrollton and across this great state, we are witnessing a disturbing rise in youth addiction, behavioral issues, and criminal consequences tied directly to THC-laced vape products and intoxicating hemp-derived substances. These are not trace-level CBD oils or over-the-counter sleep aids. These are high-potency, chemically modified THC analogs, packaged to look like candy, flavored like soda, and sold in storefronts right next to our schools. These products are being aggressively marketed to kids, and worse, they're being sold to them. Every week, our school resource officers deal with students who are vaping intoxicating hemp products on campus. Products they get from shops that operate in the open with no meaningful oversight and no intention to self-regulate. This is not about marijuana policy. Let me be clear. This is not about marijuana legalization. This is about synthetic and semi-synthetic substances being manufactured to get around the law. We've seized hemp-derived products that contain THC levels well above the legal 0.3% threshold. These aren't minor violations. They're deliberate efforts to get around the law and make a profit off our kids. If these products were alcohol or tobacco, there would be penalties. But today, there is a gray area so wide that bad actors have stepped in to exploit it, and they're doing it without consequences. Would you trust these shops with your own kids? I want to ask each of you a personal question. Would you be comfortable sending your own son or daughter into one of these vape shops? Would you trust the owner to do the right thing and turn them away? If your answer is no, and I believe it is, then you already understand the stakes, because I certainly would not. Not based on what I've seen. These products are being sold to minors, they're being used by minors, and the long-term damage from addiction to mental illness and to criminal records is already happening. If we allow the alcohol industry to operate the way the hemp-derived THC market operates today, we'd have 14-year-olds walking into gas stations and buying bottles of high-proof liquor packaged to look like energy drinks. No ID check, no age restriction, no oversight. That would be unacceptable, and we all know it. But that's exactly what's happening right now with these synthetic THC products. We've essentially created a parallel drug market with none of the safeguards we apply substances we already regulate. It's not just irresponsible, it's dangerous. We do not have the tools to regulate. The truth is this: the regulatory framework does not exist to control this industry. Local police departments don't have the money, they don't have the lab capacity to test every product. State agencies are overwhelmed. And the businesses themselves have shown no willingness to take responsibility for what they're selling. In fact, their incentive is to ignore responsibility. Regulation is not the answer. There are simply too many unanswered questions and far too many gaps in oversight. The burden of trying to regulate this rapidly evolving and deceptive industry is too heavy, too complex for us to carry effectively and responsibly. The only clear and immediate path to protect our youth is to remove these products from circulation. Senate Bill 5 gives us a clear, enforceable path forward. It prioritizes the safety of our children over the profits of our reckless industry. It tells Texans that when it comes to protecting the next generation, we act with urgency, not delay. This is not an overreaction. It's not a slippery slope. This is basic public safety. And right now, we are failing to provide it. I urge you to pass this legislation as written and make it clear that in Texas, we protect our kids first. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service to this great state. I'm happy to answer any questions.
And thank you, Chief. Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, great to see you. Thank you for all you do for the citizens of Carrollton and being such a leader on these issues in North Texas and across the state. Maybe just for a moment, Carrollton is right in the middle of the Metroplex. Maybe just kind of speak, if you wouldn't mind, about the footprint that you're seeing, the number of shops, kind of thing, a sense of that, but then just how frequent young people in Carrollton are, in fact, do you think, frequenting and so forth, and just kind of what the last year or two have looked like in terms of the growth, in terms of access to these products?
Thank you, Senator Parker. I don't know the exact number of shops because they seem to be multiplying every day. They're coming into our community. The industry continues to grow, which means we have to keep a close eye on that. We got to make sure that they're not near our schools. Currently, we're seeing a large number of our youth being affected by this drug, and it's in our school districts. Our SROs are very busy handling these issues and not just the safety of the overall school. Their attention is taken away from the overall safety to have to deal with some of these. We're learning that it affects them, they're addicted, it affects their mental wellness, and then they're getting felony charges on top of that. And so our goal is to protect our youth. There's nothing more precious than our children. And so that is why I've gotten involved and why I believe it is important for us to pass this legislation.
Thank you for your leadership and all that you've done for so many years for Carrollton and for North Texas. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Chief. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony. Go ahead.
Howdy, I'm Dr. Matt Poling. I'm a family physician. I'm a military veteran, and I'm the volunteer advisor for Citizens for a Safe and Healthy Texas. If I had 24 colleagues try a new treatment on their patients, and 24 consecutive times, they reported back to me that it really, in the aggregate, made all of their patients worse rather than better. I'm not going to experiment on my patients by being the 25th. We know from the experiments in other states that so-called recreational marijuana is a failed experiment. It does not hamper the black market, which will always undercut the taxed and regulated market, and it will only be fueled by the normalization and commercialization which follows legalization. We know it will lead to increased THC consumption, particularly in our most vulnerable citizens. We know our roads will become more dangerous and our emergency rooms more crowded with THC-related illnesses, including cannabis-induced psychosis, severe vomiting syndromes, and suicide attempts. We know it is not being substituted for alcohol or preventing opioid overdoses. In fact, marijuana users drink more alcohol than others, and tragically, states which legalize marijuana see an increase in youth opioid overdose deaths compared to other states. We should note that no countries in Asia have recreational marijuana, although at least one is facilitating a thriving marijuana industry here. Fortunately, the public is beginning to believe with their own eyes what they did not hear or did not believe from the doctors. According to the latest Gallup poll on the issue, pro-marijuana sentiment peaked 3 years ago. It has fallen 10 points since the last survey, despite massive industry gaslighting. Now, a majority of citizens recognize that marijuana use is having a negative effect on individual users and society as a whole. The 89th session produced many good laws which will protect young Texans and promote a healthy and prosperous state. But if by action or inaction, this session effectively legalizes marijuana or allows the hemp THC industry 2 more years to addict more Texans and further flood our state with their dangerous substances, those salutary bills will be negated. The failure of Senate Bill 3, not the success of Senate Bill 2, will be the legacy of this session and the governor. But this is not just about protecting the children. It's young adults who bear most of the burden of the mental illnesses which we now know are being caused or worsened by THC. We can now estimate that 30% of schizophrenia cases in young men are attributable to THC, making it the #1 environmental risk factor for this devastating and costly condition. Use in pregnancy will increase, as will the costly preterm births associated with it. And it is older adults who will experience higher rates of dementia, heart attacks, and strokes, which we now know THC consumption by any route is a risk factor for. And it will be the taxpayers who ultimately bear the costs of these social harms. As we've heard many times already, schemes to regulate such an unscrupulous industry are an expensive pipe dream. Apart from those regulatory costs, the state will incur enormous downstream costs to even attempt to mitigate the many harms of increased use. One comprehensive study in Colorado estimated $4.50 of increased state spending for every dollar collected in marijuana taxes, and that was at a 15% sales tax rate. This is likely a significant underestimate given the new evidence for THC causing work and education failures and costly chronic illnesses like schizophrenia, dementia, and heart disease. If we want to lower property taxes, we need to keep people productive and educated and out of the emergency rooms. Getting the governor to sign a bill as close as possible to a complete THC ban is the right prescription, not just for mental and physical health of our citizens, but also for the fiscal health of our state. So I thank all of you for your persistent and courageous efforts on this critical public health and safety issue, and I'm, of course, available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Doctor. Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Poling, for not only your service to our country, but also for your service in the medical field. And as a veteran, this is my question: what the uses that veterans seek? I guess the argument of, hey, we need to keep this legal. What are some of the uses that veterans need a particular product for? Is it pain? Is it masking pain? Is it actually helping cure something, some ailment?
It's not my purpose for being here today to critique the compassionate use program, but I will say it is. I think it's liberal. I'm not in the political sense. I think in the medical sense, I think it's liberal with respect to what indications are allowed. PTSD is actually quite controversial, whether that's an indication for THC or not. The comprehensive study from the VA concluded that it is not likely to help, and there's a significant risk of worsening symptoms. But at least in the compassionate use program, these individuals will be monitored by a physician. They will be able to have someone other than a gas station attendant or a vending machine help them work through side effects and problems they might be having.
So in your professional opinion, HB 46 is more than expansive to address the issues that veterans have in needing the product?
In my line of work, it's first do no harm, and so I think I would err on the side of not approving for indications where it's not clearly safe and effective. Having said that, yes, I think the expanded compassionate use program is, shall we say, I said liberal, and I think that's probably the best way to describe it, just from a medical prescribing standpoint.
So anybody who comes and contests and says, well, even with the expansion that we did with House Bill 46, it still doesn't go far enough, is it fair to say perhaps they just want to get high?
For years, I had patients swear to me that the glucosamine was saving them from crippling arthritis. I don't know if anybody still uses glucosamine. If you do, that's fine. You can continue to use it. It's harmless, but it's also not at all helpful. It doesn't even get into the joints. Doesn't do anything. The studies proved it. This is not a substance that got you high. This is not a substance that's so good the government doesn't want you to take it. So there's an enormous placebo effect with THC as medicine. And there is, of course, the risk of dependence, just like we've seen with narcotics.
And just to be clear again, the THC that is utilized for pain or PTSD, it's not a curing medicinal product. Is it more of a masking, more of a pain relief?
That's correct. THC is not a cure for any illness.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Parker. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Doctor. Just curious, your comment there about the enormous placebo effect of THC. Why, in your medical opinion, does it seem to have such a placebo effect? What's your assessment?
Well, for one thing, we had a news media that has attached the term cannabis or marijuana to either recreational or medicinal every single time they use it. So that has been put into the public consciousness that it is one of those two things. I don't believe in any reasonable definition of the terms it's either of those two things. So I think that's certainly part of it, and there's this forbidden fruit effect, of course, as well. And then there's the reinforcement from the euphoria that is at least a short-term effect of THC. The main problem I see as a clinician with THC effects are that we employ something called proximate cause bias, where we look at the immediate effects of something and assume that that's the primary effect of it. It's actually not usually the case, and it's not the case with THC, where the short-term effects, where it causes you to get high or to chill or to help you with your chemotherapy-induced nausea. The long-term effects are the opposite. It causes depression, can make your anxiety worse, psychosis. Most long-term marijuana users develop insomnia. And of course, long-term users of high-potency products will end up, a lot of them will end up with chronic vomiting syndrome. So it's a sneaky one. If you're going to think of it as a medicine, it's a sneaky one, because the long-term effects are going to predominate in the end, and they're the opposite of what the patient experiences at first.
Very good. One final thing, if I wouldn't mind asking for a homework assignment. The data that you referenced for every dollar collected in tax off of recreational marijuana, a $4.50 impact to society, the taxpayers in these various states. Would you mind sharing that with members of the committee? We'd be very grateful.
Certainly would. It's from the Centennial Institute.
Okay.
It is a dated study. It came out before we had all of the additional evidence of just how many schizophrenia cases, which costs about $2 million. Each new schizophrenia case is going to cost the state $2 million over the lifetime of that patient on average. We didn't know that 30% of young males that are getting schizophrenia are getting it from THC now, and now we do. We didn't have the data on heart attacks and strokes and risk factor for dementia, which we've seen now. So I think that's a vast underestimate. But it's time for somebody to do a new study. Representative Money referenced a UT study in his testimony on the floor, and I don't recall exactly what that was. So that would be another one. Maybe that's got more recent data. But it would be wise for someone to commission a study on what the real economic costs are of increased THC use.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Parker. Senator Perry.
Dr. Poling, I referenced, I think it was your data support, and if it's not, tell me you weren't the guy, and if I've got it incorrect, correct me. But I thought I saw a statistic, and I think it came from your research or some source you were using through an email. I get so many opportunities to research this because they're endless, and none of them really point that this is good stuff. But on that particular research, it referenced that 35% of veteran suicide now have some CUD component to them. Is that?
Yes, I believe I did share that with you, and that is in the ballpark of the numbers that I recall, that cannabis use disorder was present in a significant number of veteran suicides. We know it induces suicidal ideation, particularly in young people, but it can happen to anyone.
So I wasn't wrong, and my memory didn't fail me there.
You're certainly in the ballpark.
Okay, all right.
Senator, you've certainly,
Well, I just want to make sure
on
that
this issue.
I thought it was you, and it's you, and if I had made a mistake, I wanted you to correct me on that. But I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate how you bring the analytical piece to this conversation, as much as I'm trying to get to the science to it, because what I've found out is, as much as I and other people have tried to get everybody over the antidote, it must just be my granddad's pot or my dad's pot, whatever. You've got to get to the science of it. And today, I think if you'll argue anything, it's been more technical. It's more been practical applications through the enforcement agencies. We're trying to get it down to keep it at a basic level so the average person can gravitate to it. But if anything leaves here today, this isn't good for you, and it's not what you think it is. It's not good. I would ask one thing to the law enforcement real quickly. We have a large population of officers on school districts now and if memory serves me, there is a police officers association just for school district officers. Is there an association for those guys?
Yes, sir.
So I can get that contact, but I would assume that y'all have contact with those school district law enforcement communities. And what I would ask for you, because I don't know that they've engaged, I don't know that they're on the, in your data I passed out yesterday, members, I just want to show you a visual. This is everybody that supported the ban. Most of it's law enforcement, medical related. Some of it's veteran groups, other groups. Over here is the entities that supported it. There are two entities. One is Texas Hemp Business Council and one is Texas Hemp Coalition. Now, I know that not everybody put their name on it, but that is an overwhelming story. I don't think I see School Districts Police Officers Association here. For us to be successful in doing what we know the right thing to do is, we have to have all hands on deck. And I would ask that if you as officers, and I'll talk to Chief Dye and Sheriff Hawthorne, get in touch with those School District Association members and get some representative to come on board and have the conversation with the governor as to what we see in schools. Vapes has been a big issue, but what's in those vapes has become to be a real problem. So I would ask your support to get school districts involved in this conversation, because by nature, they're kind of reluctant. As you know, school superintendents, stuff, they're great people, do a hard job. They're a little reluctant to weigh in. This is TG, this is juvenile justice. This is, what's the acronym? TGCJ entry point right now for our youth. Assuming that's as far as it goes. It could be a lot worse. So I'd ask that you get your police associations in the school district realms talking to the legislatures. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Senator, we work with the Texas Police Chiefs Association. We work very closely with the other regional associations to include the Texas School District Police Chiefs as well. So I don't know if the conversation is taking place, but I know we work very closely with
I'll check with Chief Dye and see. He seems to have a pretty good pulse of support for enforcement. The other thing is, you spoke mainly to the child aspect, but is it a fair statement that your jails have adults that are in this?
Yes, absolutely.
I know our children are our focus because we want to protect our children. At the same time, I don't want the narrative to be it's only about the children, because then you only get age gate, and that doesn't fix anything. It is a prevalent influence across all ages and demographics with long-term impacts medically.
Yes, sir.
So
I agree 100%.
are you having jails with people above 18 years old, 21 years old?
Yes, sir. It affects folks across the board for sure. We've seen issues with our youth in Carrollton, so I was speaking more about what I'm seeing on the ground in our city. But yes, we're seeing it across the board. You're absolutely right.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Senator Perry. Ms. Adams, welcome. Introduce yourself, get close to that microphone, and give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chair Hughes, Vice Chair Angela Paxson, and the committee members for this opportunity to speak. And I especially want to thank you, Senator Perry. Thank you for your strong work on this issue. God bless you. My name is Aubrey Adams. I am the Director of Citizens for a Safe and Healthy Texas and Every Brain Matters. I am from Pueblo, Colorado, ground zero for the marijuana expansion movement. I've lived your future. I support SB5 and represent families nationwide harmed by failed THC regulations. Our voices are often overshadowed by those benefiting from THC commercialization. We are not paid lobbyists. We are families in crisis, facing financial and emotional exhaustion, while facing harassment and bullying from advocates of THC and the industry. Our families were encouraged by the broad bipartisan support of Senate Bill 3, which showed that Texas lawmakers were listening to law enforcement, doctors, addiction specialists, hospitals, and families. But we were devastated when Governor Abbott vetoed SB3 and instead called for marijuana legalization, effectively rewarding the predatory addiction for profit industry that has saturated Texas neighborhoods. We continue to urge for one regulation, a full ban on any products that contain THC. Regulations in other states have failed and are associated with an increased use across all age groups, including underage youth, and even when age restrictions are in place. This is a critical fact that is backed by our experience with alcohol and tobacco, the two most heavily regulated legal substances. Despite 21-plus age limits, they remain the most commonly used substance overall among youth. This misleading messages from the THC industry harm families and public health. For example, they claim no one dies from marijuana. They fail to mention that marijuana-related deaths aren't systematically tracked, and most coroners don't test for THC in suicides and perpetrators who commit homicides. Yet, many studies show marijuana increases the risk for suicide up to 7-fold. And the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services 2023 report found that marijuana is the primary drug involved in child abuse and neglect deaths more than alcohol and opioids. Additionally, the American Journal of Addictions report in November of 2024 that cannabis legalization has led to an increased overdose deaths among American adolescents. THC has been linked to violent crimes, as illustrated by the case of Bren Spacer. After consuming THC, Bren experienced acute psychosis, which led her to stab her friend, her dog, and herself. Tragically, her friend died, but law enforcement officers were able to save Bren's life. They used a taser on her 4 times, but ultimately had to resort to physical force, striking her 9 times to break her arm to prevent further harming herself. She had at that point stabbed herself 40 times. All experts concluded that Bren was experiencing cannabis-induced psychosis. She was convicted of involuntary manslaughter, and I am currently supervising her court-ordered public education hours. A report from the Journal of Studies of Alcohol and Drugs, July of 2022, states the combined effect of legalization and retail sales resulted in a 5.8% increase in injury crash rates and a 4.1% increase of fatal crash rates. The industry also misleads the public by claiming marijuana is safer than alcohol. Yet, one use of THC can induce psychosis, while one use of alcohol does not. They advise THC products as medicine, despite lacking FDA approval. Many families are actively working to hold accountable those who impersonate medical professionals and promote hemp THC products as medicine, robbing individuals of their mental and physical health. Claims such as using marijuana is about freedom overlook the serious risks of addiction, psychosis, and chronic psychiatric conditions like schizophrenia, which can ultimately lead to crime and homelessness. Research includes that THC can trigger acute episodes of psychosis, and studies from the Lancet Psychiatry show that 47% of individuals who do experience cannabis-induced psychosis will develop long-term psychiatric disorders like schizophrenia. When you witness someone in distress, a psychotic state on the streets of Austin, please consider whether they thought marijuana was harmless in medicine, and ask yourself, are they experiencing freedom? Or are they in a state of suffering? If you read the history of marijuana, you'll see that it is not a drug that can be effectively regulated. Egypt banned it first, then Mexico, then the United States of America. And you can learn more about this in Alex Berenson's book called Tell Your Children the Truth About Marijuana, Mental Illness, and Violence. In conclusion, my 25-year-old son excuse me. Who struggles from THC addiction, psychosis, and GI issues, called me this past June, saying he was considering ending his life. He said, "Mom, if I take my life today, please don't take it personally. You've done everything you can to help me." Thankfully, he survived that day. We were able to pick him up from Houston, but he was suffering from cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. He was skin and bones. He could hardly eat. He looked like he was dying. Now that he is detoxing, he walks up to 10 hours a day just trying to calm his mind, and he still faces immense struggles. I greatly appreciate SB5 because if Texas decides to regulate marijuana, it would align with the Drug Policy Alliance, a well-funded organization that advocates for the legalization of all drugs. You see, marijuana is just their first hurdle. For example, in my town of Pueblo, Colorado, the state has mandated that we must have psychedelic mushroom shops, despite our lack of recovery from THC legalization. If we don't allow these shops that induce psychosis to open, the state and the ACLU will sue us. A complete THC ban would be the most fiscally responsible approach, preventing the need for taxpayer spending on a problematic predatory addiction for profit industry. Ultimately, SB5 would save money and lives. Thank you. Let's get these THC messes out of Texas, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Perry.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for what you've done, and I'm sorry for the initiative that put you in this arena. Your child. Here, two questions very quickly. I've gotten calls subsequent to legislature that my kid has died or has gotten hooked on it and is effectively non-communicative from several places around, and there's a reluctance for those folks to go public for different reasons: embarrassment, grief, just loss, and just not being able to deal with it. So, in your network, do you have any kind of metric that would say there are so many more of y'all, but yet to be public about that, they're not willing to? Do you have any statistic or any barometer to say, I believe there's X number, unfortunately, of folks like yourself out there that we don't hear about, we don't hear from?
I could use that, somebody to help me with that, because I do have data, but I don't have it together.
I think the data would be important to the members, because what we hear is y'all are a small subset of some really bad actors' outcomes, and as important as y'all are, and as tragic that it is, we have this population over there that says, oh, it's good for us. So I need something on an analytical, as most analytical as you can do to the best of your ability, to put something together and say, on a random, use Colorado, whoever you want to, there's this many folks that have been impacted negatively that just for every time moved on, don't know how to deal with it, don't want to deal with it, can't deal with it. I would like to have something, and if you can't get there, I get that. That's kind of a very moving, subjective conversation, but you have had people that contacted you that didn't follow through and come through.
Oh, yes. I mean, the majority of the families do not come speak publicly. If you follow me on social media, you see why.
Yeah.
I mean, the
Oh, yeah,
harassment
well,
is
yeah,
unbearing.
I've learned, it's really interesting. You can tell a lot about the character integrity of people on social media.
Yeah.
And it didn't take long for me to figure out that this industry, be it industry owners or industry supporters, have no integrity or character. They're all heroes, and they're all really, really courageous people behind a keyboard. And the nasty and visceral things that they say and the arguments they present were laughable, but did not require a response because that just gave credibility. Second question, you put out a Facebook post. Please, Governor Abbott, meet with the families. Has that happened?
No, sir. And we don't get our messages returned, so
What is your interaction with, have you met with staff?
no, the staff has not returned our phone calls.
So the families that testified for SB3 throughout the session, multiple times, multiple venues, press conferences and stuff, and put their whole life on full display, has not actually had a conversation with the governor's staff nor him individually. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct, sir, and
Okay.
it's very
I just-
concerning why that
I
happened.
saw it on Facebook. It was public. I didn't know if it was true or not. I wanted to hear it straight from you and on the record. So thank you for that.
Yes, and if anybody has any way we can meet with him or his staff, we would really appreciate that option.
I hope after today's hearing that at a minimum you will get to visit and share. I remember sharing that room with those families, and there was an individual that didn't even have a child or a person infected by it, but was so passionate about making sure there was just a different dynamic. And every child or every human most of these were over 25, they were young adults that were impacted, had a different outcome and version and problem that this stuff has created. It was unique to that. I thought, well, if you get hooked on this, this is what's going to happen. There was so many differing problems that this stuff created for individuals. So that's when it told me that there's no way to predict and regulate and actually manufacture things that you can determine what the outcome looks like. The beverage industry proved that. We can't stabilize this stuff when you mix it with alcohol to a point we can predict outcomes. Bar owners quit serving this because after 2 drinks, they didn't recognize the patron that had been in their shop in the bar for a decade. It literally turned their world around on outcomes. I'm going to say something, Mr. Chair. I've got a flood hearing tomorrow, so I am going to be in and out a little bit for the next 30 minutes or so. I don't want that to be taken as I'm not interested, but I've got to go address something that's not less important, but it requires my response. So if I'm out of here, and that's to the industry. I know they got really upset last time we were in the middle of the session. We had 25 hearings going at once and trying to get there. I'm going to be engaged. I'll be involved, but it's not for lack of interest. I just don't want you to see that as a disrespect. So on either side, I'm here to listen, but I do got to step out for a few minutes for something that's come up I didn't see coming. Thanks.
And thank you, Senator Perry, for saying these products are not safe for adults. I was the first organization to be saying that, and having you educate to the public about that is very, very important.
I'll just reinforce the integrity character part. When this finally got on a radar of deserving awareness that was lacking, their first go-to was, we're going to protect the kids. And they built a market and a business model around vulnerable groups. Veterans is one. Kids now is their battle cry. And that just shows you the insidious, deceptive, nefarious approach to how they do business. Hey, kids are a hot topic, so we'll go protect the kids and get the favor and support from the legislature. It didn't gain credibility with me. Fact is, it was so disingenuous and late to the table that it reflects just exactly what they're about. And so it didn't get my attention. And guess what? As silly as people think we are, and as not as smart as most people give us credit that we aren't, we didn't buy it. We didn't fall for it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chief, get close to that microphone, introduce yourself, and go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes, Vice Chair Paxton, and committee members. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Danny Kill, and I'm the Chief of Police for Jersey Village, the city of just 4 square miles in Harris County. Despite our size, the challenges we face from THC consumables mirror those of much larger jurisdictions. I'm here today to share frontline perspective on the real dangers posed by these products and support Senate Bill 5. In Jersey Village, we currently have 6 retail stores selling THC products, all within 4 square miles. Recently, these stores were targets of violent criminal activity. They were not chosen at random. Investigations revealed that suspects intentionally sought out locations selling high-potency THC products that often test far beyond the legal threshold. These are highly sought-after items on the street market, and these locations have become known hubs for access. In one investigation, officers seized over 10 pounds of raw marijuana, not mislabeled hemp, but potent psychoactive product packaged and sold to the public as legal. These shops are not what many believe them to be. In reality, they become modern-day trap houses operating in retail shopping centers, contributing to the community degradation and attracting violent crime. Let me be clear. I support access to THC through legitimate medical programs like the Texas Compassionate Use Program, but what we are seeing is not medical use. These are mass-market intoxicants sold with little oversight, marketed like candy, and consumed without any physician involvement or dosage control. In 2021, we experienced a tragedy that continues to haunt our department and serves as a reminder for our officers to the extreme dangers of THC products. On January 1st of 2021, just after midnight, our officers responded to a call involving a man in a mental crisis. As they approached the vehicle, the situation escalated rapidly. The man began violently stabbing himself in the chest as he exited his vehicle, and despite repeated attempts by our officers to intervene using every less lethal tool at their disposal, including tasers and beanbag impact munitions, he fought through each one. For nearly 7 agonizing minutes, officers worked tirelessly to stop him, but the man ultimately slit his own throat multiple times in front of officers. Despite our officers' immediate, courageous, and sustained efforts to save his life, he succumbed to his injuries as he was transported to the hospital. At the time, I was serving as a lieutenant overseeing our Criminal Investigations Division and responded to the scene personally. The emotional impact of that day has never left me or the officers that were there. Toxicology results later confirmed that the only substance in the man's system was THC. This incident occurred shortly after the passage of the 2019 Farm Bill and during a time when hemp-derived consumable products, many of which were new, unregulated, and more potent than traditional marijuana, were rapidly flooding the Texas markets. The connection is deeply concerning. While THC is commonly perceived as a mild or recreational substance, this case highlights a potentially dangerous reality in certain individuals, especially those with predisposed to mental health issues or under high stress, or even substances like THC may exacerbate psychosis or trigger unpredictable violent behavior. This tragedy served as a stark reminder of the complex and overlooked interactions between emerging drug trends and public safety. This was one of the first signs that these products were far more potent and dangerous than the public had been led to believe. Some propose regulation as a solution, but respectfully, regulation has already failed. THC consumables over 0.3% have been illegal since 2019, yet they're being sold openly in thousands of locations. If we cannot enforce existing bans, how can we possibly expect a more complex, resource-intensive regulatory system to succeed? There are over 8,500 retail locations selling THC products in Texas. The infrastructure to regulate, test, and enforce is non-existent. EPS labs can't meet demand. Local departments like mine don't have the personnel or equipment to test every gummy, vape cartridge, or edible. And frankly, These products are changing so rapidly that no amount of regulation will ever keep up. Senate Bill 5 is the right approach. It provides clear enforcement tools. It protects legitimate hemp farmers and FDA-approved medications. It upholds access to medical THC where needed, and it stops the expansion of an unregulated market that is placing children, families, and first responders at risk. I understand concerns about legal challenges, but public safety cannot wait for years of litigation to play out. Texans are being harmed today. Law enforcement is being overwhelmed today, and these products continue to gain legitimacy every time we hesitate. As the chief of a small-town department facing big city problems, I urge this committee to stay the course. Let Senate Bill 5 stand, not weakened, not delayed, but implemented with the clarity and strength that this issue demands. Thank you again for your time, dedication to the safety of all Texans, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you for your testimony. Senator Parker, the panel is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, Chief, thank you very much for focusing on the public safety elements of this and what's happening, obviously, in Jersey Village. Obviously, 4 square miles, but you understand the magnitude of what's happening in the middle of Harris County. So thank you for sharing all that. And I also think you made a very powerful point, several very powerful points, but one with regard to the fact that we can't enforce the current regulatory structure that's in place. I think that's pretty clear in terms of the direction that we're taking. I also want to thank you, ma'am, for your excellent testimony. Please know our thoughts and prayers with you and your family as you support your son. But it's incredibly powerful to us that you come from Colorado, from Pueblo in particular, and come to Texas and talk about what's been experienced. Everyone knows that Texans have a great love for visiting Colorado. We have a lot of wonderful experiences in our lives, and I think we all will attest to the fact that it's not what it used to be, and we don't live there, but it's just when we visit. And it's directly tied to all of this that you just described. And so the fact that you take time away from your family, your personal life, and so forth to come and advocate to support and protect Texas, we're very grateful for. And I think you said it very profoundly when you said that you're living our future. I think that's a very powerful statement we need to reflect on and really understand the magnitude of what the implications are for all of this if we don't take action today. As Senator Perry said, there are very few things from a public policy perspective that you can get ahead of, and we still think we have a chance to get ahead of this one with all the tangential benefits that will accrue downstream, most importantly to human life, but with regard to public safety, as the chief just described, and all the other downstream concerns that we face as a state. So thank you very much, both of you, for your testimony as well.
Thank you, Senator Parker, and I thank each witness. Thank you for being here. Thanks for what you're doing and what you're sharing here, and you're excused. Thank you very much.
So grateful to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
And for those participating and those watching, we will have one more panel of invited testimony, and then we'll be opening public testimony. And we'll take your written materials to the lady right there. We'll take them from you, and she'll get them down here to us. Thank you. Thank you. Called Jennifer Richter, Elizabeth Jones, John Wilkerson, Jeffrey Burt. Called Jennifer Richter, Elizabeth Jones, John Wilkerson, and Chief Jeffrey Burt. Welcome to each of you. Chief, if you'll allow me this reference, you know, when you, seeing you get the chair for the witness, I couldn't help but think of I bet, did some of y'all see the videos from, of course, the horrible events that took place with the flooding, but did you happen to see those, a number of videos where various Texas law enforcement officers who were wearing their hats and emergency service personnel wearing their hats, they would meet, they met the president, shook his hand. When the first lady came up, they each removed their hats. And I couldn't help but think of that when you got the chair for the lady, but that's how we were raised. So anyway, thank you guys. Y'all do so much, and each witness is welcome. And we're gonna, if you'll excuse my personal reference, we're gonna start here on my left, your right, Introduce yourself, get close to the microphone, and give us your testimony. Welcome.
Okay, my name is Elizabeth Jones. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of Senate Bill 5. I'm here representing Texans for Safe and Drug-Free Youth, and I'm also a wife of a United States Air Force veteran of 16 years. I'm here to urge you to protect Texas youth and communities from the dangers of intoxicating products that are derived from hemp. Research shows us that when you increase access to a product, youth use of that product also increases. The cannabis industry used the Texas hemp bill to create unprecedented access to intoxicating products with no limitations on the products themselves and no limitations on their marketing strategies. These products, which are often intentionally marketed in kid-friendly packaging, are readily available all across Texas in malls, vending machines, food trucks, gas stations, and convenience stores. This is alarming because we have clear evidence that youth cannabis use is already a concern in Texas. 13% of Texas students report marijuana use, and 1 in 4 high school seniors uses cannabis regularly. These products are deceptively advertised, they're mislabeled and marketed with cartoon characters and candy flavors, but these are harmful substances. The intoxicating hemp market emerged, and since then, emergency rooms report sharp increases in pediatric poisonings, cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome, and also psychosis. THC exacerbates impaired driving. Alcohol remains the most common cause of fatal crashes, but the second most common cause of fatal crashes is alcohol combined with cannabis. This is particularly damaging in young people, young drivers. In 26% of crash fatalities in young drivers, those crashes involve both alcohol and cannabis. Regulation does not address the roots of the harms. The harms are the intoxicating cannabinoids themselves. Expert research supports a ban. The most effective way to protect our communities is through a comprehensive ban. These products should not be as easy as they are for kids to get. They shouldn't be available in stores and on shelves. Now is the time to protect our communities and put our kids and communities ahead of the businesses that profit from intoxicating substances that damage public safety. Adults create the products, we market the products, and we profit from the products. It's adults who need to protect the community, not kids. I urge you to ban intoxicating cannabis products and implement a strong framework for enforcement to keep our children safe. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. Chief, welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. My name is Jeffrey Burt, and I'm the Chief of Police in the city of Tomball, Texas, a suburb just north of Houston. And I am testifying to support Senate Bill 5. Based on my experience, I am opposed to regulation of consumable cannabis products. Prior to moving to Texas in 2020, I spent 24 years with the Los Angeles Police Department, living in LA and raising my family there. I got to work a variety of assignments, including Valley Bureau gangs, which I ran. I ran the Van Nuys gang and narcotic units, and then I spent several years as the commanding officer of Northeast Division, which was responsible essentially for the safety of about 250,000 LA residents. In 2014, Northeast Los Angeles, where I worked, was home to more cannabis shops than anywhere else in the state of California. 60 plus stores popped up in a span of about 3 years in Los Feliz and East Hollywood, Echo Park, and Highland Park. Despite that the city of LA and the state required cannabis stores to obtain a license and were regulated, at any one time, 55 of my 60 stores were unlicensed and therefore illegal. Illegal pot shop complaints became my primary citizen complaint. Several of these shops selling all types of edible and smokable products were within 500 feet of schools, yet another violation of a state regulation. As the commanding officer of a busy division, my narcotics unit led the city's efforts in shutting down unlicensed marijuana businesses. When we served a search warrant on a cannabis retailer, without fail, every business was heavily guarded with multiple locking doors. The store managers weren't afraid of me, they weren't afraid of the police, they were afraid of getting robbed, and that happened about every single week in the city of Los Angeles. Nearly every business we shut down had tens of thousands of dollars of cash on hand. Many of the people working in the stores had lengthy criminal records, and then trying to find the actual owner of the facilities was a nightmare. Straw purchasers opened cannabis stores using other people's names on leases. And when we did track down the owners, several were linked to organized crime. And when we shut a store down, the business was open again in a matter of days because the cash they were pulling in was worth the risk of having an understaffed police department maybe seize a fraction of their product and cash in their stores. I remember distinctly one owner smugly told me when we took $60,000 from a safe we cracked, he said, "I'll make that back in 2 days." So I'm here today to say that regulation has been an abysmal failure in California. The illegal marijuana market is still larger than the legal one. Legal stores will tout that their products, including their consumables, are safer. Yet last year, early 2024, LA Times investigators found that over half of the products sold in legal licensed stores had concentrations of pesticides above accepted state levels, with chemicals tied to cancer, liver failure, and genetic and neurological harm to users and their unborn children. Bad actors are failing to report contaminated products, and the state's lack of ample or stringent oversight, regardless of the government's effort, is being blamed. So Senate Bill 5, as proposed, bans a dangerous substance that has proven difficult or impossible to regulate in states that have tried. Senate Bill 5 carves out important caveats for hemp farmers and expands services to those who have a legitimate medical reason to use cannabis. Its architects rightly acknowledge what is glaring to me in my 30th year in policing. Consumable marijuana products are a drug deal, plain and simple, happening right in front of us. A criminal enterprise is unapologetically designed to get people, particularly our young people, high and hooked. Senate Bill 5 seeks to ban the production and sale of a consumable product that the Journal of American Medical Association has correlated to adolescent depression, suicidal behavior, altered brain development, and a high prevalence of adverse psychosocial events. A drug that perversely is, as you spoke on, designed to look like candy, a gummy bear, a superhero, a cute emoji. A drug that current Texas law prohibits in any amount over 0.3% THC, yet consumables routinely and regularly contain well beyond that limit when tested by law enforcement, as you heard in earlier testimony. Regulation may be well-intended, but it is a path fraught with peril and a path we have watched others go down with disastrous results. The proliferation of shops selling consumables, the paucity of law enforcement resources struggling to manage the bad actors, the challenges of a state trying to regulate and monitor every person who won't follow the rules, that was the California I left. And Texas is just better than that. As a police officer, as a dad of 4 beautiful girls, and as a resident in a bucolic Texas town that now has more new shops selling THC consumables than we have family restaurants, I hope Texas continues to demonstrate true leadership and takes a stand against a dangerous drug and recognizes the consumable business model for what it is, a drug deal targeting our adolescents, and bans the production and sale of consumable THC products. If you have any questions, I'm here.
Thank you, Chief. Do you want to do it now or after we do it at the end of the panel, if that's okay with you?
If it's okay with you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chief Burton, that's really good testimony because I didn't realize that you had come from LA before you went to Tomball. So Tomball being a very idyllic town in SD7, but where you came from was less than idyllic because of all the problems that you mentioned. And I was a kid, in the LA area well before all these changes, and it's unrecognizable now. But there's 3 things I wanted to follow up on. One, you make a great comment. These are cash businesses that are so incredibly cash flow positive that they're more worried about being robbed than anything else. And they have, because that's just a magnet for what's happening. And for various reasons, they can't deposit that cash, okay? At least not in the US banking system that easily. But you said that out of the 55 out of the 60 were totally unlicensed, Okay?
That is correct.
And then you said that a bunch of them had shell corporations or straw names where they were leasing or the owners of the land, et cetera. So it was very difficult to trace ownership, right?
Yes, sir. In fact, every single one had was associated with straw purchasers.
Right. And so my third question, and I expect you to be able to hit this out of the park, is there's any way that a billion-dollar group of bad actors is going to turn to positive regulatory enforcement compliance?
Not in my experience, sir.
Yeah, thank you. That's right, because I think that's the important point, Mr. Chairman, members. It's this is there's people that are simply not going to follow regulatory scheme and much less follow even federal law, much less state law or local ordinance. So thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
That's right. Thanks, Senator Betancourt. Thank you for those questions. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Get close to that microphone and go ahead.
My name is Jennifer Richter. Last spring, our middle son was the best man at his older brother's wedding, healthy, happy, full of life and promise. He's a person most people instantly like, warm-hearted, smart, and quick with humor. That was before the nightmare we saw coming, we didn't see coming, one where people don't expect something that's legal and safe. My son thought so too. He bought high-potency lab-altered cannabis, what's being sold everywhere here in Texas. Within months, his personality unraveled, paranoia, isolation, and volatility. He lost 40 pounds, lost his job, and couldn't sleep. One night, he actually took a corkscrew to our stainless steel fridge and marble countertops in the kitchen. He was convinced that people on X were hiding in our backyard to harm him, and he nearly wandered into our neighbor's yard at 2 a.m. to confront them over imagined surveillance. I'm really haunted by what could have happened. I convinced him to go to Seton right here downtown, and on the way, he thought people in cars on 35 could hear us talking. His blood work showed only THC. The pods were full of young people just like my son in cannabis-induced psychosis. Thankfully, my son's story didn't end that night, but many that I have met through this process, they have lost loved ones of all ages to self-harm, one friend to her son to a violent encounter with police, another homelessness, or they're in the prison system. My son accepted treatment. Even with insurance, we paid $35,000 a few days after that ER visit for out-of-pocket for the length of care that was medically advised, not including a $2,000 ER visit or the $4,500 we're paying every month for sober living right here in Austin. So Yale's Dr. Deepak D'Souza, one of the world's leading researchers, is clear. High THC products cause psychosis in otherwise healthy people. It isn't speculation. Peer-reviewed studies confirm this across countries, populations, and methodologies. Yet, we'll hear testimony today claiming that there's no proof of any of the harms from high-potency THC. They're either ignoring the evidence, the headlines that we can all Google, or they're just misleading you. So after the veto, I looked at the Texas Industrial Hemp Growers List. It has 56 entries on it. I found smoke shops, CBD stores, extract labs, and even closed businesses listed as farms. Less than half are active farms. This isn't a clerical error, it's a systemic failure. If the governor thinks that if Texas cannot tell a farmer from a vape shop, how does the governor think we are going to regulate all of these retail THC sellers? Meanwhile, a popular Texas magazine praised a coffee shop adding high-potency THC to coffee. So I looked at their website, 26 THC products and not a single certificate of analysis. Another company selling THC edibles was on a podcast. They have a shiny website, great branding. I looked and they're not registered with the Texas Secretary of State. They have no hemp license, no sales tax permit, nothing. So Texas law says deleterious additives in food are illegal, and so many of these companies are putting it right into food. The issue isn't needing more regulation, it's why aren't agencies enforcing the laws that you've already written? This industry is spitting on your work, exploiting loopholes, and they're daring Texas to act. We know the fairy tale of regulation. Other states were promised it would fix everything, but not one state can claim success. California's black market is 3 times the legal one. Enforcement is costing $200 million a year, and they have lost $500 million in tax revenue. ER visits there are up 89%. In Colorado, this is really sad, but cannabis is now the #1 substance in youth suicide toxicology. And THC-linked driving deaths have doubled there, and ER visits are up 148%. We do not need that in Texas. Oregon is spending millions a year cleaning up illegal grows, and one thing that they're facing is water theft. Marijuana taxes bring in less than 0.5% of all of those state budgets, and it would be no different in Texas. What their industry is bringing no meaningful revenue, it's just the same costs paid by taxpayers. So right now, this industry pays a few $100s for a license and nothing toward the real cost of mental health, law enforcement, or public safety. If they pay 100 times what they are now for that license, which proposed in SB5, that's exactly what I paid. I actually paid more to save my son. So who pays for all this harm? The corporations are making millions off of addiction, or Texans. States with a 15% excise tax, like California or others, are still falling short. So realistically, I think for Texas, it would take 30 to 50% to cover any regulation costs and not push that burden to taxpayers. I hear online, oh, I'm free to do this. Well, a core libertarian principle is informed consent. Freedom to choose has been undermined by these companies because they hide and they distort the truth. Freedom requires accountability. So regulation, it has not stopped the black market. It has not protected kids. It has not curbed high THC harms. It hasn't delivered public health, but it's delivered more addiction, more psychosis, bloated bureaucracy, and exorbitant cost. A vote for regulation is a vote for Texas to fail. Please support SB5.
Thank you for your testimony.
Welcome any questions.
Get close to that microphone, especially because you're on the end.
Yes,
Introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
Yes, good afternoon now, Senators. I love going last because everybody's already said what I was going to say, and I don't like wasting y'all's time. If I've appeared before your committee, you understand that about me. What I do want to do is I want to circle back and I want to cover a couple things, answer maybe a couple questions. To be clear, I represent the Texas Municipal Police Association. You've heard from a lot of chiefs here today. We represent about 34,000 boots on the ground, line level officers that are out there every single day combating products just like these right here that are responding to the schools because you've got kids passing out, you've got kids that are getting harmed. Those are the members that communicate to us, and we're here speaking for them. We are in support of Senate Bill 5, and we also support the TCUP program. We understand that there is a need for that, so, but we need to make sure that there's a distinguished difference between the two. I wish Senator Perry was here. I believe earlier he was asking about the Police Chiefs Association of ISDs and wanting to get them on board. While I was sitting back there listening to that, I texted a gentleman named Heath Wester, who is the legislative director for the Texas ISD police chiefs, and they're in full support of Senate Bill 5 as well. So, he gave me permission to share their logo for whatever the document is that y'all are looking for, so we'll get that to you. And then another question that was asked earlier that I want to provide an answer to. The first panel was asked, give me the 30-second elevator speech. And I'd like to answer that and give you what a good 30-second elevator speech is when somebody says, well, why not just regulate this substance instead of banning it? The answer to that is really simple. It's been subject to an unfunded regulation for many years. And that unfunded regulation has led to a lot of these companies finding loopholes and they're exploiting them. So now the question is, do we spend tens or hundreds of millions of dollars to enforce something that we know we can't enforce, Or do we spend that money in other ways? Like, I don't know, maybe helping out the local retention and recruitment crisis of law enforcement. There's a lot more critical areas that this money can be spent on. And I just wanted to leave you with that, Senators. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer. I just don't like wasting anybody's time.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Senator, any questions for anybody on the panel? Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to thank all four of you. The testimony was excellent from each of you. Unique perspectives. Chief, your comments about coming from LA and what you experienced and the fact that you don't want to go there with our beloved Texas was very powerful. Appreciate all that you shared, ma'am, personally with regard to the challenge your son is going through as well. And thank you, my friend, for all you do on behalf of all the 34,000 boots on the ground and, you know, being very precise with regard to what we're really taking on here and the fact that the regulatory piece just is not practical in your assessment, and that from a law enforcement perspective, we could spend those dollars in so many other more productive ways to protect public safety broadly, I think is really your testimony. So
yes, sir.
I appreciate that very much, as well as I know Senator Perry will truly appreciate the feedback about the School District Police Officers Association being supportive as well. So thank you very much for being here, all of you. Thanks.
Sir, I also got names when Senator Perry asked. I have 2 chiefs of police from ISDs in the Houston area that are more than willing to come up here and testify.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate you being here.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
There's
Hold tight. We're not quite done with you. Sorry, go ahead.
just for the
It's okay.
committee, and there's a report from the Corn report that Governor Abbott says he now wants to ban consumable THC products. Texas, we're trying to confirm the report right now.
Thank you, Senator Betancourt. Any other questions for these witnesses? We thank each of you for being here. Thanks for your testimony. You're
Thank you,
excused.
Senators.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Have a great day. Thank you for being here.
And we'll open public testimony. And again, for public testimony, everybody gets to be heard. We want to hear from you. Members are going to be in and out just as they have during the invited testimony, because there are other hearings going on, other preparations in the special session, especially on flood relief and prevention. And you're familiar with those issues. So folks are going to be in and out on those and some other things for the session. Everyone's paying attention. Staff is here. This is being recorded. It's being watched from the offices. And so your voice is going to be heard. We are going to enforce the 2-minute time limit. And so be prepared for that. And you're free to say what you want to say, just so you don't get profane. But if something's already been covered, then, use your judgment as to how you want to use your 2 minutes. And so with that, we'll open public testimony, and the chair calls Sharon Kruk, Christine Scruggs, Isabel Richter, Maria Cruz Wolfel, Yvonne Aponte. Again, call Sharon Kruk, Christine Scruggs, Isabel Richter, Maria Cruz Wolfel, Yvonne Aponte. And call Edette Rodriguez. Is Edette here? Come on down, have a seat right over here.
I'm glad I didn't.
Right there on the end. We got one just for you. Thanks. All right, welcome to each of you. And when you get situated, we're going to start over here on my left here. So you'll be the first one. Now, everyone needs to get close to the microphone when you're speaking, but especially when you're on the end. So make sure and get close to that microphone. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony. You go ahead. Welcome.
Hi, my name's Idette Rodriguez. I'm from Katy, Texas. So thank you for Chairman and members of this State Affairs Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak once again. Thank you for the senators who voted in favor of the full ban. I am not here as a professional or an expert. I'm here as a family member, someone whose life has been deeply affected by something that many still believe is harmless THC. Someone I love, my son, a young person full of life, potential, and big dreams, is now living with schizophrenia. It started with a terrifying psychotic episode, something none of us saw coming, and the most heartbreaking part, it was triggered by high-potency cannabis. I know many people here will use it and don't ever experience anything like this, but I know what I've witnessed. I know what it's like to watch someone you love change in ways you never thought possible. I've seen the damage it can do to a young person's brain, especially when the brain is still developing. Before this happened, I truly didn't know cannabis could do something like this. I didn't know it could open the door to psychosis. I didn't know it could change the course of someone's life so drastically. But now more and more research is showing that families like mine have already lived through the frequent use of high THC cannabis, especially in vulnerable individuals, can have a devastating mental health consequence. If I'd known then what I know now, we would have done something different. That's why I'm speaking to you today in hopes that someone else might pause, ask more questions, and make a different decision before it's too late. It's not just about cannabis, it's about mental health, it's about protecting families, it's about making sure your young people don't pay the price for something they don't fully understand. So please, I urge you to prioritize people over profit, look closely at the science, look at the families, and make the decisions that protect health and the future of our communities. I support SB5.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon. I have to change my testimony here. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Sharon Crook, and I'm a constituent in Senator Nichols' district. I'm here today representing myself, speaking in favor of SB5. I'm the executive director of a community coalition in East Texas focused on protecting the youth in our community from harmful substances. And as you've heard here today and in previous regular session, intoxicating cannabis products are most definitely harmful to youth. As a result of industry manipulation, the availability of these products has absolutely exploded across Texas. We didn't even get to have a chance to have a debate on the legalization of marijuana. Instead, the industry essentially pushed recreational use through the back door. And no part of the state is safe. These products aren't just in urban areas like Houston or Austin. Nearly every convenience store and vape shop in East Texas has entire shelves devoted to these products. These products pose significant risk to young adults. Kids who start using cannabis before age 18 are 4 to 7 times more likely than adults to develop a cannabis use disorder. Teen marijuana use can result in difficulty with problem solving, academic performance, and even worse, increased risk of psychosis. An additional area of concern that not a lot talk about is impaired driving. Cannabis dulls reaction time and coordination, which affects driving ability. A recent study by the AAA Foundation for Traffic Safety found that 53% of cannabis consumers reported using it less than an hour before driving. The companies that produce these products are absolutely targeting our youth. With flavors like Purple Punch and edibles like Stony Patch Kids, they are 100% working to hook the next generation of customers. For those that seek regulation, the research is clear. Bans of these harmful substances are far more effective. Regulation only sets up restrictions that companies can exploit while they manipulate the law, which is exactly what got us here in the first place. Regulation simply creates an illusion of safety instead of offering real protection for our communities. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you. It's good to be here. My name is Christine, and I support SB3. I'm speaking so that no more families have to go through the devastation that cannabis-induced psychosis has caused us. Sorry. My son was a smart, driven man, 22, an adult before he tried any THC. Within 8 months, he was using every day and was addicted. He developed a paranoia and delusions. Once we found out, by day 2, we discovered the THC use. By day 3, we thought he either had suddenly developed schizophrenia, had a brain tumor, or it had something to do with the new thing in his life, which was THC. By day 4, the doctors at the ER ruled out brain tumor and schizophrenia, so we knew what the culprit was. The speed with which we got educated on THC causing psychosis is a blessing. We took action to get him the addiction and mental health treatment he needed. Out of state, since Texas laws fail for substance use impaired adults. He stayed for over 8.5 months. His therapists say he's lucky that he did not end up with a long-term diagnosis such as schizophrenia caused by THC. Most are not so lucky. The financial cost was nearly $300,000. This excludes the mental and emotional cost we have borne, all because of the rhetoric from an industry that says the substance is beneficial. The fact that hemp causes long-term psychotic symptoms has been known and written about for 180 years. The information has been brushed under the rug in favor of taxation and regulation, the same as today. Indian hemp insanity, as it was called back then, is what we are seeing today. The reason it's made our own greed made products so potent, available, and normalized that they accidentally began to normalize the psychosis that it induces. They talk about not being able to put a genie back in the bottle. We can put the intoxicating hemp genie back in the bottle. Unfortunately, it is impossible to put a psychotic genie back in any bottle. I have emailed the governor's office since he worked at a firm with my husband, where he still works, trying to meet with him and talk to him and provide education, and I have heard no answer. In closing, I'd like to say I speak for thousands of people who are living with a loved one with psychosis. I speak for those who feel voiceless. We are the who's in Whoville saying, we are here, we are here. Senator Perry heard us, Lieutenant Governor heard us, and we will continue to be heard because you cannot stop the truth from shining forth. Thank you for having the courage to create laws that promote the health and safety of Texans and the courage to set an example for the rest of the states. I welcome any and all questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Dear Senators, thank you for your support. My name is Mary Cruz Wolfeld, and I support SB5. It's hard to believe we are revisiting a topic that once had bipartisan support to ensure the highest level of safety for both minors and adults. Some call us prohibitionists, but a better term is correctionist. We have seen the damage when an agriculture commodity becomes an addiction commodity driven by a predatory industry that puts profits over people, creating a modern-day slavery to addiction and mental illness. Failing to ban toxic THC products will be an insult to the families already harmed. My husband and I are the full-time caregivers to our son, who has suffered from cannabis-induced psychosis for over 2 years. He started using THC at 25 and had psychosis at 27. He was a wholesome young adult with a thriving career and social life. However, because of THC, he experienced paranoia and delusions that caused confrontations with coworkers, friends, and family. He lost everything. After months of abstaining from THC, he regained some clarity, but addiction drew him back. Now, he zones out, hears voices, and holds conversations with imaginary people. His brain is shackled by THC, yet he's free to reject mental health. Our legal and mental health system are not fully prepared to handle the effects of THC usage. Treatment centers charge per month what my husband receives from Social Security in a year. The hemp industry might have invested millions planted fields or opening stores, but we invested our lives raising healthy young adults only to see them harmed by a deceptive industry. Our "Don't Mess with Texas" should be a call to correct our trajectory and lead by passing laws that put public safety first. We can and must do better. Thank you for your time and your support.
And thank you for your testimony. Well, get close to that microphone since you're on the end and introduce yourself and go ahead.
Ivana Ponte, thank you, committee. I support SB5. Our son experienced his first psychotic episode at 22, 4 years ago. Since then, he has broken both hands on purpose, caused violence in the home, is suicidal, put someone in the hospital, threatened our lives, tore our family apart, and all this happened while he was using gummies derived from hemp. THC turned a loving son, brother, into a psychotic, violent person. We no longer recognize my son was never informed that these products could harm him. This kind of consumer fraud is criminal and has caused immense harm to our family and to many others. I urge you to ban THC and not ask me to pay higher taxes to regulate something that destroyed our family. Don't ask me to pay more taxes so that other people can be high and potentially end up dead from derived THC products, including Delta 9. I'm working with a parent who has a 15-year-old trafficking herself to purchase THC gummies. Please don't allow the industry of profit while families like mine and others bear emotional financial burden. The only regulation I support is a total ban. There is a great human cost. I'm part of a support groups of over 4,000 parents. Some are here representing money. I'm here representing life. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Members of the committee, any questions from any of our witnesses? Senator Parker, you have the panel.
Chairman. I just want to thank all of you for being here. It's such a powerful testimony when you share personally what has occurred and how these substances have impacted your personal children, and you've given your life now to testimony to let Texas understand the magnitude of the situation and why we've got to act. So I just want to tell you how much we appreciate you on behalf of the committee here in the Senate. Thank you for your testimony, and know that our thoughts and prayers are with each of you and your families. And we'll do everything in our power to continue to move forward in this regard to prevent further families from having the horrific challenges that you all have suffered. So thank you all very much for being here.
Thank you.
Senator Hall, almost there, hold tight. I'm sorry, we're not quite finished with you. Have a seat, thank you. Senator Hall, you're recognized.
I want to thank you for being here. And my heart goes out to you for what you're having to suffer. And I want to apologize also that your government has not done what it should have done before now. We have let you down. And we have got to stop this, because you're absolutely right. Spending taxpayer money to regulate something when we know we cannot regulate it. It would just be window dressing for someone to say we did something. I agree with you. It has to be banned. Thank you for coming forward. And it's long overdue. This should have been done a long time ago, and you should not have had to suffer the way you've suffered. And I just pray that God will bring you your peace and get you through this. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank each of you for being here. You're excused. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you as well. They might wobble, but don't fall down. Thank you. God bless you.
I call Andrew Dickerson, Hunter Rodriguez, John Paul Rodriguez, Hayden Meek, Zach Crow, we're looking for Andrew Dickerson, Hunter Rodriguez, John Paul Rodriguez, Hayden Meek, Zach Crow. All right, welcome to each one of you. Now, since you're on the end, you got to get close to that microphone. So introduce yourself. Go ahead. Welcome.
My name is Andrew Dickerson. I'm the district manager for Rock and Roll It. It's a vape shop out in Beaumont, Texas. I'm here to respectfully urge you guys to oppose Senate Bill 5. This bill will ban most cannabis products and other THC-related products, hemp products in our shop, which is the main revenue source for over 100 of our locations. We have over 400 employees that we employ. It will lead to layoffs. It will lead to several of our locations, if not the majority of them, closing down. We service veterans, we service members of our community, police officers, whether they'd have admit or not, EMS workers, people that work in these fields that have spoken today who oppose this actually come in and purchase a large majority of our products. I won't speak to the medical side of this or psychosis with it. I know that some people do suffer from pre-existing mental disorders and conditions that can predispose them to certain conditions when exposed to these products, and so I do feel that regulation is in order. I feel that there should be an age gate to these products of 21 and up at the minimum, and whether that's to be 25 in the future or not, I couldn't speak, but I definitely know that there should be regulation behind this. It shouldn't be accessible to children. At the moment, I don't see it accessible to children, at least not in the shop that I manage. I can't speak to less reputable vendors, but I know personally from experience, 9 times out of 10, when you're talking about stores like this, you're talking about normal Texas citizens, overage adults who are coming in for a little bit of stress relief, something that can help them get through the day, something that can help them manage their pain or other ailments within a non-medical setting, something they can get themselves over the counter and feel more in control of their own medical. Sorry guys, I'm a bit anxious. I know that most people here in Texas support the legalization to some degree, full recreation, 62 to 80%. Go ahead guys, sorry.
Oh, thank you for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself and go ahead.
Honorable Chair Hughes, Vice Chair Paxton, esteemed members of the Senate State Affairs Committee, and to my own senator, Mr. Perry, who isn't here right now, but I do appreciate that he's prioritizing flood and disaster relief over this misguided attempt at banning THC.
Please fulfill your oath to the Constitution to uphold our inalienable rights, to do with our bodies as we please. Thank you.
And thanks for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hello, my name is Hunter Rodriguez, and I'm here today to share my personal experience with THC and why I strongly support a full ban on products like synthetic THC such as Delta 8 and Delta 9 here in Texas. Before THC, I was mentally stable and motivated and a clear path forward. I wasn't struggling with my mental health. At 19 years old, I started using THC. It was shockingly easy to get. I wasn't buying it from the streets. I was walking into legal businesses, gas stations, and vape shops. No real warning, and honestly, no reason to believe it was anything dangerous. It was just marketed as a harmless, just a chill, legal way to relax. That couldn't have been further from the truth. At first, I didn't notice anything major, but slowly things changed. I became paranoid. I started hearing voices that weren't real. I was convinced people were watching me. I would check the vents for hidden cameras. I was afraid to go outside. I felt like I was losing control of my own mind, and eventually I couldn't sleep. I couldn't function. I fell into very deep, dark depression. I even became suicidal. I had to be hospitalized more than once. I needed psychiatric treatment. Even now, years later, I still take medicine to manage my long-term effects that THC had on my brain. THC was my gateway to pharmaceutical medicines. I'm standing here today because I don't want this to keep happening to other people, especially young people who've been targeted by these products like Delta 8, Delta 9, Delta 8 and Delta 9 are not just weed. They are high-potency lab-made drugs that are doing real damage to real lives. Most of the times, the vape stores and gas stations don't even check your ID, so anyone, especially the youth, can receive these dangerous, harmful products. This is why I'm asking Gregory Abbott and the Texas legislators to take this seriously and support a full ban. With some argue it's a matter of personal choice, the truth is the real choice doesn't exist when the risks are hidden, the marketing is misleading, and the product has the power to trigger full-blown psychosis. I want to thank everyone here today who is working towards banning THC. Your work matters, and you're helping protect the next young person from going through you're protecting the next young person from going through what I did. Thank you, and I support Senate Bill 5, a full ban. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Now, since you're on the end, you need to get close to that microphone and introduce yourself and go ahead. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is John Paul Rodriguez, and I'm here as a younger brother whose life has been changed forever by what THC did to my family. Growing up, my older brother was my role model. He was bright, kind, and full of dreams. We were really close. I looked up to him. But that all changed when he started using high-potency cannabis. What started as something he thought was so harmless quickly turned into something much darker. He began to hear voices in his head. He stopped recognizing me. Imagine standing in front of your own brother, talking to him, and realizing he doesn't even know who you are. I saw him drift further and further away from me, caught in a battle with his own mind, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. That kind of pain just stays with you. People say marijuana isn't addictive, that it's safe. That's not the truth for everyone. Studies show 1 in 10 users become dependent. For teens, it's 1 in 6. And no one talks about the link between high THC products and psychosis, especially in young people. I've heard warnings about drugs my whole life from teachers, parents, and role models like Ben Carson and Tim Tebow. But I never thought it would happen to my family. I never imagined THC would be the thing that broke my brother and tore a piece of my family apart. This isn't just about one person making a bad choice. This is about a system that tells people something is safe when it's not. It's about families like mine who are left to pick up the pieces. Senators, I am asking you, please take this seriously. High-potency THC is hurting people. It's destroying lives. Please don't wait until more families have to go through what mine did. Thank you for listening.
And thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for any members of our panel? We thank each of you for being here. Thanks for your testimony. You're excused. Thank you. Call Nick Dortona, John Elmore, Romana Harding, Morgan Miller, Susan Hayes. Call Nicole Dortona, John Elmore, Romana Harding, Morgan Miller, Susan Hayes. Call Brandon Tijerina. Lucas Gilkey. And then after this panel, we're going to be looking for Sean Salvaje, Colton Luther, and still for Brandon Tijerina. So if I've called your name, make your way down here, get kind of close so we can get you on the next panel. Welcome to each of you. Welcome. Now we're going to start on the end. And since you're on the end, make sure and get close to the microphone. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Hi, Senators. Thank you for your time. My name is Lucas Gilkey. I'm the CEO of Hometown Hero. I served in the U.S. Coast Guard at a counter-narcotics unit out of San Diego, and I am currently involved in a lawsuit with the state of Texas regarding hemp. There are a few issues with this bill. One is the hypocrisy of allowing medical studies to be done on products that were consistently, or at least we're hearing today, are claimed to be very harmful. I don't understand why that's in here if these products are considered to be harmful. Also, this industry creates $264 million in state tax revenue and supports 53,000 jobs within the state of Texas. That is extremely important to consider. The financial information that we've been given, or we have seen from the state so far, has been highly inaccurate. No one has died from hemp. I think that needs to be very clear as we're discussing this. There is more than 10,000 alcohol deaths per year in Texas from excessive alcohol consumption per the CDC numbers. Why are we not focused on alcohol? The amount of money that's being provided by the alcohol lobbyists and industry in this state is highly concerning. Also, synthetic cannabinoids have been illegal for over a decade in Texas. The products that we are discussing today are not synthetic. The products that you're seeing people in downtown Austin strung out on and being essentially harmed and just passed out, we see this all the time in Austin. I live here. These are products that are synthetic. These are products that are illegal that are being used. This is not what we are discussing today. The products being sold in the hemp stores are not synthetic. If they were, people would be in jail. These products have been illegal. Synthetic products, synthetic cannabinoids within Texas have been illegal for over a decade in Texas. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. And welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Dortona, and I'm here representing the Texas Hemp Business Council, and I oppose SB5. As the Director of Communications, I've had the privilege of meeting consumers, farmers, veterans, and small business owners across Texas who rely on hemp-derived products for their livelihoods and well-being. These are law-abiding Texans asking for fairness, not a ban. Like so many across the state, they were deeply disappointed by the Texas House's passage of SB3, a bill that would dismantle the legal hemp industry while ignoring the voices of the very real people it affects the most. Over the next 3 weeks, 150,000 Texans signed a petition opposing the ban. Over 8,000 people took time to handwrite letters to Governor Abbott. Thousands more called, emailed, and engaged their elected officials. 3 different statewide polls all point to the same conclusion. Texans know that prohibition does not work. What the public wants is reasonable regulation, not another blanket ban. That's why we're strongly supporting a responsible regulatory alternative that provides guardrails while preserving freedom and economic opportunity for Texas businesses and consumers. The industry would love to see regulations limiting sales to individuals 21 and older, child-resistant packaging, setbacks from schools, marketing limitations, and more that we've been advocating for since the last session. Additionally, we have begged for the enforcement of bad actors. More than 50,000 jobs, nearly $300 million in annual sales tax revenue, and $2.1 billion in annual wages are at stake. We are grateful that Governor Abbott had the foresight to veto the predecessor to this bill. He understood that banning federally legal hemp products is not only bad policy, it's bad for Texas. But yet here we are again with SB5. At a time when our state is grappling with catastrophic flooding, redistricting, and a slew of other urgent legislative priorities, it is astonishing that some lawmakers have chosen to prioritize a hemp ban. These are misplaced priorities and failed policies. Texans deserve better. Please vote no on SB5.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Pull that microphone down, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you for this hearing. My name is Romana Harding. I'm representing myself. I'm not a paid lobbyist. I'm testifying against SB3. I'm Senator Schwartner's constituent. I just wanted to let him know. My vet center therapist sent me here today as an assignment as a part of my mental health therapy to testify. This was emotional and difficult testimony for me, but it is 100% honest. I'm a disabled Navy veteran. I am a survivor of military sexual trauma. On October 11th of 1976, I was raped and beaten so badly I could not have children by an Iranian student pilot on Whiting Field in Milton, Florida. I woke up in sick bay and told I was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and this never happened. I fell down the barrack stairs. I was told it was national security, and I was given a direct order to which I had to answer, yes, sir, and told I could never even tell my mother why I did not have children, could not. This was a deep moral injury that led me to alcoholism and other hard drugs and strong suicidal ideation. In the mid-'80s, after my 37-year-old brother died of alcohol poisoning from one drink too many, my World War II uncle, who survived D-Day, did an intervention to beg me to switch to cannabis from alcohol. He said, "Your mother cannot have her only other child dying from alcohol." Since then, alcohol has killed 2 of my brothers and both of my biological parents. In their name, I have switched to cannabis to save my life. I didn't tell anyone in my life about the assault until December of 2011 when I had a mental breakdown. I was diagnosed with complex PTSD. I was sent to Texas by the VA for my treatment at the Weiser Center in Houston. I was one of the original Texas veterans with PTSD in the Texas study. I have been and remain in the Teacup program from year 1. My issue with Teacup are prices. This is a jar. This is $75 for 30 gummies. My doctor has prescribed me 1,800 milligrams per month to keep me alive off of opiates and psychotropics. These are gummies that are federally hemp legal. I can get them online. These are $16. If this passes, I'm going to be illegally healed yet again, because I have promised my husband I will not kill myself. My doctor has told me I cannot use the psychotropics anymore because the period that I was on opiates and psychotropics from the VA has poisoned my liver and my kidneys. So that is not even an option for me anymore. So this is $575 a month. This is $90 a month. My other issue is that the teacup does not have good combinations of the cannabinoids. Thank you for your time. One quick thing.
And thank you for...
His company makes a really, really good nighttime gummy that helps me sleep. Teacup does not. Thank you.
And thank you for sharing your testimony. Thank you. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hello, I am Morgan Miller. I am representing myself and I oppose SB5. Imagine waking up almost every single day feeling like an ice pick is stabbing through your skull into the front of your eye. That is my reality. In the month of May alone, I suffered from 23 migraine days out of 31. Now I know what you're thinking. How the heck does this girl survive that? The answer is hemp products. Hemp products not only help when I have a migraine, but they help with the tension and the nausea I get from it. Not to mention, it significantly helps my mental health, which is obviously tends to be on the lower end due to my chronic pain, something that antidepressants and anxiety meds have failed to do. The Texas Compassionate Use Program is not that accessible, as we just heard, even with the new addition from the past session with HB 46. Real accessibility is me being able to drive 10 minutes down the road to my favorite dispensary in the St. Elmo Arts District to get safe, third-party tested, and affordable hemp products. Banning hemp will only push me to the black market, thus making my use not just dangerous, but also with severe criminal consequences. I might be a chronic migraine sufferer, but I am also a successful businesswoman, and I sell houses here in the great city of Austin. I need hemp products in order to survive. Banning hemp would take away my quality of life as well as so many others. Texans don't want this ban, and we have showed you time and time again. Please, please don't take away our freedom, as that is exactly what SB5 is going to do.
And thank you for your testimony. I know you're a member, but get close to the microphone. And welcome back. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Susan Hayes, and I'm here testifying against SB3 on my own behalf and on behalf of Village Farms. And I'll start off by thanking you, Senator Perry, for not criminalizing the seeds I put on my breakfast. That's an improvement over the prior version. This product is what the Farm Bill intended to legalize. This is a CBD, CBG tincture, but SB5 would criminalize it. It is true, Senator, because you're only allowing CBD or CBG. This is a full spectrum product. Full spectrum products are not synthetic. There was some confusion about that earlier. Because it is a natural extract of the plant, it contains smaller amounts of other cannabinoids. This is considered better for you medically, considered better for consumers. It's because it is a natural extract and not an artificial wonking out of what the relative cannabinoid ratios are within it. In addition to CBD and CBG, it has CBDV, CBC, a trace of delta 9, CBT, and then traces of CBN, THCA, CBDA, and THCV. THCV, despite the name, is not a psychotropic or euphoric or intoxicating product. It would be criminalized, a felony to distribute it, misdemeanor to possess it. A lot of talk about teacup here. I am the public representative on a working group advising the teacup program. HB 46 is an improvement, but it does not create a robust program. We will still have one of the weakest medical cannabis programs in the country after HB 46. Why? It still caps the THC dosing, it still limits the conditions. It also does not protect the patients who participate in that program from criminal issues or CPS issues. Chairman Hughes, I'm helping a constituent of yours who just caught 7 years prison sentence for a probation violation because he's in teacup. We don't have protections for the people in it, and we need them. And then finally, this bill is still unenforceable. All this, it is not sophisticated in how it views lab testing. And this idea that law enforcement cannot test potency of THC is unhinged from the reality in other states and what private labs do every day. A full spectrum test of product costs less than $100 in the private market.
Thank you for your testimony. So if there's any questions from any of our witnesses on this panel, thank each of you for being here. You're excused. Thank you. Beg your pardon? Your name is what? Yes, sir. We got you. We're about to call you again. Come on down. Thanks. Have a seat. All right. Now, before we start the testimony, I got Mr. Elmore. Tell me your name, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. My name is Brandon Tiarina.
Got it. And, sir? Got it? Ma'am? Hello again. That's right. So we'll... Good to see y'all. Good to see you. Thank you. Well, chair calls Michael Germany. Is Michael with us? Michael Germany. Dustin Reagan. Oh, wait, man, what we got? All right. I beg your pardon?
I was going to pass my time to Wyatt LaRue.
Everybody gets 2 minutes, and you don't get to stack them, so you don't have to testify, but you get 2 minutes, and Wyatt's got 2 minutes. All right, thanks. Welcome to each of you. And on the next panel, we're going to be looking for Rado Ivanov, Dylan Hoppy, Eddie Velez, Shanna Gutierrez, Heather Fazio. So if y'all just be close by so we can hear from you next. We want to make sure everybody gets to testify. So thanks for your patience. Welcome. Now, since you're on the end, get close to that microphone. Close to the microphone. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hello, my name is Brandon Tiarina. I'm the owner of ATX Organics, and I'm here to speak today in strong opposition of SB5. Here are the facts. According to TxDOT, Texas lost over 1,000 lives to drunk driving last year. And according to the NCDAS, Texas lost 162 lives from alcohol poisoning last year, not including thousands of other alcohol-related deaths. Studies published last year by the CDC, NIDA, and the DEA show that there have been 0 deaths related to THC toxicity. The word poison has been thrown around so carelessly. The definition of a poison is a substance that can harm or kill when too much enters the body. Natural cannabinoids are not poisonous. On 4/20 of 2021, I asked my girlfriend to stay home and enjoy a quiet night with me and some consumable hemp products. Instead, she went out to have some drinks with a friend, and by the end of the night, she got a ride home from one of those friends who happened to be 3 times over the legal limit. They hit a parked semi on I-35 going 70 miles an hour, and she was killed instantly. It's not acceptable for individuals of higher authority to be allowed to spread lies that are told about people like me trying to poison and to kill people's children. Stop painting us out to be villains with misinformation. I've seen the pain of a parent losing their child. That's why we make our hemp products, that's why we make hemp products that are safe, clean, precisely dosed, and backed by clear information. Our users are hardworking people seeking relief from pain, anxiety, sleepless nights, or simply wanting to enjoy time with loved ones. Cannabinoids are not for everyone in Texas, but we value the freedom to choose, whether it's hemp, or a prescription, or a drink. Of course, I wish Haley had stayed home that night, but that was her choice. And as Texans, we take our freedoms to make choices very seriously. And today, you have the choice to make. You can choose to push fear-driven lies or to acknowledge a truth that saves lives. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for your testimony. And even though I got everybody's name when we were getting set up, go ahead and, when it's your turn, introduce yourself so we'll have it clearly and give us your testimony. So welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time. My name is John Elmore. I'm a lifelong Texan. I entered this industry in 2019 when Texas legalized hemp and created a regulated framework. We followed every rule food grade standards, lab testing, licensing, because that's what the state required. Now I'm being accused of targeting children, working with cartels, being a terrorist. That's not false. It's not just false, it's insulting. Bringing in California marijuana operators to discredit federally legal Texas-based businesses is dishonest. I'm a legal operator complying with both state and federal law. Meanwhile, it feels like Texas is more invested in protecting federally illegal marijuana monopolies than its own licensed hemp businesses. Our products aren't a loophole, they're legal. As a Texan, I never expected this level of misdirection from people we were supposed to trust. We deserve better, and so do the people we serve. I'd like to end with the verse of the day from the Holy Bible. Ephesians 6:12, for our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. Please join us in the flesh and blood and consider Texans and veterans when you're making your vote.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm Colton Luther, sixth-generation Texan from Hempstead, Texas. I'm a business owner in both agriculture and consumable hemp products here in the state of Texas. I also have a podcast. I don't believe it's the one that was mentioned earlier, but I pride myself on bringing information and education out there to especially the youth and the young folks out there looking for news in the new way of media like YouTube and social media. I try to be responsible with the messaging that we push. I think there is a lapse of that, but I don't think a ban is going to solve that. And I think that this is revisiting the same language that was already a failed attempt at corralling something that may have issues, but is not deserving of the chopping block. We talked about, folks have talked about the next generation of Texans and the way forward in the Texas that we want. And we all believe in that personal liberty and personal responsibility to make the right choices. There are a lot of things out there currently where we have the freedom to make those choices and suffer with the consequences of it. And the government, our parents, oftentimes don't necessarily have the authority to dictate that. And so I oppose SB5 yet again for this ban language on a full spectrum product, an agriculture product, something subject to nature and a lot of other variables. And I don't think this committee, I don't think this body is bad people, ill-intentioned. I think you're dealing with a lot of the noise that the entire industry is dealing with, as well as consumers. And we're all just trying to navigate that to get to the safest solution. I don't think that the ban language is appropriate or effective, and I definitely oppose SB5 to continue to safeguard Texas farmers, small businesses, and the next generation of conservative voters that are looking for a fresh new leadership. So, thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Salvaya, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
It's good to see y'all. I've been in your inboxes these last few months. My name is Sean Salvaje. I'm a lifelong public servant. I'm much older than I look. I'm getting up to 40, y'all. And I am a lobbyist, but not really for any paid organization. I do it for the people through the Puebla group. So I'm really here representing Texas. I'm an Air Force combat veteran. I did do a tour in Afghanistan. And why am I here? Do I have a stake in this industry? Not really. I've eliminated it because I like being a public servant. I think this conversation has really inspired younger generations to run for office. So I heard earlier that you said Governor Abbott may be supporting a ban, and I don't know what deals were made to have that go through, if it had something to do with gerrymandering or anything else. But what I really want to present are the core issues, because my chief concern, the same concerns that the mothers shared. If you ban it, you will effectively take the products from the retail shelf where you can regulate and enforce and also tax. Nothing has to come out of the General Revenue Fund. It can all be self-funded. We can create a Texas Hemp and Cannabis Commission similar to TABC that can oversee the agriculture side, the nutraceutical side, and the vice market side, which is not going to be the majority demographic of consumers in the future. The majority demographic is nutraceutical. What the teacup expansion does is essentially create an adult use vice market, because they'll call these docs. I did it. I'm in teacup. You call your doc, they give you a prescription, you never see a doctor again. The products are overpriced. It's done this way on purpose. It's called regulatory capture. We all know this. We have a way where we can build sound legislation to transition hemp operators into providing nutraceutical products that are not part of teacup, that are still safely regulated, we can track. Instead of handing $8 billion over to the illicit market operators, they're excited for your ban.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome, and get close to that microphone so we can hear you. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
My name is Dustin Reagan. I'm a co-founder of Wyatt Perp, LLC. Honorable members of the Texas Senate, thank you for letting me speak on an issue at the core of justice, economy, and the common sense. I'm here to oppose destroying or banning Controlled Substances Act compliant THC delivery systems. These cannabis delivery products, like natural Delta-9 THC and natural THC, pioneered by Wyatt LaRue, who created the first such system here in Texas. These fully legal under the 2018 Hemp Farm Bill and Texas House Bill 1325, as long as they contain less than 0.3% natural Delta-9 THC. These aren't threats, these are safe, regulated ways for Texas to access THC benefits without breaking laws. Banning them ignores reality. THC is safer than alcohol, tobacco, with zero overdose deaths, unlike those vices causing liver disease and cancer. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Sir, if there's any questions for any of our witnesses on this panel, we thank each of you for being here. You're excused.
Thank you.
Call Wyatt LaRue, Micah, Germany. Rado Ivanov, Heather Fazio, Dylan Hoppy, Eddie Velez, welcome to each of you, and we'll be calling a few more names shortly, but we're glad each of you are here. And so you've heard me tell other folks, but since you're on the end, get close to that microphone, introduce yourself, and go ahead. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Wyatt LaRue. I am co-founder of Wyatt Perp. I designed a system of THC delivery called the Controlled Substances Act compliant THC delivery system. It is a constitutionally sound delivery system of THC that is backed by both federal and state law. You guys made the rules. I created the solutions. All of the solutions I created are natural, they're non-synthetic. I was the first company in Texas to bring these products to the state of Texas, and I did them all using fractions, natural THC, the waste byproduct of isolate manufacturing processes. What you guys are trying to do to make it CBD and CBG, you're actually quantifying mass quantities of THC in the process because you can't fraction CBD without fractioning the THC. It's impossible. And the legislation you're proposing is not going to pass federal regulations. I'm telling you, as somebody who knows this better than anybody else in this room, that what you're doing is violating federal law. You've crafted state-funded narcotics monopolies in which you are literally taking Schedule I narcotics and giving it to your friends and family members to sell illegal narcotics when you have legal, natural, Controlled Substances Act compliant THC delivery systems created by Texans right here in Texas that nobody is acknowledging exists. It's been here for a long time. I'm license holder number 413. I'm one of the very first manufacturers in this state. I hold a production license, a producer license, a processing license, a manufacturing license. I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on testing. I have a dispensary. I do everything by the book. No one under 21 has gotten a hold of my products through my retail establishments. Everything that's been painted here is wrong, false, and it's just a hijack of my technology to give to state-funded narcotics monopolies. And I don't understand how this is legal or the audacity of you guys to even attempt to do these such horrible things. This is not in the interest of Texans, it's in the interest of special interest groups. It needs to be destroyed now. Or, I mean, I don't have any choice but to challenge this in federal court.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself, go ahead.
My name is Rado Ivanov, and I represent myself and our small family-owned business, Texarkana Organics. We strongly oppose SB5, also known as SB3. Let's be clear. And everything to do with political interest and eliminating competition for the few chosen corporations that are a part of TCUP. The exact same products are deemed holistic and medicine coming from large corporations and poison and unregulated if they're made or sold by small businesses. The truth is that hemp THC is a regulated industry by the DSHS, and you can easily confirm that and see the regulations, including labeling, testing, and licensing with quick online search. As we all know, SB3 was vetoed by Governor Abbott based on what the majority of Texans want, which is a regulated hemp THC market that is inclusive of small businesses like ours and support the freedom of Texans to make adult choices. With the copy and paste SB5 ban, it's obvious that the Senate of Texas or doesn't represent the voice of Texans or purposely ignore it in favor of certain organizations and campaign donors. And honestly, I'm not sure which one is worse. It feels like a slap in the face to sit here today on the second day of the special session again, talking about a THC ban by the false premise of child and adult safety, when hundreds of people lost their lives 2 weeks ago and some are still missing. This clearly shows what the priorities here are, and they're not public safety. A ban is never a solution to a situation. Education is. And Texans should be trusted with THC just like they are trusted with alcohol, tobacco, and guns. Tobacco kills 28,000 Texans each year. Alcohol abuse kills over 10,000 Texans annually. Federally legal hemp THC has 0 confirmed deaths. Thank you for your time.
And thanks for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself, go ahead.
Those are copies of it. My name is Dylan Hoppy. Thank you for your time today. I'm here today as a concerned constituent and the Director of Operations for Czar Wellness, a responsible hemp business with 16 locations throughout Texas. I'm also here to share that Czar Wellness is a veteran-owned and operated company led by Assad Shalami, our CEO and founder, who served honorably as a combat medic in the Army. This personal experience is why our mission, reflected in Czar's Mission 22 initiative, is deeply focused on providing safe and affordable hemp products to veterans and our community battling PTSD, chronic pain, stress, and other daily ailments. We even offer a 22% discount to honor this commitment. I urge you to oppose Senate Bill 5 as it is currently written, as its provisions would severely harm legitimate businesses like ours and limit access to beneficial products for many Texans. As our wellness, we have always championed sensible regulations within the hemp industry. We proactively implemented and adhered to strict standards long before they were mandated, because we believe in consumer safety and in industry integrity. These include child-resistant packaging for all products, comprehensive third-party lab testing to ensure product purity, potency, and safety, strict enforcement of a 21+ age restriction for all sales, adherence to the 0.3% Delta-9 THC on a dry weight basis standard, a firm stance against and outlaw of all fully synthetic cannabinoids, support for affordable and required licensing requirements for hemp retail stores, ensuring a level playing field for responsible operators. We also do dosing guides after every consultation to ensure that our clients don't take too much and know exactly how to use our products as well. I know that was brought up later on or earlier on in the session. Thank you. Thank you for my time.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee.
My name is Eddie Velez, and I'm the president of the Texas Hemp Coalition, and I'm here today to speak against SB5 because it threatens to dismantle a legal industry that provides jobs, generates tax revenue, and serves thousands of responsible Texans. My wife and I operate a family-owned and veteran-owned business in Texas. And more importantly, I'm a husband and a father of 2 amazing kids. We operate a legal business. We maintain our Department of State Health Services consumable hemp license. We maintain our sales permit. We maintain certificate analysis. And we also use legal banking within the state of Texas. And also, we are not a franchise. We're a family-owned. And yes, we did cash out our retirement and took a leap of faith because we believe in hemp's versatility, and not just for wellness, but as a vital agricultural commodity for supporting Texas farmers and small businesses. I fully support banning marketing to children. As a father, I want to ensure that hemp products are not marketed to minors and are sold responsibly. That is why we self-regulate with 21 and over within our shop. SB5 puts an entire industry at risk and penalizes responsible business owners like myself. Texans don't want a ban. We want fair policies. We want to protect consumers. We want to prevent underage access. We want naturally occurring full-spectrum hemp products. We want to prohibit all synthetic and converted cannabinoids from the market, as these products can be 20 times as strong as plant-based THC. And we want to allow responsible businesses to thrive. I urge this committee to vote against SB5. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. You know how to do this, but get close to the mic since you're on the end. Welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Heather Fazio. I represent the Texas Cannabis Policy Center, and I am opposed to Senate Bill 5. With a focus on public health and safety, I think there's a lot of shared values. We definitely don't want to see young people having access to these products, and there are policies within this bill that we support to that end. We also would like to see reduced rates of THC abuse. There certainly are some people that are abusing the substance, and it's not going to be good for them. But the only way that we can overcome that is by having a regulatory infrastructure and system of education so people can make responsible decisions for themselves, especially when it comes to adults. It's been talked about that we can't regulate this substance, which just simply isn't true. It's been said that we've tried and it's failed. Well, through the open records request that we did with Department of State Health Services, we found that they're only spending a fraction of the money that they're bringing in through licensing and registration. That money could be better used pulling product samples off the shelf, holding bad actors accountable, hiring staff that have expertise in this area. There's more that can be done. Prohibiting this product, sending it into the black market is not going to solve the problems that we have. It's not going to keep these products from Texans who enjoy them. It's certainly not going to keep it away from young people. There are no IDs in the illicit market, ID requirements. There are no safety protocols. There is no accountability when it comes to the illicit market. The only way that we have those things is through regulation, and we can do that by filling the gaps in the existing infrastructure that we have. My biggest concern that I'll wrap up with is the criminalization included in this bill. Arresting, prosecuting, and sending people to jail, saddling them with criminal records for the possession of these substances is not going to make us safer. It certainly doesn't make us freer, and we have to find a better way forward so we're not inhibiting people's access to education, employment, housing, and ability to live the American dream. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your testimony. Senator Perry, you have the panel.
Just for record, we are not criminalizing possession on the first occurrence at 30 to 180-day jail, sir, but it's not a criminalization on the first possession. We've learned from the marijuana that decriminalization is not an option, and most communities don't want to do it, but we have learned that you don't put people in jail for first-time possession use. Senate Bill 5 reflects that.
Well, any questions for the witnesses on this panel? Thank you each for being here. You're excused. Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Call Micah, Germany. Shanna Gutierrez. Estela Castro, Kenneth Berner, Thomas Monty. Call Micah, Germany. Shanna Gutierrez, Estela Castro, Kenneth Berner. Thomas Monty. Call Chris Sicca, S-I-C-A, Chris Sicca. Madison Wickham. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for helping her. Honorable Mitch Fuller, I saw Mayor Fuller earlier. There he is. Come on down there. Call Nick Mortillaro. And if I call your name and you make it after we've already started, we'll put you on the next panel. That's no problem at all. All right. We'll go ahead and get started. Mayor, you've done this before. Introduce yourself. Sure. Welcome. Give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, Senator, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hughes, members of the committee. I'm here on behalf of the Texas VFW. Our 65,000 members or 20,000 members are auxiliary to oppose Senate Bill 5. I'm here by myself. We didn't put out a call for covers in the seats. Our membership right now as we speak are engaged with the Grunt-Style Foundation on disaster relief. We have delivered over 100 tons of supplies to the affected areas. At the request of the White House, I'm in daily communication with the White House to provide updates on what we're doing. This is not about getting high. We're not about getting high. No one's sitting around getting high. And that remark is frankly hard to comprehend. This is an alternative modality to opioids and antidepressants. We supported the Teacup expansion program, and we're grateful for that. It is not one of the most robust programs in the United States. It is not as affordable or accessible and effective like hemp-derived consumables. Senator Perry, on the veteran suicide, and I appreciate you addressing that topic because that's a serious topic. With all due respect, I think you cherry-picked the data on THC. I'll grant you, illegal marijuana is definitely a problem and a contributing factor in suicide, but that is not what this is. The number one cause of death of children in Texas is firearms. The second leading cause of death of children in Texas are motor vehicle accidents caused mostly by this. All of you on this committee are self-proclaimed conservatives, and this is a conservative state. We agree with Dana Loesch, who I know you all know, conservative podcaster, talk show host. She referred to Senate Bill 3, and then subsequently now Senate Bill 5, as an anti-state. This is the exact same thing the other side of the ideological spectrum treats firearms. This is about the pharmaceutical lobby. This is about the alcohol lobby. This is about the restaurant lobby. This is about the marijuana lobby. Alcohol sales are down in Texas. And this could be a contributing factor to that. This is the poison right here. Pharmaceuticals and alcohol are the poison.
Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Estella Castro, and I am strongly oppose this bill, not only as a cannabis owner, but as someone who has been, my life has personally changed over having a lung disease. This has personally affected me in so many different ways where I use products of my own instead of using pain medication. I opened up 2 dispensaries here in Austin, and I opened up 2 medical dispensaries where I hold dispensary licenses in Oklahoma that are fully operational. And I also have a production license in Oklahoma. And this is something that's very, very dear to me because I use this medicine over anything. And for us to be looked at as criminals, it's not okay. And I have had my business for 5 years, and the Teacup program is not a robust program. I have tried to get on it. I receive biotherapy just like chemo, twice a year, and I was denied. And people cannot afford gummies that cost, the 10 gummies that cost you $60. Veterans can't afford that. So I please ask you to strongly, I'm against this bill, and if you have any questions on anything because I want to just leave you with this. Other states are going and looking at what you're doing today, and Oklahoma is one of them. And I just want to leave that with that we are better than this, So that is my stance, and I am strongly against this bill.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
My name is Kenneth Berner. Thank you for giving me this few moments. I am actually a fourth-generation Texan. I am a veteran of a foreign war. I'm a veteran of the Texas Army National Guard. I spent a year in Iraq fighting for people like you. What I can't understand, and this is something we haven't even addressed today, you're supposed to be representatives. Who are you representing? Almost 70% of this state has asked that you do not do what you are bound and determined to do. I don't understand that. I never thought my state, Texas, was filled with the swamp DC-like mess that's going on here. You have 70% of your constituents, give or take a few percent, that have plainly said, regulate, do not ban. So let's say we ban, like we think we've banned vapes in Texas, right? It's federally legal products. They're going to jump online and order it. You think you have a problem enforcing now the retail places? How are you going to catch everybody that orders it online? You're going to go door to door and search for it? Because that's where it's going to be, in their house, used like they're using it now, but instead of spending their money in Texas, they're going to spend it elsewhere. And that's a fact, and it's reality. There is a better way. You guys have been called upon to find that better way, and this is not it. In case it's not clear, I am very strongly opposed to SB5. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Get close to that microphone. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you. My name is Thomas Scott Monty. I'm a new Texan. I'm not a fourth-generation Texan. I moved here after I retired from the Illinois State Police in 2021. First off, I would like to address the fact that potentially my testimony might be dishonest. I guess makes that worth nothing. So, secondly, what I would like to address is I heard plenty of dishonesty coming from this committee earlier in reference to laws and bills and such. I will tell you this, having done 17 years as a Tier 1 operator for a Tier 1 SWAT team and a narcotics officer, this bill will push all of that funding that should be going to Texas to flood stopping, hurricane stuff, property tax lowering, everything else is going to push it to the black market. I've seen it. I did it for almost 2 decades, so there's nobody here that convinced me any different, okay? That's the first thing. Second thing, I work for Mr. Berner. His wife is a former Texas State Trooper. She's also a former FBI analyst, along with me being a law enforcement officer working there. Our compliance is above bar, and it's because we are there. We follow every law that is issued not only by the federal government and by the state of Texas. We have a consumable hemp license that somehow we magically got because you guys never wanted it to be consumable, right? But you issue the license and you make us pay for it, and you're more than happy to take the tax money that we generate. Lastly, what I would like to say is that your teacup program is federally illegal, and you're lucky that the feds haven't come and shut it down. Same with all the other legal cannabis states. What we do, that product right there, is federally legal and it's state legal currently under the current laws. So the fact that you guys have a problem with that, but you want to push your felonious teacup program, also anybody that uses that that's in teacup loses their potential ability to have their children can be taken from them in parental court, and they lose their gun rights. I thought Texas was for freedom. That's why I moved from Illinois to here to get to liberty and freedom and not a nanny state where I lived. I've been nice every time I've been here. I'm angry at this point.
Thank you for your
There's no
testimony.
reason for me to have to keep coming back and talking about the same thing.
Thank you
over
for
and
your
over.
testimony. Members, any questions for our witnesses on this panel?
None.
Very good. Thank you. You're excused. Thanks for being here. Call Shanna Gutierrez. Chris Sicca. Madison Wickham. Nick Mortellaro. Joao Mitchell. All right, come on down. Make your way down. We'll get you on the next panel. Kirsten Budwine. Brent Bird. Have a seat either end of the table, whichever one you prefer. If you don't mind that seat. And then we're going to be looking for Brian Dombrowski for the next panel. Brian Dombrowski, Cindy Castilla, Todd Harris, Gary Zimmerman, Sheila Hemphill. So on the next couple of panels, so if you're in the gallery, please make your way down. If I've called your name, we want to hear from you. And welcome to each one. And when you get situated, get close to that microphone, introduce yourself, give us your testimony. Welcome.
I accidentally deleted part of my testimony, so can you come back to me? I accidentally deleted part
Of course we can come back to you. You bet. You bet. Just remind me. Don't let me forget about you, okay? All right. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, Senators. Nicholas Mortellaro again, taxpayer in Houston. I'm not a foreign national. I am a Texan, and I am also a chemical engineer. I started my career in traditional biotech and pharma companies in Boston. I started a cannabis company there, sold it. I know how to make these products. I make them directly. Cultivation, manufacturing, distribution are all my expertise. I'm certainly not a diabolical chemist, and my intent is not to addict anyone, nor do I put profit over people. I got into this industry because I believe deeply that cannabinoid therapeutics can help people, and there is plenty of science and a strong body of evidence to prove that. Our FDA has reviewed that research, and hence the current federal rescheduling of cannabis and cannabis therapeutics from a Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. That process is ongoing, but HHS, Health and Human Services, has reviewed that data to show that there is medical evidence for cannabinoid-based therapeutics. To Senator Perry's very good point, I wish that these natural plant and fungi-based medicines were fully approved by the FDA. There is considerable research heading in that direction, and I do not want to see Texas fall behind in that push. We are posed to be a leader in this space. We've got very, very good research universities, and I think we can benefit from cannabinoid-based therapeutics in this state. As you guys probably recall from the phone calls in May, the vast majority of Texans support access to these compounds, and I'd ask you guys to work with the industry members here to find a regulatory structure that works, that protects children, that protects adult Texans, but allows access to safe products. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name, who you represent, and give us your testimony.
Hey, my name's Chris Sika. I'm representing myself and a company that I co-founded called Chill Country Cannabis. We make low, moderately dosed organic hemp edibles. I'm here today just to remind everyone that the job of the elected officials is to represent the will of the people. We've heard a lot of personal stories today, a lot of anecdotes, some of them extremely sad. Unfortunately, that does not equate to the will of the people at large. So how do we figure out what the will of the people is? We do it with non-biased, nonpartisan polling data. We've heard a lot of studies show, I've heard that a lot today. Well, who conducted those studies? Who funded them? Were they peer-reviewed? Was there a control group? How large was the sample size? Were the results statistically significant? Did they control for confounding variables? I didn't hear any of that today. So here's some polling data that you all are probably already familiar with. The Texas Lyceum poll, which is considered the gold standard in polling data in Texas, did a study in 2024, and it found that 60% of Texans support full legalization of cannabis, which is a 14-point jump since 2015. Another poll was done in March of this year by Baselice and Associates. 68% of voters support keeping THC legal but regulated. Only 20% want it banned, and even 57% of Republicans support legal THC, which is double the number who want it banned, 29%. Remember that we are not here to represent the will of ourselves, the will of the Sheriff's Department, the will of teacup license holders, or the will of the wholesale beer distributors of Texas. We're here to represent the will of the people. The data suggests that voting for a ban would mean that you're not doing your job, and we'll have to let democracy decide whether you get to keep that job in 2026. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. If you please state your name, who you represent, and give us your testimony, please.
My name is Madison Wickham. I represent myself and my company, Chill Country Cannabis, that I co-founded with this guy. I asked for forgiveness for my casual attire. I found out about this hearing at 8 a.m., and I was already out the door for work. Fortunately, I don't have to wear a suit. My name is, I already said that. I'm a native Texan. I'm the co-founder of Chill Country Cannabis. I obviously oppose SB5. My company makes organic, responsibly dosed, and lab-tested THC gummies right here in Austin. Nothing artificial, nothing synthetic, nothing dangerous. It's a plant. I don't know if it's intentional or ignorance, but y'all continue to conflate safe, natural products like mine with illegal synthetic drugs that are being deceptively sold as hemp at gas stations. Every legitimate hemp business owner agrees that we need to get rid of illegal synthetic gas station drugs, which have been a thing even before 2018. To say that Texas doesn't have the resources to add reasonable regulations to a safe, natural, and federally legal product is a flat-out lie. One of many lies told here today in an attempt to justify your hemp ban. I'm excited to download this live stream and share clips on the free and open internet to show people of Texas that you guys are continuing to misrepresent them. So we'll see y'all at the polls in 2026 if this thing passes. Well, either way, you guys have already dug your own graves politically, so we'll see ya.
Thank you for your testimony. If you'd state your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent, and we'd love to hear your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Brent Bird. I own a company called This That CBD. I oppose SB5. I have worked in the legal plant medicine industry for over 10 years in 2 different states under medical, recreational, and hemp rule sets. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak today, so thank you for your time. My business is a small family business that myself and my nephew run, along with 5 other employees. We specialize in all-natural products with 0 synthetics. Our all-natural products cost more and are generally sold by small ma-and-pa, high-quality boutique hemp retailers. These store owners are all searching for the cleanest and most natural products and care greatly about public health. The great state of Texas, the governor, and we the people have spoken. Every single poll being taken on the subject says Texas wants access to clean and safe hemp products. Very few support an all-out ban. All the good players in this industry want sensible regulation, including 21 and up, age checks, child-proof packaging, and packaging that doesn't advertise to minors. On a side note, it's amazing to walk through Texas beer and liquor stores to see all of the colorful alcohol packaging. Do you hear about the spiked Mountain Dew alcohol beverages that were accidentally purchased by a Texas teacher recently and then served to minors at a school function because the packaging was colorful and labeled like a child's soda pop? Isn't it ironic? As I said earlier, the good players in Texas hemp industry are mostly small mom-and-pop family businesses. The large good players in this industry also have the same values and do everything they have been asked by the state's hemp programs to operate compliantly. These small and large players are not taking bribes from other competing industries and writing dangerous policies that could shut down 8 to 10 1,000 retailers, costing over 150,000 jobs, and hand $8 to $10 billion industry over to the highest bidder. How much bribe money and how much backroom deals are going on here? You have Joe Rogan talking on the largest audience possible on the planet about how Texas politicians are taking bribes from big alcohol, the current teacup program license holders, and private prisons and big pharma, and just to ban hemp in Texas. It seems like the bribes are pretty large if the governor vetoed one ban bill, and then here we are again talking about yet another total ban.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony.
Sad.
We'll move back down to this end of the table, and you have to kind of lean in there to get close. You might pull it down just a little bit.
Yes, ma'am. Can you
State
hear
your
me?
name,
Yes.
who you represent, and your position on the bill, please.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Kirsten Budwine. I'm a policy attorney with the Texas Civil Rights Project here in opposition to SB5, specifically because of its harsh and unnecessary criminal penalties related to hemp products. Section 443.252 of this bill creates a new Class C misdemeanor for mere possession of these products. And just to comment on what you said, a Class B misdemeanor is still a criminal penalty, respectfully. It additionally requires that a person previously convicted of possession of these products serve up to 6 months in jail and have their license revoked for up to 6 months for mere possession. As the invited sheriffs testified to earlier, Texas's criminal legal system is overburdened. Our system has resulted in 12 people dying in the Harris County Jail just this year, outpacing the 10 people who died in the previous year. We should not be using taxpayer dollars to further burden our criminal legal system by putting people in pretrial detention by prosecuting individuals for nonviolent, low-level hemp offenses. This is not just bad policy, it's a step backwards in the failed logic of the war on drugs. For decades, we've seen how criminalizing cannabis and its derivatives has devastated communities, disproportionately impacting people of color and burdening our courts and prisons with nonviolent people. SB5 will undoubtedly reignite that cycle. Texans across the political spectrum are calling for smart regulation, not policies that lock people up for petty possession. We urge this committee to reject the punitive provisions within SB5. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? Thank you. You're dismissed. The chair calls Jao Mitchell, Brian Dombrowski, Cindy Castilla, Todd Harris, Jeanette McKenzie, Hallie Tarvin, Stephen Castro Del Bosque, Gary Zimmerman, oh, okay, thank you. Yes, go on and come up. Save the nice middle chair for the boot. Thank you. All right. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate it and your patience and waiting for your chance. And we'll start on this side. If you'll begin by stating your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill. And if you'll kind of lean in on the ends. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Paxton, members of the committee. My name is Joao Mitchell. I'm a third-generation Texan, born and raised in Houston, now living in Austin. I'm the general manager of ATX Organics, a legislative analyst with the Texas Cannabis Policy Center, and a legislative ambassador for the Texas Cannabis Collective. I'm here today to oppose SB5 because I value personal freedom, economic liberty, and limited government, and I feel that this bill violates all three of those values. I'm not here asking for a free-for-all. Reasonable rules around age limits, safety testing, and labeling make sense. But SB5 is not about protecting consumers. It's about controlling them. It restricts what adults can buy, sell, or possess, and even when those products are non-intoxicating or mildly psychoactive and fully federally legal. SB5 is very similar to the bill that Governor Abbott already vetoed just weeks ago. He said plainly, Texas needs regulation, not eradication. Bringing this issue back in a special session is a waste of time, taxpayer money, and political capital. I've heard multiple senators at this table today accuse the businesses that I work for, along with thousands of others, of violating federal law. If this is true, why haven't the DEA or FBI come after us? Are y'all accusing the Trump administration of being soft on crime? Are y'all saying that the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, isn't doing her job of protecting the lives of American citizens? If this is the case, why haven't I seen outcry from y'all towards the federal government to round us up and put us all in jail? If we care about freedom, markets, and respecting the choice of adults in a free society, then SB5 cannot stand. I urge you to reject this bill and support a more reasonable, liberty-respecting approach. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thanks for being here. Please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Yeah, my name is Todd Harris, and I represent myself and my business, The Happy Cactus. First off, I heard earlier that all of our businesses only use cash and that we have to stockpile it and that causes more robberies. Our bank requires us every year to submit all of our COAs and testing. We just went through a 30-day process with our bank to make sure that we can still bank with them, so that's not true. I'm also very curious why we are back here debating a ban bill when Abbott said the special session should revolve around regulations, not bills. Very interesting, very cute. Senator Perry pointed out that a court ruling in Arkansas just as justification for what Texas wants to do with hemp. Texas does not take its cues from Arkansas. Texans have spoken for themselves, loudly, clearly, you've heard the facts, and consistently, from veterans to farmers, small business owners to everyday consumers. The message is the same. We don't want to ban, we want safe access, fair regulation, freedom of choice, not government overreach, which frankly, this bill feels like less like Texas values and more like big government in disguise. Some of the arguments being used in favor of the bill are deeply misleading. A few people are claiming that these hemp-derived products are mostly sold to kids, or that their effects on adults are so harmful that no one should want them. This is false, and I will explain why. I own 2 licensed hemp shops in Austin. We serve over 15,000 adults, customers every single year. They come back 2 to 3 times a month. Not one of them is under 21, and we know this because we card every customer, just like we carded Lieutenant Dan Patrick in our shop. Our regulars include teachers, EMS workers, veterans, seniors, contractors, and even doctors. Pretty wild. If these products were truly dangerous, why would respected professionals rely on them month after month? The truth is, these products are helping people, and I worry that some here are intentionally distorting the truth to push a ban driven by special interest, not public interest. We know Dan Patrick took money from alcohol companies to push this ban. It's actually clearly well documented online. Not really illegal, I guess, but pretty interesting. So Senator Perry, I truly hope that you haven't taken money from alcohol companies as well, as earlier you said that alcohol is a big problem for Texas. Respect the governor's directive, respect the people you were elected to represent, please.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. Glad you made it down safely.
Yes.
State your name.
Sorry about the delay.
No
I just
worries.
underwent a tib, fib, and ankle repair, so I broke
We're
off.
glad you're here. State your name.
Hi.
Who
my
you
name is
represent, and
Yes.
then give us your testimony.
Awesome, thank you. My name is Shanna Jean, and I oppose SB5. I'm a small business owner in Wimberley, Texas, where I operate a local and fully compliant cannabis shop. I work in the store daily, speaking with customers and hearing directly how these products are improving lives. This bill poses a serious threat, not just to my business, but to the thousands of Texans who rely on safe, legal, plant-based relief for pain, sleep, anxiety, and chronic conditions. Every day, I speak with veterans battling PTSD, women navigating menopause, and individuals suffering from chronic pain, inflammation, insomnia, and mental health conditions. The people we serve are looking for relief. SB5 would drastically limit access, allowing only CBD and CBG, while banning essential cannabinoids like CBN, which is non-intoxicating and known to aid with sleep and neuroprotection, especially in older adults. THC, effective in managing pain and inflammation, often used by those with arthritis, PTSD, or autoimmune conditions. Sorry, I'm trying to catch my breath because I just had to walk from the garage here, and I was in a wheelchair, so, okay. Thank you. SB5 is performative legislation. It attempts to push an agenda that Governor Abbott already rejected. Governor Abbott's call for this special session was clear. It focused on regulation, not prohibition. That includes setting a minimum age of 21 and older, requiring lab testing, implementing packaging and labeling standards. Nowhere did he authorize a complete THC ban. That means SB5 is legally vulnerable. If lawmakers attempt to move it forward, it risks being ruled out of order or vetoed outright. Why waste legislative time pushing something that oversteps the bounds of the veto? Texas needs smart, enforceable regulation, not political theater. There's a litany of reasons why we should be pushing for regulation and not bans. Regulation allows for lab testing, dosage control, and consumer safety. It ensures products are child-resistant, accurately labeled, and age-restricted. It gives the state the power to hold producers and sellers accountable. Bans don't eliminate use, they eliminate oversight. They drive Texans to the black market where there's no safety, no transparency, and no protection. Texas values freedom, accountability, and economic opportunity. SB5 threatens all three. Instead of punishing responsible businesses and the people who rely on us, I urge you to work with us. Let's build a cannabis policy that reflects the will of the people and the intent of the governor, science-based, compassionate, and protective of both health and liberty. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your testimony. We gave you a little extra leeway there so you could catch your breath.
Yes,
Thank you. Go ahead, state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Thank you, Senators. I'm Cindy Castilla, representing Texas Eagle Forum and our many thousands of members across the state. We support SB5 as a complete ban as we want families and our state to thrive. I'm going to risk running out of time to just add that their customers, some of them will end up with psychotic breaks, and they will be on pharmaceuticals that make a lot of money on their products, on pharmaceutical products, to help them just get through a day and not be dangerous to their family or themselves. So it's just not keeping people off pharmaceuticals to use these products. It's putting them on pharmaceuticals eventually if they have a brain break. SB5, as filed, will dramatically slow the harm THC is already bringing to our state. There is undeniable proof that THC is absolutely linked to psychotic breaks, full psychosis, and even schizophrenia. As users increase, we deal with more violent murders and even mass shootings, which are often linked to a person struggling with acute psychosis that began with THC usage. Of course, that part of the story is usually removed or diminished in short order. A big problem with THC induced psychosis is that users and even former users don't know they have the problem until it occurs. Other states have made the bad decision to legalize THC, and we have the blessing of learning from their mistake. Just 2 years into legalization, Colorado was the state with the highest rate of usage for the 4 biggest intoxicants: marijuana, cocaine, alcohol, and opioids. After just 4 years, 37% of teen suicides were related to past or present use of THC. 7 years after legalization, traffic deaths caused by a driver who tested positive for THC increased by 135% in the state. There are additional bad statistics, but it's not about statistics, it's also about humans. While other states have hurt their population by caving to drug users, drug dealers, unscrupulous store owners, and manufacturers, this bill will save your fellow Texans from the danger other states are enduring. A regulatory bill would shout to young people who are at the greatest risk that this drug is harmless. Please don't do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. All right, your turn. Go on and give us your name, who you represent, and your testimony.
My name is Gary Zimmerman. I represent myself and my family who are in multiple districts. Today, I am not going to speak about what should or shouldn't be banned. Instead, I would like to mention to Senator Perry to make a couple of changes in Section 15 on labeling under A1E, where it says the name of the product's manufacturer should be on the label. I would like to add to that, we want to know where the product is actually made. I don't want to know just the name of the company that's making the product, but I want to know, is it made in California? Is it made in Texas? Is it made in New York? So I'd like to see him change that to add where the product is manufactured, please, if you could, Senator Perry. In addition to that, let's do what Trump asked, America first. I don't want any of this product that we do keep legal to be made anywhere other than the United States of America. I don't want product coming from China. I don't want it coming from the Middle East. I don't want it coming from anywhere outside the United States. It should be made only here in the United States. Whatever is legal, United States only. Because that way it supports American businesses, not those from China, not those from other countries. I want American jobs, American product, That's what it should be, and that's what needs to be in your bill, Senator Perry. You need to make it America first, only United States product, and it needs to tell us where it's made. If you could please make those changes to the bill, I would be appreciative. So would my family. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Senator Perry, you're recognized.
Thank you. I think it should be Texas made for the legal CBD pure extracts.
I'm good with that.
So I do have a question, and let me couch it why I'm asking it. It's not for a gotcha. It's not to make a point. I'm sincerely asking effectively 3 people that are standing here in front of me that say they have a client base that benefits from their product. So let's start with the first question. They're all natural. True?
The products that we sell at our store personally are fully organic and all natural.
Not at the beginning, but all the way through the process. They're all organic. There's no synthetic.
Yes.
There's no chemical alterations or synthesization of the product.
No, all the products that we sell, we grow our own flower, we process our own product,
Okay.
everything is done in-house.
So second thing, is that true for all 3 of you?
Yes.
Before I ask the second thing, I'll go back to the third thing in my mind, kind of goes to his mind. Is all your product in Texas, or do you get it from other states?
All of our products are made by us and made in Texas.
We get them from the United States, from
So
Oregon.
you are getting product from other states.
Some.
These are consumables that already contain some element of a THC in them.
Correct, yeah, the legal limits for here in Texas. Yeah, everything we carry is under the legal limits here in Texas.
So your testimony is 0.3% or less, period.
Yeah, for Delta 9, Delta 8 doesn't have to be under that limit, or THC,
Well,
just Delta 9.
you just made my point, and you've made the point of the entire session with that last comment. But here's the second question I stepped over.
What was your point that I made?
I will make it for you in a minute, or make you, hopefully, I won't change your mind, but I'm going to give you the complexities. And what you just said is this industry in a nutshell when you added that last piece. But let's back up real quickly. So do all of y'all sell flour?
Yes.
Yes.
Y'all all have flour in your shops.
Yep.
And you are legal at the 0.3 or less Delta 9 component, correct?
Correct.
Correct. That is not the total THC content. Is that a correct statement? If you do total THC, you multiply it times 0.877 on the TCHA that's going to show up on the same certification. You have a test, and up top it says Delta 9, 0.3% or less, which is in the tolerance of Delta 9. You're legally compliant with Delta 9. Now, to be truthful, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what the science tells me. In order to get a true reflection of the content of the THC that's in that plant on that substance that they are going to smoke in that case, because when you heat it up is when it activates, you have to look at the TCHA component, which y'all will argue because it wasn't Delta 9 and not specifically addressed at the federal level or any level in the health bill, that it makes it legal. But when you do total THC for that flower, that joint, to be truthful, and it's what I've hit on all day long, it's not the volume or the grams, it's the concentration and it's the total. THC total cannot be under 0.3% if you consider the THCA component.
Yeah, sorry, I think that's what you're trying to pass, but currently it doesn't, it only refers to Delta 9, so the total THC percentage isn't under the law here in Texas for consumable
This bill basically outlaws anything that has 0% or more THC.
Yeah,
so it does.
It'll bring it even below, even further below.
So it does address what I just described on the flower component. So all 3 of you today, if you're honest, I'm not suggesting to you to say I'm right, but an honest assessment to get to the actual hot component of the product you're selling requires a total THC count.
So all the flour that we have in the store, we have COA. And this is a full panel.
I've seen 'em.
Party tested, and it's going to break down all the cannabinoids from
I've
the
seen 'em.
flour, and it keeps it under 0.03. So
No,
it's
it
within
keeps
the limit.
Delta 9 under 0.03. It doesn't keep TCHA under 0.3. Actually, you have to add that to the wax to get to the total multiplied times 0.877. And actually, just FYI, conversations with those that wanted a regulatory ban would outlaw flower today based on the fact that the total THC content is what's not being discussed in an honest way because they're hanging their hat on the Delta 9 component. Fast forward, the last little bit that you added, we don't monitor Delta 8.
Oh, it's monitored, it just doesn't have to be under the 0.3%. It's definitely monitored.
Well, what you just said, and I so appreciate, and again, it's not a gotcha. I'm trying to make the point that I've tried to make all day in last session. Delta 9 at 0.3% is everybody's anchor. If we're there, then everything else doesn't matter. When you synthesize that and it becomes an 8, a 10, or whatever other derivative, it produces a hotter THC element. It concentrates or changes the molecular structure where it's more potent. You do get some effect to it. And so the industry has built an industry around pointing to a legal 0.3%, managed through science to make sure that piece is always there, and then anything after that doesn't count. And that's the problem. So even when you tell me you have people that benefit from your product and it's fully legal, that's a misstatement. That's disingenuous because it is legal on a 0.3 or less Delta 9 component, but everything you add to it else that is probably why those people feel different, I'm not gonna argue they're feeling better, but feel different is not legal if you were truly answering the question, what is the THC content? You can agree to disagree. That in itself is why regulation doesn't work. It's the sneaky science, and I'll promise you, I'm not misspeaking, I won't speak who, but I've been told by people pushing regulatory bans, THC flower would be gone tomorrow because the actual COA you speak to clearly points out this is hot, and hot by a long shot, 20, 30, 40%. So that's why you see people like me in this position going, this isn't right. And it's not right whether intentional or not, whether well-meaning believing people thought it was legal or not. I think that y'all are smart enough to know it's not that component that you stayed under legally because you could get there scientifically and add everything on top of that to make it more altering, mood altering, is not counted. That is just not legitimately or just, it's not true. And that's why your industry's under the spotlight today. They don't build their castles around truth. They, in the TH flower,
so we're liars?
They ignore the other half of the formula to get to the total THC count.
So THCA is a different compound than THC.
It's a precursor.
Is flower. THCA refers to flower. THC, hemp-derived THC, can be found in drinks, edibles, things of that nature, still keeping it.
Let me ask it this way. Let me flip it this way.
Yeah.
If you don't have a THCA in that plant, what does it do? Is it CBD, CBG at that point?
So there's a few different flower options. Like there's CBD flower, there's THCA flower, there's even Delta 8 flower. There's different flower.
Yep.
These are different compounds.
And it's the industry's manipulation of the science that, well, that compound wasn't listed in statute, so therefore it's legal.
Well, it's not manipulation if it was not written into law, correct?
Well, that's false.
Well,
everybody knew what the intent.
I think you're talking about potency, not actually percentage. So you're saying that we are legally under the 0.3% Delta 9, but if you add Delta 8, Delta 10, it raises the percentage of THC. That is not correct. It raises the percentage of potency, which if we do regulate, we can regulate the potency. And then
you can't regulate the potency without having these sophisticated testing and things. But you make my point that I've made all day long. It's not milligrams. It's not dry weight. It's not wet weight. It's not partial weight. It's not weight of the THC in it. It's what is the potency. It's the concentrate that I speak to. It's the distillate in the beverage. Do any of y'all sell beverages?
We do, yes.
And they also all come in under and there's just Delta 9 in the beverages we sell, and it all comes under, unless you want to, I can show you the testing, we can take you to the labs.
I've seen the test, and they make my point for me, and actually, those are federally illegal.
How so?
Because it states clearly, this is not in total THC content, this is in violation. I'm not going to get into the argument of the science with you today.
I'm not trying to argue, just trying to clarify.
You've made my point for me. The
I don't think I have, but yeah.
Yes, you did. You made
Well, what was that then?
complexities. That Delta 9 is what we hang our hat on, that if it's only 0.33%, but it doesn't matter how hot it gets from everything else in the plant, then we're legal. Because somebody at the time didn't recognize where y'all were going. It was known that it could happen, and it has happened, and because it's happened is why we're having these conversations today. I said clearly, go back and review the tape in Agricultural Committee, chairman of, when I laid out 1325 on this Senate floor, not once but several times, when I laid out 1325. When I went down this road, because I'm from an agricultural district, I said, if the industry takes this and gets cute with it, we would pull this from Texas. And exactly, unfortunately, what was somewhat predictable is where we're at. But I'm not even going to say that, not the manipulation. That indicates, again, that's a negative connotation. The science y'all have been able to deploy that is directly out of line with the intent of what the original agricultural farm bill is why we're here. And your ability to dance around the idea that as long as 0.93% or less is there, then anything else that happens to that plant that gets it to a different feeling product is legal, is just violates the intent, and it's why we're having the problems we're having. And if you were just doing Delta 9, only Delta 9.3%, which is kind of, sort of, not 100%, CBD, CBG, which is non-psychotropic.
And CBN's not psychoactive either.
I understand.
But
And
that would
CBN
be
has
banned if this bill were
But
to pass.
CBD and CBG are specifically legal in this bill. We specifically identify it with 3 other products through the hemp.
I do have a question. Do you know how CBD and CBG are extracted to not have THC in them? It's synthetic. You have to pull the CBD away from the THC.
I'm told that cannabinoid, and again, the science can...
If you don't understand it, that's okay. But I do want to say with the medical program, the gummies they have are the same gummies we have. It's Delta 9. So
No, but y'all make that... that's an improper comparison. The big difference is I have medical professionals prescribing medical treatments that are hooking up to other holistic therapy type sessions for your mental health or chronic pain. So the distinction that y'all are like medical providers is absolutely false, and actually you're practicing medicine without a law, and TMA and I just had a big debate over the floor last session about people administering. So if you're advocating this as medical benefit, I just tell you, TMA told me that they want to go after things like that. So
we don't say that we're a medical company, but we do have doctors that do send patients to us.
it's not well, that doesn't make it a medical directive, because most of our drugs come from FDA. FDA.
Yeah, because science.
So all I'm just saying is, I appreciate your honesty, because honestly, it's refreshing, because if I had asked those questions to several of the people that filtered through the industry panel here multiple times, multiple conversations, they would have danced around it.
I mean, there's no reason not to lie when we're doing exactly what we were told we need to do on the guidelines in Texas. And that's, I think, why we're frustrated, is because, like me and my brother, born and raised here in Austin, my parents voted for a lot of people here right now, and they're very upset as well because they use these products.
I'm glad you raised the issue, because dishes, when this first came out, went to formulate Delta 8 provisions, which basically would have outlawed it. It would have put it on our controlled substance list or something similar. It would have outlawed Delta 8. Y'all's industry sued Dishes. I believe they're still under that court case, not because of the merits of putting it on a controlled substance or under a different provision outlawing it, but because they didn't have a public hearing for those rules. So when you say we did this, actually, when we figured out Delta 8 and stuff was going on board, we tried to do it, but your industry, through smart attorneys, give them credit, tied us up and have tied us up. So it's not like we turned a blind eye to what y'all were doing. The times we tried it, we were tied up in lawsuits. Fast forward 6 years, we're still having the same conversations. Had Delta 8 and all of the derivatives that we were identifying as fast as we could, and we would have gotten smarter about how we implemented those by statute and not by rule, y'all wouldn't have those products on your shelf today. So it's a loophole that was exploited.
We did actually. Dishes has inspected our shop 4 times, and we talked to Warren Chambers. He's a great guy. He came in. He didn't know much about the industry at all. He only knew Delta 9 under 0.3% is all I need to look for. And he told me at that time, there were only 8 Dishes inspectors in the whole state, and we've been hit up 4 times, and we passed with flying colors every time. So that means we are actually going underneath the laws that here in Texas. They test our flour, they tested our gummies, they tested for metals, pesticides.
Not everybody is.
And I hope that's
Not everyone,
the case.
maybe there are some. I mean, I talked to Dan Patrick on the phone for 12 minutes when he came into our shop, and he even said, "You guys are doing it right. I like shops like yours." He said that to me, and then the next day he said, "You're all criminals. You're all evil. We need to shut you down."
So to that point, again, it's not really for further a lot of discussion, but to be truthful, under Dish's existing network, you are flying under the radar with these. You're flying under the radar. It's not because they're legal. It's because we haven't been successful in pointing to the fact that they are illegal because we're tied up in a lawsuit. So that's not a correct statement. So a Dish's employee that says, today you're legal, I know for a fact that if you're getting your product over interstate lines, you're not legal federally. That's clear.
I don't believe that's true. I would like to see where
I'll show you that federal statute.
I think actually in the Farm Bill, it made it to where you can't prosecute for cross-transit between the state.
The plant. We have an Interstate Commerce Act that allows plant movement as long as there's proper manifesto in Texas. So from Louisiana to Mexico across state lines, if it's the hemp plant, it's the agriculture code. FDA specifically prohibits interstate commerce of consumable or products manufactured. If you put a THC in a product and export it to another state, you are in federal violation of the interstate commerce. If you have a hemp plant that is compliant with the Hemp Ag Bill, which is 0.3% or less, typically meant for fiber, you are legal on interstate commerce. 2 big distinctions there. And in the Ag Bill, I remind people, we were given carte blanche over how we regulate products.
So I guess also then why haven't those issues been regulated?
With great respect to the panel.
Been regulated?
With great respect to
Why haven't those panels been regulated?
With great respect to the panel.
You answered my questions, Madam
Senator,
Chair.
thank you.
You answered my questions. You answered them honestly. I appreciate it, but you highlight exactly through those conversations, well, Delta 8's not on the radar because it's legal. Well, it's not legal. It's just you've exploited a loophole.
Yeah, I think I actually poked holes in what you said, but I do appreciate the conversation.
Thank you. Appreciate you all being here. And we still have several folks that are here waiting to testify. Thank you for coming. You're dismissed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just please listen to the people.
The chair calls Brian Dombrowski, Jeanette McKenzie, Hallie Tarvin, Stefan Castro Del Bosque, and Elizabeth Johnson. Sheila Hemphill. All right, I think what we'll do is we'll start on this side and go this direction since this chair is empty, if that's all right. You thought you were in the last chair, but you're in the first chair now. Ma'am, on the end, looking at your phone. Thank you.
You state the name you're speaking to. I'm Elizabeth Johnson, and I'm here representing myself.
Thank you. I'm sorry that I don't know your names, but
no, that's okay.
You'll begin.
Don't be sorry.
If you'll go on and begin and state your name,
yes, ma'am.
Who you represent, and your position.
My name is Elizabeth Johnson, for the record, and I represent myself and my mother, who is now in heaven. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. First and foremost, I'd also like to express my serious concern regarding Senate Bill 5. I wrote a lot about this, but then I hear other things. Like, I noticed that some members of the Senate ask questions, and then while the person is trying to answer, they're interrupting, and I know it's a very high-stressed situation. This is a big deal. I am a single mother of a 7-year-old, and heaven forbid he went to the black market with anything laced with fentanyl when he is at age. if he wants to explore certain products. Let's not publish the regulated and responsible in effect. You guys want to get rid of the synthetics? Please do. We're done with the bad actors. We're sick of them. There's a lot of them. They think they're like the ones that I go to that have third-party testing. My mother was diagnosed with cancer February 14th. Heaven forbid, I went out to the black market. It was laced with fentanyl, and fentanyl killed my mom before cancer did. Then what would I be doing? I would be criminalized and maybe even going under a manslaughter case. Can you imagine? And this is just from me, not to mention how many people did we have testify, or how many could we have testify as far as combat war vets, such as my great-grandfather. You know, this is actually a really, really big concern. I support enforcement. I support removing synthetic, unrelated cannabinoids that are harming our communities. Most of the psychosis are coming from the synthetics. Get rid of them. Regulate us. Do it. Do it fast. Do it quick so we can stay in business, so that way we are not penalizing, you know, cancer patients, single moms and dads, not to mention teachers and people that probably work in this Capitol that might be sitting at this table today, but we'll never know, right?
Thank you.
So it's just
Thank you
so much for allowing me to speak. I really appreciate it. You look beautiful in your white, by the way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You look great in your black and white.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and state your name, your position on the bill, and who you represent.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Jeanette McKenzie. I'm here representing myself and the Texas Cannabis Collective, and I am against Senate Bill 5. I grew up going to the beautiful Camp Waldemar, a summer camp just down the river from Camp Mystic in Kerrville, Texas. I remember shaking Greg Abbott's hand on Father's Day as a child at this camp, as his daughter was a fellow camper, so I know he feels these losses personally. I have to say I'm beyond disappointed that the first thing I'm here testifying on this special session is on hemp and not desperately needed flood relief. And I hope he recognizes this for the slap in the face that it is to those of us still reeling from the devastation of the Hill Country. SB5 being nearly a direct rewrite of SB3's ban also feels like a slap in the face to the governor's veto and proclamation asking for regulation. For the record, I don't work in the cannabis industry. I work in fine dining in Dallas and am a graduate school pursuing a master's in nonprofit development. I volunteer my time in this community because cannabis has positively impacted my mental health, because criminalization has harmed my community directly, and because I believe in individual freedom and harm reduction. I understand that the science of the cannabis plant is complex and that properly regulating it is a hard task, but a ban is a lazy and irresponsible response. Banning cannabis will not make it disappear, but it will make human beings disappear through incarceration, community isolation, or death from lack of affordable access. The research and resources to regulate hemp exist, and we've provided and continue to provide you with updated resources to do this. I'd like to tell the story of a mom I met while volunteering to help decriminalize cannabis in Dallas. Her successful adult son had used cannabis to help with his anxiety for years until he got hit with a minor possession charge and was then put on probation where he was drug tested regularly. As a result, he turned to artificial cannabinoids to self-medicate, aka spice or K2, that attach to your cannabinoid receptors but do not show up on drug tests because they are not cannabis. This artificial product caused him to have a seizure and he passed away. This was years ago, and K2 and spice are now illegal, but this mom's pain was still fresh, and this mom signed my petition to decriminalize weed in Dallas because she recognized that what truly killed her son was not the cannabis he'd used without issue for years, but the criminalization of a substance that helped him and the resulting desperation that caused him to turn to a more dangerous product.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate that. Would you go ahead and state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
Hello, my name is Hallie Tarvin, and I oppose SB5. I am a native Texan, born and raised. I attended UNT for undergrad, and I am currently a PhD candidate with SMU. I have a master's in medical cannabis science from the University of Maryland School of Pharmacy, and I am the director of research for Texas Cannabis Collective. SB5 has improved upon SB3, but it is still not quite there. I have 4 issues with SB5. 1, limiting a product's cannabinoid content to just CBD and CBG is resource intensive and requires its own chemistry which can incorporate toxins into the final product. Also, chemistry is unrealistic for an operator. It's not very feasible. All cannabinoids are hemp-derived cannabinoids. The biggest problem in the hemp space is the synthesis of cannabinoids, which naturally occur in the plant in trace amounts. The issue is not the trace cannabinoids like delta-8 or THCP themselves, but rather the sheer amount of these normally trace cannabinoids in some of these products. If anything, ban unnatural compositions and synthesizations of cannabinoids, not the cannabinoids themselves. Therefore, onto my second point, all of this talk of extraction and synthesized cannabinoids neglects the entourage effect, a phenomenon which provides therapeutic benefits when the natural full spectrum of cannabinoids, including the aforementioned trace cannabinoids, are present in a product. These products need to be allowed to have cannabis's natural proportion of cannabinoids to be as therapeutically effective as possible. Third, smoking is not the same as vaporizing, and Texans deserve to be able to choose to use inhalable products with combustion technology made of ceramic or glass. These are materials which we know are significantly less harmful to use. And finally, a state-level regulatory authority on hemp and cannabis cultivation, distribution, business standards, education, medical care, research, and the enforcement of such regulations is absolutely necessary. This sort of organization parallels those in other U.S. states. SB5 in its current state will still cause hundreds of thousands of Texans to lose their jobs. It will still be a huge burden to operators, and it does not result in feasible hemp-derived products. SB5 does not do what needs to be done to protect Texans. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your really well-timed testimony. Appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Would you state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill?
My name is Stefan Castro del Bosque. I represent myself and my wife, and I stand strongly opposed to this bill. In Texas, there's overwhelming support for medical legalization and adult recreational cannabis. This legislation that you're pushing now on the backs of dead Texans is going to further take advantage of yet another industry in Texas. Let's be clear. This bill is an attempt to extort Texas businesses owners through measures that wouldn't even exist if it weren't for a failed, racist-driven prohibition. So instead of having to admit that you've lost the war on cannabis over the past 50 years, instead of expunging past convictions and refunding legal fees paid to the state, Texas Republicans are now saying, well, it's okay if you got the money. It's okay to play as long as we get our cut and you do it our way. Section 5 of this bill says that all hemp farms of any size have to pay a blanket $10,000 for initial and $10,000 for renewing licensing fees, and $20K for annual fees. That sounds a lot like veiled legalization through extortion to me. These fees are the norm in both blue and red cannabis legal states, except those state fees are actually reasonable. Section 9 of this bill says anybody caught with possessing any cannabis other than lab-processed hemp product is a felony. So what you're doing is still perpetuating these deeply racist policies aimed at minorities while simultaneously saying that you're protecting children. The fascistic gymnastics of Texas Republicans knows no bounds. Concern for children, laughable. If you cared about children, you wouldn't vote against public school funding. You wouldn't vote against free food for school kids. You wouldn't vote against gun laws to protect kids from getting shot. Babies in the womb, I heard nothing but cherry-picked research today. Look up a St. Thomas Parish, Jamaica research that's been done from in 83 to 85, and it specifically tackles that. You can look it up because it's peer-reviewed. Dementia, alcohol and sugar are the biggest proponents of that. $350K in alcohol lobbies to Patrick, $250K in alcohol lobbies to Abbott. Texans are asking you to stop subverting the will of the people and legalize cannabis already. You already have the system in place despite the claims that you don't have the resources. The passing of this bill is not going to stop the loss of red seats coming in 2026. But if this bill does pass, you will find out there's no more red versus blue in our state. Only Texans unifying against the hypocritical state government that will always prioritize profits over the good of its citizens. It's dangerous and it's cowardly. Good luck out there. I hear there's a lot of farms hiring.
Thank you for your testimony. Oh, you're going to get to a closer microphone. That's probably a good idea for you. Go ahead and state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Have y'all gotten your handouts?
They're passing them out. Go ahead.
Oh, no, to them. Sorry, I don't have them for everyone in the room. My name is Sheila Hemphill with Texas Right to Know, and I am opposing SB3, which is somewhat unusual for me to be opposed to bills that are authored by this committee members. The reason I'm against it is because I understand, Senator Perry, we've been on a long trail on this issue since starting in 2015. And you said then, if it got abused, you would take care of it, and that's what you're doing. And I understand why you're needing it, and I agree with many aspects of its needing regulation. But the way it is written, the aspect that I, with my organic, extracted, naturally extracted CBD oil, which many people have seen me in this capacity, that I PTSD at when I hear the pain of people. And much of the people of this product is because they're in pain. And frankly, this body has done a pathetic job on mental health and understanding the function of the body in of itself. We still have representatives that have never heard of the endocannabinoid system. It's when every mammal God created it, it has a purpose because this plant mimics many of the molecular attributes of it. But it's two parts. It's a transmitter and a receiver. It's the two parts that are necessary that make it work for these attributes of people pleading for it. It can also be the same attributes that can be too much for other people, depending on how their brain is functioning. I have personally dealt with brain issues for 30 years. I have researched it, and I have been blessed with some of the best contacts in the world, including the Scottish neuroresearcher out of Japan who mapped the brain. And I hope somebody will ask me about dementia. When you remove the THC molecule, it is the fire. It is the CB1 receptors that are in your brain and down your spinal canal. Why is it going up? Thank you. Wait. I'm like, okay, thank you. CB1 and CB2 is down your spinal canal. The THC molecule has an affinity to help with those transmissions. When you have a break in energy, you have pain. Whether that pain is caused from a physical attribute, whether it is emotional, which every instance of my hospitalizations have been emotional, based upon the pain of other people. And it is painful. People that talk about transgender, they're in pain. They're not even comfortable in their own skin. So we have to address pain. And you're taking away something that has been beneficial for so many, especially the 67,000 VFW soldiers. Why? Because you're not understanding how the plant actually works. And yes, it needs to be regulated. And no, it should not be marketing to children. And yes, it should have limitations on concentrations.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for this panel? Thank you all for being here. You're dismissed. The chair calls Serena Nolan, Sergio Vargas, Antonio Navarro, Casey Jones, Nathaniel Zerwinski, and we have just a few more. I'm going to go in and call all of the names I have registered, and we'll take the first 5, and we'll just kind of take it from there. Karen Reeves, Nicholas Wan, and Timothy Mabry. I'm going to go back through. You may already be here, so if I repeat your name, don't worry about that. But Serena Nolan, Sergio Vargas, Antonio Navarro, Casey Jones, Nathaniel Zerwinski, Karen Reeves, Nicholas Wan, and Timothy Mabry. Great. Well, thank you all for being here. Appreciate it very much. We'll start on this end, if that's all right with you. I'm going to begin by stating your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill, and we're staying within a 2-minute time limit. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Karen Reeves, and I'm here to testify against SB5. I'm here to testify for myself in the Syntax Community Outreach. I'm here to be a loud voice for those people that cannot make it to the Capitol today, people like myself that have hidden illnesses such as chronic pain, anxiety, depression, and PTSD. We are already currently using hemp products with THC. I know I'm not the only one. I'm here today. I wrote a testimony, but I want to share a personal experience that just happened recently. I was recently hospitalized after I suffered a stroke. Before I went to the hospital, I started having symptoms of a stroke. I was having facial paralysis. The vision was going off in my left eye. Luckily, I made it to the bathroom. I was home alone by myself, and I looked up and I saw that I had a small bottle of CBD THC tincture. I was able to use a few droppers full of that, and when I was looking at myself in the mirror, I could see the paralysis in my face, and I closed my eyes and I prayed, and I waited a few minutes, and I opened my eyes again and looked at myself, and the paralysis was disappearing. The strength was returning to my body. You know, was it divine intervention, or was it the CBD oil I took? I'm not really sure. But I went to the hospital. I was immediately admitted, and I had an MRI. It did show that I had a stroke, but it was miraculously all the blood flow was restored. It's, you know, incredible to think that that moment that I looked up and saw the CBD that I had and I took it, it helped save my life. I have been a cannabis consumer for about 50 years, but you know, a lot of Texans like myself, we use THC products every day, and we need that to help have a better quality of life. And we use it without complications. Most of the people I know do not know that I consume cannabis. We are good people. We're not liars. We're not here making things up. This happened to me. This was incredible. I thought I would not be here today because of this. And sadly, so many people are going through similar circumstances where hemp is saving our life. It's incredible the variety of things that it helps, and I appreciate you guys and listening to my testimony and helping me share my story. We speak the truth.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for being here. If you go ahead, state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Howdy. My name is Timothy Mabry. I'm a sixth-generation Texan, and I'm here to represent all the Texans who are not able to be here today. So SB5 doesn't regulate, it criminalizes. You're talking about fines up to $2,000, jail time, and up to 180 days, and licensing suspension. That's not protecting Texans. That's turning them into criminals for participating in a marketplace that you allowed. But what's even more disturbing is that the pushing of this legislation of banning THC, while the Texas retirement system directly benefits from it. Texas is vested in an opioid distributor that is set to make profit off of it, which is a direct conflict of interest. As SB3 was nearing its veto, stock was rising. Once it was vetoed, it dropped significantly by over $2 million almost overnight. And that stock continues to drop. Now y'all are fast-tracking legislation that, if passed, would push the market back towards opioids and increase retirement holdings in the process. That's not governance. That is profiteering at the public's expense. And you're doing it under the questionable process. Texas Government Code 551.043 requires 72 hours of public notice. Even under Senate rules for a special session, it's supposed to be 24 hours before a public hearing to give ample time. This hearing was rushed. It's posted late and stripped Texans of their constitutional rights to be heard. SB5 is government overreach. It's an attack on legal commerce, it's an ethics violation, and it's a dangerous precedent to where financial gain outweighs public service. I urge you, slow this down, reset the hearing with proper notice, and let the people of Texas speak. Thank you. I'm open to additional conversations outside of this room.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. If you would go ahead and state your name.
Yes, hi, I'm
Serena
Nolan, and I'm representing myself, but I'm also a organizer with the Ministry of Truth Summer Film Fest in Dallas. We show films and documentaries on issues of concern. We've had some wonderful speakers come as our panelists follow up here at the table. Anyway, last Sunday, when SB3 was vetoed on the 22nd, we really scrambled to come up with a documentary because that was something that was really a concern of ours. And by the way, thank you for, I realize this was rushed, but I think it means a lot that it's right the first day, well, second day of the session, but committee, and I think it shows the importance of this issue, so I do appreciate you're doing that. Anyway, we showed a documentary, Cannabis-Induced Psychosis, The Silent Epidemic, and it's very powerful, and it was produced by Johnny's ambassadors, and they're ambassadors all across the country that have lost children or have just suffered, through cannabis-induced. Johnny is a handsome, or was a handsome kid, college scholarship, 800 SATs, threw himself off the parking garage. And you talk about some devastated parents. Whoever said that there's no one that has been, THC has never killed anyone is just not right. I made a couple other quick little notes, just that's why we kind of do the Sunday series in the matters. We had Matt Poling, Dr. Poling, that was here, I believe, this morning. We didn't get here at 9 o'clock. We left awfully early. One thing he did say, and I've heard it, the alcohol, this made sense to me. Alcohol is water soluble, apparently, and you get so much and you pee and you throw it up. Oh, okay. THC, fat soluble stays in your brain. God, there's so many good things. Can I just say the one thing that I found on Sunday that just shocked me?
If you could maybe just wrap it up in one sentence.
Okay, I'll write it to you.
Thank you. We'd appreciate that.
It's really stunning. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go on and continue with testimony, and we'll see if there are any questions.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for being here. And you'll have to kind of lean in so that we can hear you well in the microphone, but state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Thank you. Thank you all for taking a couple of moments. I'd actually like to state my accreditation before I actually start my speech, if that's okay. Okay, so I'm a graduate of the Academy of Cannabis Science that is backed by the Department of Pharmacology in Washington. Okay, so I actually do have a lot of information about this. I have been systematically gatekept from this. I have, personally. And I guess I'll break into it. So I've spent basically a decade.
Could you also state your name, please?
Yeah, it's Nathaniel Serwinski.
Thank you.
So obviously I'm against SB5. I've spent over, sorry, let me pull up the information here. I've spent over a decade advocating for responsible cannabis policy, okay? So I've actually called a lot of you guys' offices and never had a call back. I've spoken on this issue through arrest, through bribes and empty promises and broken bills. I've spoken with veterans, parents, business owners, farmers, and people who've built their life around this plant, and it heals and it feeds. And we've actually built a system. We played by your rules, and now you're considering burning it down. This is not regulation. I don't know why you think it is. This is a complete overreach. We are Texans. What are we doing right now? There are people hurting. Like, seriously, what are we doing right now? It's not even about safety. It destroys access, and it doesn't even target bad actors. It actually just criminalizes the entire industry. If you're trying to outlaw a plant because it's responding to Texas weather, you're trying to regulate nature instead of commerce. So that's not about public safety, that's about public theater. That's fear packaged as law. And you say it's about protecting children. Well, I have 2 kids, and I dare ask about Charlotte. Were we creating these laws to protect her? Huh? Do we know who she even is? Because I do. Okay, let's move on from that. It doesn't save lives, what we're doing right now. It's endangering them. And if you want potency caps, safe packaging, ID checks, great. We're here with you on that. We're cool with that. We understand that there are bad actors in here. I have dealt with them. I have seen the other side. A lot of people are not going to come up here and admit that they used to sell cannabis illegally. I'm going to do it. And it was wrong. And I understand it was wrong. So you know what I did when we started forming 1325? I took the regulatory steps to do the right thing. And I'm going to push this out there. I need to ask this. Why is Todd Smith, charged with commercial bribery, still drawing $200,000 from taxpayers' salary under Sid Miller's name? Because I was one of the people that he tried to lobby for the $25,000.
Right.
Yeah, you guys are cutting me off, but that $25,000, that affected my life.
So the cutting off is based on the time.
I understand.
Because we're trying to be fair to everybody. So thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Senator Perry, you're recognized.
Thank you.
Back to the lady.
Yes, sir.
So you were going to finish your statement.
Oh, bless you. Yeah, one of the things that I was really surprised about was that Texas, I guess the federal government documents more children's deaths and because of neglect or child abuse. And the federal government, Texas leads the nation in those, which I did not realize. We account for about 10 or 15% of it. Texans actually only have like 1 in 50 that they are pot smokers or, cannabis in their system. But those deaths, 30% are of the children's death, the person that was responsible, for their either neglect, or, abuse, or their traumatic death with that. So, the psychosis is really very real.
I'd like to do is ask a question to someone earlier about kind of the unknowns. Lots of people have had adverse events with cannabis, but you don't hear from them and you don't hear about them. So when I hear you're not representing Texas, I know clearly where Senate District 28 is. I can go there just by a local ordinance proposal to decriminalize pot just a year ago. It went down in flames 70-30 in Lubbock, Texas. So I know where my district is at. But more importantly, since session, I've had multiple calls, 2 or 3, of people wanting to tell their story, but not publicly. So I would like to get a copy of your documentary, so I'll catch you after this hearing, grab that, and see if there's a way to, you said it was national, so we can talk about the national impact and extrapolate or do, but there are other people that just choose not to come in here for lots of legitimate reasons.
No, in fact, one of the panelists that we had after our documentary, we couldn't use her last name and show her picture because she did go public. She had a child that had problems, her son, which he's now better, but when she told her story, and maybe it was a news conference or something, she got doxxed, her family. They're merciless. It's so.
Right. No, I appreciate that. So thank you for being here, but I will catch you.
Can I please add something? I am an official teacup patient, and I bought many of the products. They were very expensive, and they were very ineffective for myself, and I'm lucky that it saved my life when I looked up in the cabinet and I saw that I had the full spectrum CBD with THC, and it saved my life.
Thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, just a statement, not a response to that specifically, but I've heard all day how expensive teacup is. I remind people we just changed it to a very large footprint in Texas, but those laws, I don't know if it took immediate effect or September 1st, but we haven't felt the changes that we have made to teacup yet. So once the teacup gets online and the supply-demand curve changes, it's just like any free market kind of concept, the more you get in the system, the less expensive it is about changing the transportation. So I can't predict with certainty because I don't go into the hemp shops, but comparing some of the prices I've heard today, teacups pricing ought to become comparable once that system is implemented. So.
But in the meantime, I could have died.
In the meantime, I hear you say that, and I know that it takes time, but I will just tell you that the teacup program that we've expanded has not had time to develop fully. So that's what's part of the conversation with teacup, getting the cost down.
Since there's any other questions for our witnesses on this panel, we thank you.
I respectfully ask a question to Mr. Perry.
Well, we ask the questions and you give the answers, but as I'll tell you, here's what we'll do.
I respectfully ask a question to Mr. Perry.
Well, I was trying to be nice. You need to let me do that, or I would if I were you. I'm going to ask you a question and ask if you would like to finish your remarks.
I would very much appreciate that. Thank you.
Go ahead.
My question to Senator Perry is, and this is just out of respectfulness, are you aware that there are over 300 plus cannabinoids?
I'm aware there's hundreds. I never heard the same number, but I know there's hundreds.
So before I continue, I'd just like to point out, if you don't like a movie with Will Ferrell, does that mean that you don't like all actors? Because all of these different molecules are separated by temperatures and degree. So CBA, CBD, they can combust in the stomach back to THC. That means that anybody that takes a CBD product can actually fail a drug test just based off of the chemurgy or the chemical balance of this plant, and I've studied this very in depth. I have. So, actually, Israel provided a lot of great research on this back in the 1940s, and I was able to get a lot of that information. The reason I'm trying to describe this to you is earlier you had stated about THC-A. Well, THC-A and THC are very different things. They actually are. They're separated by degrees of temperature, but they're also separated in the effects. And every single person is different. See, if I take THC-A, I get lazy. I get kind of lethargic. But it also makes me hungry. So there's different effects for different people. Some people could experience psychosis from something like that. That's true, and I agree with that. But those people could be predispositioned to mental illnesses. And maybe we need to check before we're doing this stuff. And I'm gonna take a leaf from that today. I learned from you guys, and I will admit that perhaps maybe we do need to look at mental health before we try to give people cannabis. So thank you for that. I do appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'm just asking back to my original statement because I was involved with the Todd Smith thing. You guys can Google this, okay? And the reason I'm bringing it up is this dude was charged with commercial bribery, okay? And this was directly with the hemp thing. I spoke with Texas Rangers about this. They investigated me, and they investigated him. And we're rehiring this guy for the Department of Agriculture, and I get agriculture is a different subject than right now, but it isn't. They were the ones that were supposed to regulate this field. They didn't. They came to farmers like me. They said, you're gonna get to the front of the list to grow weed with no exception. You can do it. And behind closed doors, they were not able to deliver that promise. Now, the nefarious part of me, that part a couple of years ago, I took that offer because I thought that I was gonna be able to grow weed without you guys looking down my back. And that's not what it was. It was a $200 setup fee at $10K or $25,000 that they were bribing people with and initially going around with.
Sir, and
Yes, sir.
I appreciate what you're bringing to the table. I will.
The reason I bring it up though is the track and trace program.
No, I hear that, and I understand.
Yeah, Joey
all-
ID.
That gentleman was actually incarcerated for.
Yeah, he's back on the payroll.
We don't get to make those HR decisions for that department. So wrong committee, wrong conversation, wrong subject matter. Thank you for raising it, but there's nothing this committee can do about your concern.
That's not what the concern is. The concern is the track and trace program not implemented properly. That was a failed baton pass.
Right.
If you would have listened to people like me when we showed up originally, because I did, I spoke with so many different people, we could have created a program that would have, look at the unhoused population. We could have housed them, we could have fed them, and we could have clothed them. I provided the research.
I don't disagree. There's things the state could have done better at the time this stuff started evolving. We didn't make the cut. Now we're here today to fix what we didn't do. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Any other questions, senators, for the witnesses on this panel? Thank you each for being here. You're excused. Thank you. We're going to call a few names that have been called numerous times just to make sure everybody has a chance. Call Sergio Vargas, Antonio Navarro, Casey Jones, Nicholas Juan. All right, we're going to start out here. Welcome and get close to that microphone. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sergio Vargas, and I'm representing Serenity Gardens, but today I'm representing myself. I've heard a lot of, what ifs or the sources here, sources that, but I've been using cannabis since I was 17, and after that, I graduated, I went to college, got my degree, I have 2 businesses now, this is not gonna, each person's case is gonna be different, and unfortunately, I've heard a lot of secondhand accounts, and I don't understand why is this firsthand accounts. If it affected you so bad, why can't you be here to speak for yourself? I'm here, I have mental disabilities as well. I can sit here in front of you and speak. Why can't they? That's kind of what bothers me, is I don't know what exactly is going on there. But with that, and Dan Patrick saying, if I eat a whole bag, I'm not gonna be here today. I'm 5 bags in. Why am I still here sitting in front of you? Why is that? I don't understand. You have the sources, the science and everything saying this is toxic, gonna kill you, but I'm here. I'm speaking. So that's my time, and I think the bad actors are y'all pretending to know what y'all talking about. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself and go ahead.
Hello. My name is Antonio Navarro. I live in Austin. I'm a veteran, and I work in the legal cannabis industry here in Texas. I'm here to oppose SB5 because it threatens people like me, hardworking Texans who are part of the legal, compliant, growing industry that helps people every single day. At Cache, where we currently work, we don't let anybody under 21 through the door. We check every ID, no exceptions. The idea that we're risk to children is simply not true. We take that responsibility seriously. What confuses the most about this thinking behind the bill, the idea that pushing people or making access harder will somehow help them, even though cannabis is what's helping many of us live better, healthier, and more stable lives. It doesn't make sense. I'm also a veteran, and I keep hearing that Teacup will take care of us, but Teacup will not take care of us. Teacup doesn't work for a lot of us. It's expensive, hard to access, and the low THC limits doesn't provide real relief for things like chronic pain or PTSD. It feels like lawmakers are out of touch with what actually helps people. And to say legal states are failed experiments just isn't accurate. Those states are generating millions of tax revenue, funding schools, creating jobs, and making real progress. SB5 doesn't protect people, it punishes the ones doing it right. Respectfully asking you for you not to vote on this and support safe and legal access for responsible adults in Texas. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Casey Jones. I'm the owner of Cache, Austin, Texas. I'm just gonna speak a little, I'm from Austin, Texas, born here, lived here my whole life, never left, don't wanna leave, even though I love cannabis and I had plenty of opportunities to move to other states. I refuse to, my family's here, my kids are here, and I'm not gonna leave where my parents are to go follow so I can smoke weed legally, okay? I've been using cannabis since the age of 11 in Texas. You know how I got it? From my brother who was 13 that got it from a kid that was 17 that worked at Subway. Does Subway, a legal store that I know of that sells cannabis products? No. So obviously your laws don't work because I shouldn't have been using it at 11. I probably would have gone to college and done a lot better things with my life and not had to open a cannabis business because that was my only option, you know? I'm not proud of that fact. I don't want other 11-year-olds doing it. I want regulation to keep it out of their hands. I have kids. I wish I wouldn't have done it at that age, you know? And so I know that making things illegal doesn't keep it out of the hands. So we can pass this law and nothing's gonna change. The kids are still gonna get it. They got it from somebody else that wasn't my store. Okay, we ID everybody. I have bulletproof glass. I have the same steel doors that they use in correction facilities installed, buzzers, making sure that nobody can come in that's not supposed to be there legally. You know, I respect children. I would never try to poison kids. And also, I'm a Christian. I go to church, and it says in the Bible, in Genesis 1:29, that all seed-bearing plants were put here for man to have and to use. And a lot of y'all claim to be Christians, and we don't get to pick and choose what is we want to pick out of the Bible. Doesn't say that. Doesn't say I get to practice 90% of it. This one I do. You don't get to bear false witness. You don't get to do that either. I've heard a lot of lies. I'm going to tell the truth and be a man of God.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Juan. I'm representing myself. I wanted to thank you all for being here today. I want to again state my opposition to this attempt to ban legal cannabis. Yet again, we are discussing criminalizing a substance that goes directly against the interests of Texans all across the state. First, let us compare the regulation of alcohol with consumable hemp. Alcohol is responsible for many deaths and is directly harmful to humans, yet it is carefully and tightly regulated, ensuring that consumers have access to a pure, unadulterated product. Imposing restrictions such as age requirements, lab and quality control testing, and licensing keeps Texans, the hemp industry, and its product within a legal framework. By emphasizing consumer safety and not working towards a prohibition-style ban, this would allow credible enforcement of the industry and help facilitate public trust. If reasonable regulation is ignored, you're only empowering the black market to fill the void left by legal actors and putting not only the people of Texas at risk, but also our law enforcement. Pushing these products underground would create unnecessary strain on the criminal justice system and divert precious law enforcement resources away from addressing genuinely harmful designer drugs. Not to mention, Lieutenant Governor Patrick's grandstanding and pressuring legislative action on this issue is inherently harmful and is not reflective of the freedom-loving people of Texas. Seeing his unabashedly harsh opposition to hemp is disheartening, as all the small businesses thriving in this space will be forced to close, and eliminating jobs and damaging local economies. Extreme rhetoric in the proposed bill seems to be merely efforts to appear tough rather than prioritizing public health, scientific evidence, and harm reduction. The reality is SB5 is targeting the wrong products. Artificial cannabinoids like spice or K2 have been linked to genuine public health crises and are already illegal in Texas and federally. Hemp-derived cannabinoids are different. Most products in question, such as delta-8 THC and HHC, are natural hemp-derived cannabinoids, not artificial lab-created compounds with known severe risks. Banning a natural spectrum of hemp cannabinoids while the dangerous designer drugs are already off limits is illogical and counterproductive. Rigid prohibitionist measures are completely out of step. Only rational, nuanced controls like those used for alcohol can protect public health, preserve economic opportunities, weaken illegal markets, support safe, transparent access to hemp-derived products. Imposing sweeping bans risks deep harm to consumers, businesses, and legitimacy of Texas' approach to hemp and cannabis. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for these witnesses? We thank each of you for being here. You're excused. Those are all the witnesses who have registered that expressing a desire to testify. Very good. Oh, very good. Is there anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 5? We know we have one on the way. I'll ask, is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 5? This is your opportunity. So if you will, in a moment, we're going to hear your testimony. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming. In a moment, before you leave, we're going to ask you to fill out a card just so we'll have a record, so we have everything correct on your, will you fill out the card before you leave?
I'll fill out the card before I leave. Where's the card?
We'll get it to you before you leave. Thank you so much. So please introduce yourself. Give us your testimony. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you so much for waiting for me. This is a wonderful opportunity. I appreciate it. My name is Beth Lasker-Arcata. I am a licensed professional counselor here in Austin, Texas. I'm in private practice and have been practicing for 30 years. I also worked in the foster care system for 20 years. I am in support of Senate Bill 5. And I would definitely like to see psychoactive synthetic THC products banned. I believe misuse and abuse of these products is actually a silent epidemic in our community, and I'd like to explain. As a therapist, my clinical focus and expertise is treating acute and chronic trauma, such as PTSD, and I also treat depression, anxiety, family problems. I've worked with a variety of individuals and issues, car accident victims, veterans of war, natural disaster survivors, and individuals with abuse and neglect history. Over the past several years, I've witnessed an increasing misuse of synthetic THC in my therapy practice and in my community, and this concerns me. I think legalization combined with the propaganda and misinformation from the industry has led individuals to think the products are safe, natural, medicinal, and therapeutic, and they are not. This is a faulty assumption that THC is actually recommended and beneficial for multiple mental health issues, and clients are using THC products to self-medicate with deleterious, even disastrous results. Yet they have no clue that THC might be causing these problems. And when I point it out, they have trouble accepting THC as the cause because misinformation abounds. I can offer you several examples, but I'll skip that. It'll take too much time, but you can ask me at the end. Current clinical scientific evidence does not support the use of synthetic or natural THC to treat PTSD, depression, anxiety, or sleep. In my 30 years of practice, no trauma training has ever suggested THC is a therapeutic tool to manage PTSD. On the contrary, clinicians such as me are taught to encourage people to lessen their dependence on substances to cope. Should I continue? Furthermore, studies indicate THC...
We'll have questions for you, but go ahead and wrap up your testimony at that point, then we'll see if there are questions.
I'm sorry.
So go ahead and wrap up that thought, and then we'll see if we have some questions for you.
Just stop me. I have a little trouble hearing, so just
I
stop.
apologize. The acoustics are bad in here, and sometimes I mumble.
And I have trouble hearing,
Okay.
so all good.
No, we're going to pause there. Senator Perry has some questions for you,
Yes.
and I bet you'll have an opportunity to share what you want to share.
Great.
So, Senator Perry, you're recognized.
You were trying to finish up your experiences as a licensed counselor as to what is or is not factually accurate from your perspective.
Correct.
Would you kind of want to finish where you're at? Keep going where you were on. If you had some
Sure.
things to finish.
THC, studies indicate it can worsen conditions, particularly with chronic use. So it might initially make somebody feel better, but that's due to like numbing, dissociation, depersonalization, where you're like disconnected from self. And it's only a temporary fix. In the long run, when they stop using THC, there's a rebound effect. So the body balances itself out, and the symptoms worsen. So what they're taking it for, they're actually causing it to worsen. So, they think it's helping, but it's maintaining the problem, actually. THC is associated, with chronic use, it's associated with the risk of dependency, and it's linked to psychosis, hospitalizations, substance use disorders, even suicidality. Research is showing it is linked to suicidality.
Are the studies you referenced, because a big deal has been made, these are not peer-reviewed studies? Are these studies being peer-reviewed? Are they recent?
I have a write-up that I'm going to email, but I have just 2 I attached. But if you Google it, you can find many more. So sources: cannabis use is associated with depression, severity, and suicidality in the National Comorbidity Survey Adolescent Supplement. Another one is marijuana use is associated with worse outcomes in symptom severity and violent behavior in patients with PTSD. I have the articles.
Is there any distinction between THC organic or natural and THC synthetic? Do they both have the similar
I
effect?
believe that synthetic THC is worse, the studies are showing, because of the high potency, the variety of product, or whatever they find in it.
Is the organic THC having similar outcomes according to the research?
It does have a similar outcome,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, it does.
Senator Betancourt, do you have questions? Well, thank you very
I
much.
want to thank her for her testimony.
No, go ahead, sir, please. Go ahead.
No, and so we've had some testimony today that there's a layering effect with the fact that some of my police chiefs from my area said that when they had people that were having episodes, including one that was extremely violent, that basically from Jersey Village, that literally used a knife on himself 30 times. They tested with just pure THC. But if that foundation stays for quite some time, and then you can layer that on other drug issues, is that?
Correct.
Okay.
Absolutely. The high potency THC, according to studies, is staying in the system for many, for weeks, months, because of the high potency. It's more addictive, and it does layer, if I understood you correctly, and builds up in the system and lingers for quite some time, and then, if that's what you're saying.
All right, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Right, you're well-spoken, even if we're all hard of hearing here.
Sorry, yes.
Senators, any other questions for our witness? Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. Just curious, have you treated one of your patients that had psychosis, that was experiencing psychosis?
Well, you may ask, or you may wonder how I know all about this. I used to think THC, synthetic and natural, was safe until a family member started abusing it in adolescence, and in college became addicted, which I didn't think it was addictive. I'm a therapist, nor did my colleagues. Became psychotic and is struggling to recover. So I joined a support group of over 2,000 people, and because I'm a therapist, I offer a lot of support. I'm a referral source for peer support. So I've worked with many individuals, and talking with treatment centers around town and checking with my colleagues. The last I heard, one treatment center said they get about 10 calls a day. Well, it's an intervention, substance use, sober companion. They get about 10 calls a day. 1 out of every 3 calls is cannabis psychosis and cannabis abuse. So it is, if you check with the treatment centers, they are seeing a big increase.
You said 1 out of every 3?
1 out of every 3, this is through personal contact. 10 calls a day to this agency, and 1 out of 3, cannabis abuse and psychosis. So it is a thing. Cannabis-induced psychosis is real. It is real.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Senators, any other questions? Thank you for being here. We're going to bring you that card.
Okay. Thank you for waiting for me. I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am. Is there anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 5? All right. Before we get started, did you register online, or have you filled out a card?
I did not.
Okay.
I'll fill it out after, if it's okay.
Just so you promise me you'll fill out a card before you leave. All right. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
My name's Hunter Sattler. I'm with Winona Hemp Company.
Get a little closer to the mic so we can hear you.
My name's Hunter Sattler. I'm with Winona Hemp Company. I'm from your district, Senator Hughes. Heard a lot of things today that I have not found to be true in my personal experience. And I also think that banning CBN is a very bad idea. I have a sleep tincture that has gotten people off of Ambien, which is pretty cool. So I think you should just listen to people, listen to both sides. And I appreciate a lot of you guys doing that today, but it's still a bit frustrating. So just listen, and we're all fellow Texans here, so. But I wanted to give this to you. This is our brand. But that's all I have to say. Just don't ban CBN.
Thank you.
People need to be responsible.
Thank you. We'll make sure and fill out that card so we have a record of your testimony right here. Thank you.
That's all I had to say, but if you have questions, go for it.
Okay. And thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witness? Yeah. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get that card from you. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 5? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed.
Yeah,
I'll recognize you. I'll make it yours.
I'll just make-
Any closing remarks before we vote?
Yeah, I
Senator
want to
Perry?
just make the statement that we've heard all day that regulation. I say we've heard all day. Obviously, the industry's looking for regulation, but they pointed to the alcohol and tobacco industry as their poster child for what regulation can do and look like, but yet they followed up with all the horrors of what happens when you drink and alcohol. So either the state's woefully done a horrible job of regulating alcohol and bad things still happen from it, or they believe that it's acceptable to have thousands of people killed and call that good regulation format. So we don't have a system, nor can we build a system or afford a system. And even when we think we have a system, we still have tragic bad outcomes. So I hate this problem that I take somewhat personal responsibility by passing a Hemp Act bill for agricultural purposes in 18, coming out of the federal government. This ship was coming, whether we wanted to admit it or not. I thought we could get ahead of it and make it a legitimate farming agricultural business. This was not unforetold. It was just hopeful that it wouldn't get here. I'm sad for those that have been involved with it, both on a financial level as well as I'm sad for the people that have gotten tied up in it. I think teacup is an answer for legitimate use, but we are here today and we don't regulate things well. And there's no way to get here from today's vantage point over regulation of this stuff. There's not. It's not practical. It shouldn't. We can't entertain it. It's not possible. So with that, members, I do move this bill.
Senator Perry moves that Senate Bill 5 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Bettencourt. Birdwell. Hall. Hinojosa. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwertner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Aye. There being 10 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 5 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. We do have a motion in writing from we could send it to local, couldn't we? That's right. That's right. We do have a motion in writing from Senator Zaffarini, who was present, and that'll be reflected. Senator Hall, you're recognized.
Yeah, Senator Perry's closing statements, I think, is one of the most important things. There was a lot of important stuff said today, but pointing to alcohol, where we regulate. I mean, we are pros. We've had years and years and decades to regulate it, and look at what comes out of it. If there's any shining example of regulation failure, it's what we do with alcohol. So why anyone would think that we could do a better job with something that's far more dangerous than alcohol, far more sources coming from all different directions, and everything that's worse, to even think about trying to fix that problem with regulation just makes no sense at all. And so I am glad that we are heading in the direction, the only sane direction to go, and that is to ban it.
Thank you, Senator Hall. Members, the committee will stand at ease until 4 p.m., at which time we will continue to move through the agenda. So we will stand at ease until 4 p.m. Thank you. Well, welcome back. We've had some technical matters to take care of, and that is all smoothed out. And so the chair at this time lays out Senate Bill 12 and recognizes its author, Senator Middleton, to explain the measure. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. This is the third time this bill has been up before this committee. Passed it out of the Senate 2 times. And so what Senate Bill 12 does is it bans the unethical practice of taxpayer-funded lobbying in Texas. And the bottom line is something very common sense. Local government should not be using your tax dollars to hire lobbyists in Austin that then lobby against you. And right now, political subdivisions of the state are spending about $100 million per biennium on taxpayer money to hire registered lobbyists. And they're using those public funds to lobby against things that our voters support, like property tax relief and reform, like election integrity, like school choice, and even the Texas Women's Privacy Act, which we of course passed in this chamber this past session. And frankly, Texans are being forced to subsidize speech that they fundamentally disagree with. And we've seen a lot about USAID on the federal level. Well, this is the USAID of Texas that we're trying to ban here. And there are some exemptions in the bill. They were there in the version we passed this last session as well. Obviously does not apply to individual member associations like those representing individual law enforcement officers, sheriffs, for example, teachers or police, fire. They're not restricted under this legislation because that is individuals that are members of those groups that are choosing to be members of this group. And so Senate Bill 12 restores transparency. It protects the voice of those who elected us, the taxpayers, and it ensures that government answers to the people and not lobbyists, because the rights in our constitutional republic belong to the people. They do not belong to the government. And that's what this bill protects. And with that, I yield for questions.
Thank you, Senator Middleton. Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Senator Middleton, for once again bringing this forward. I just want to make clear for the record some of the elements in here. So organizations like TAC, TML, TASB, those groups that offer memberships to local municipalities, those memberships that allow for bill scrubbing to look and analyze things that may impact those cities, those membership I guess privileges? Services, there you go, is a better word. Those services are not prohibited by this legislation. Is that accurate?
Right, that's correct. So, we've even looked into those percentages there. So these associations do a number of things that are not lobbying. They provide legal guidance. They do continuing education that could be required under the law. They do various other services. Risk pool insurance is one of them, actually. And you go look at the employees of these groups, and like, for example, TAC, 179 employees, 9 are registered, because that shows you that what they're doing, like bill tracking and legislative analysis, that doesn't require you to register to lobby, right? So this bill only stops registered lobbyists. So they're required under Chapter 305. And so that's a good example of these associated services that counties talk to us about needing, relying on. Doesn't apply, because that's not lobbying.
Okay, great. And so along that same line, just for complete clarity, could a municipality take that money they were using for a lobbyist and hire a government relations officer that could come up to Austin and represent them?
They could, because there's an absolute exemption under Chapter 305 for elected officials and for their staff coming to Austin. They don't have to register to lobby, because that's who we want to hear from. We want to hear directly from our constituents that share the same voters as we do, actually. It's the same people that elect both of us, and that's how our government is supposed to work.
Fantastic. And then those of us who want to be good public servants, we really are our own lobbyists for our municipalities and others. I mean, isn't that fair to say?
Everybody has a state representative and everybody has a state senator in Texas. And we don't need an Austin lobbyist middleman between us and our local elected officials. That's our job to represent our constituents directly.
Perfect. Just wanted that on the record and clear, so anybody coming down to testify that would say otherwise, it is not what the bill indicates, correct?
Right.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Hinojosa. Members, any other questions for our colleague on the bill? Senator Perry, you're
I
recognized.
want to ask, follow up to Senator Hinojosa's the same question, but I just want it very clearly. TAC is someone that's near and dear to my heart. And you said they had 179 employees. There's 254 counties. So I would argue they're not overly excessive in personnel. They're not layered upon layers. So 179 working with 254 counties with typically 5 county judges in each county. I have 41 of those. I had 51 for 10 years. So I think a lot of times we say that I personally, and I do serve as back office for TCEQ and complicated state regulations and matters for those small counties, so they don't have those resources or office. But what I'm hearing you say today very clearly, and I haven't heard it this clear before, those services that put bills and legislation for those county commissioners to consider are not impacted. Those services will still be an extension of TAC to keep the county commissioners informed. They may not see, and they can have, typically what happens in that, to your point, Senator Hinojosa, those bills and those things go out and concerns go out to those folks. And those county judges will call me and say, hey, what about Senate Bill X? My association's raising some concerns. What do you say? And sometimes we agree or disagree. But that's how that service works, and that's critical because they do a pretty good job of keeping everybody in the loop. So that is not going to change under your bill.
Right, and that's how it's supposed to work. You know, we've seen, for example, county judges and commissioners on rotation. You know, they come up here, they kind of plan out the session, and they provide that information to each county, commissioner's court or city, if it's municipal, or school district, if it's, you know, school district. And then they bring us that information. Hey, this is maybe good for us, this is maybe bad for us. And they're getting that information from these associations, and that's not lobbying, right? I mean, that's how that's supposed to work. They're already doing a lot of the things that we're hoping to change in this, but we just want to make sure that it's not, you know, the hired gun here on Congress Avenue that's going to our offices.
Sure.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Members, any other questions for the author? Very well, we'll open public testimony on Senate Bill 12. Chair calls Gary Zimmerman. Michael Deffendahl, Taylor Kilroy, Sean Salvaje, Erica Boyd, Claudia Yanez, welcome. Please, that seat's just fine. Yes, ma'am. Luis Figueroa. There he is, counselor. And that will complete this panel. And the next, on the next panel, we'll be looking for Ken Moore. I see Ken back there. Alexander Katara, James Quintero, Matthew Powell, Cindy Castilla. So you guys stick close, if you will, and we'll look forward to hearing from you shortly. Counselor, Ms. Figueroa, I can see you down there. You know how to do, welcome back. You know how to do this. Get close to that mic, introduce yourself, and go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman. Luis Figueroa, the Senior Legislative Director for Every Texan. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. We are in opposition to Senate Bill 12. Our concerns relates to local control and the ability of local government to have that representation in the Capitol. We understand there are concerns about costs, but we do believe in the long run that having a representation, whether it's through lobbying or through an association, is a long-term cost saver because the cost of travel for many of these communities, the burden of trying to send a staffer or elected a member for the important issues that are before the legislature related to education, preemption, budgetary issues, all the issues, criminal justice, are so widespread and so important to their local communities that it's important to have a continual representation rather than continually trying to send an elected official and taking away their ability to come down. I'm from El Paso County, as you all may know. It is 550 miles from San Antonio. It's a 9-hour drive from El Paso to Austin. It is a huge burden to get to Austin. It is very important to the community of El Paso to be represented. There's always been this feeling that we're the stepchild of Texas, that we don't get heard, that there's not a voice in the community. And to have that representation, even through a hired representative, such as a lobby firm or an association, it gives it a voice in the important policies of the Texas legislature. So for those reasons, we ask you to reconsider this, provide some exemptions, provide some opportunities for those communities that really have a hard time coming to Austin. And we know there's a lot of them. El Paso's not the only one. We know there's a lot of rural communities. Panhandle is a similar situation. And so for those situations, we ask you for your consideration and appreciate the opportunity to be here.
And thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Mike Defendahl, and I'm both a volunteer and the State Policy Advisor for Convention of States, Texas. And we're in support of Senate Bill 12. This bill will stop the current practice of using government using the taxpayers that you and I pay to fund the lobbyists and lobbying organizations. Now, why is this a problem? As has been said, governments at all levels have different priorities than the taxpayers who actually pay their salaries. It'd be wonderful if this wasn't true, but sadly it is. However, more often than not, the priority of those wielding the powers of government is to maintain or increase their power. One reason I've heard that this is needed for local governments is without these lobbyists, they would have no voice to the committees such as this one. I would respectfully disagree with that claim, as it would be very much easier for an elected official to reach out privately to any of the legislators than myself as a private citizen. I would also add that it benefits both their constituents and the legislators to have more direct contacts with their legislators, as was even seen today earlier in testimonies. I recognize that the subject expertise that a lobbyist organization has and may bring to testimonies and office visits. The issue I have is paying for it with my taxes that are paid by you and I. I come here as an unpaid volunteer. Should I pay for both myself and for those that might oppose my positions? I firmly believe that this issue is the faucet from which bad legislation flows, and I ask you to help me turn this spigot off. I ask for your support to pass this bill out of committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield for any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes, members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Taylor Kilroy. I'm the full-time executive director of the Texas Public Power Association. This isn't our normal committee, so briefly. TPPA represents 72 municipally owned electric utilities and other publicly owned electric systems that provide power to over 5 million Texans. We frequently engage with the legislature and state agencies to provide a unified voice for our members. SB 12, unfortunately, would put severe restrictions on our ability to engage with policymakers on issues that directly impact our customers. First, Senate Bill 12 creates an unbalanced playing field. Today, all electric industry participants are able to fully engage in the legislative process. SB 12 would unilaterally disarm TPPA and its members from engaging in the same way as other electric companies do. One of the legislature's primary concerns these last few sessions has been grid reliability. And shutting out one market segment from the conversation, one that represents more than 15% of all electricity customers in Texas, could lead to information gaps and blind spots in policymaking. Second, SB 12 unduly restricts communications with state regulators. The state lobby law, Chapter 305 of the Texas Government Code, governs not only communications with legislators, but also communications with the executive branch, including state agencies. As the Public Utility Commission works to improve grid reliability and affordability, TPPA speaks with one voice on critical matters to our customers. This approach creates efficiencies for the PUC and assists their understanding in how policies may impact MOUs and our customers. Third, Senate Bill 12 creates disparities and puts a larger burden on small MOUs. Our members operate across the state, both in ERCOT and outside of it. Many of our small and rural members cannot reasonably travel regularly to Austin, especially when bills are rapidly moving during session, special session notwithstanding. TPPA provides a way for our members to engage directly with state officials on a unified voice on important grid issues, promoting an approach that works statewide, while also allowing our members to focus on keeping the lights on at home. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
My name is Gary Zimmerman. I represent myself and my family. I come down here because my family lives in 7 of your districts of the members of this committee. 7 of you represent my family. My family sends me to Austin to talk to each and every one of you to tell you what their desires are. We do, just like this gentleman said here, we come down here to tell you, our representatives, our senators, what we want. I don't like the idea of Dallas, Tyler, El Paso, Austin, or those cities coming down here with hired lobbyists to speak against whatever it is me and my family are wanting. That's what your job is. Your job is to listen to us, the constituents. So I agree with everything Senator Middleton said. Your job as senators is to listen to us, the constituents. The representatives, their job is to listen to us as their constituents, including my family members that I'm here to represent, not the lobbyists that are being hired by Dallas or Texarkana or Tyler or El Paso or Rockwall or wherever your cities that my family members live in. I live in Fort Worth. So Mr. Parker here, he's my representative. So, all of these, that's what we're here for. And I'm talking here as a Texas citizen. So boo-hoo to the cities who want to send lobbyists here. Boo-hoo to the power commissions. I don't like anything that the power commissions have done. We had, they screwed up our power system during snowvid, So I'm not very happy with our Texas power grid even to this day. So I am for this bill because you're here for me. I'm the one who elects you. My family members elect you, and that's what you all are here for, not the lobbyists. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Now get close to that microphone because you're on the end. I want to be able to hear you. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Claudia Yanez, and I proudly serve as a newly elected trustee for Pflugerville ISD, a public school district located just outside Austin. Today I speak not only for my own district, but for the hundreds of locally elected school board members across Texas, many of whom serve rural and remote communities over 500 miles away from this capital and cannot be here due to the sheer time and cost of travel. SB 12, while perhaps well-intentioned, strips away a crucial line of communication between local communities and their state government. In particular, it would prohibit school districts from using public funds to partner with legal or professional associations that help us monitor, interpret, and respond to fast-moving legislative proposals, many of which deeply affect how we educate and protect Texas students. For trustees like me, most of whom are volunteers without legal training or legislative expertise, this bill would make it nearly impossible to keep up with or provide timely feedback on complex education legislation. Section 305.001 of the Texas Government Code affirms our right to participate in the legislative process, and nothing in Chapter 305 prohibits a school district from contracting with experts, be they law firms or associations, to help us navigate and responsibly engage with the legislative process, especially when they are not acting as registered lobbyists. We're not talking about political campaigning. We're talking about ensuring that a board of lay people like me can get professional assistance when a bill might overhaul school safety protocols, special education rules, or graduation requirements. Stripping this ability disproportionately hurts the very communities most distant from the capital. It creates a system where only districts with local access, large staff, or personal legal teams can fully engage, leaving small and rural schools voiceless. I urge you to oppose SB 12 and preserve our ability of every Texas school board, regardless of geography, to responsibly advocate for their students. Thank you for your time and service.
And thank you for your testimony and yours. Senators, any questions for our witnesses? Senator Middleton, you're recognized. You have the panel.
Thank you, Chairman. Taylor, was that your name?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and you are registered, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, you know, under 305.021, you do have to give truthful testimony to this committee, correct?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that? So this bill has been before this committee a number of times. I've never heard from you. And you said this would, I'm trying to remember exactly how you said it. You couldn't work with the PUC or have input. That's what you just said?
Yes, my concern is that...
Wait, hold on. But you said you couldn't communicate with the PUC, I think is...
That Chapter 305 of the Texas Government Code does include executive agencies and influencing administrative action. Yes, sir.
And also in 305, it says a person who communicates directly with a member of the executive branch to influence administrative action is not required to register under subsection A2. Now, why would you leave that out of your testimony?
So are we talking about the very end of that, subsection C, that says if the person is an attorney of record or pro se? Yeah, okay.
You've made a blanket statement that it wasn't possible, which is not true. Did you know that was not true when you said that?
I don't believe that's not true. That's a very limited exception that applies if you're an attorney of record in a docketed case. And so if we're dealing with PUC rulemakings where there is not a docketed case where you're not an attorney of record, I don't think that exception would apply.
It's a large exception that you conveniently failed to mention in your testimony.
I'm glad we were able to talk through it, sir.
Senators, any other questions for the witness? Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized.
Thank you. Ms. Yanis, thank you for your testimony, and I just wanted, again, for the record, to make sure that it was all clear. You testified that you felt that this bill would prohibit your ability as a school board trustee to engage in the services that were rendered by, I'm assuming, what organization are you referring to, TASB or?
I will remind you, I'm newly elected, so I'm brand spanking new, joining the board in May.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
It's a big step.
Yes. So I know we have a membership in TASB as a district, and I know that we engage an attorney, and I believe that may be separate from the TASB membership. But I'm not absolutely.
Well, that's what I wanted to make clear, because I know in your testimony you were concerned about that. It's a very valid concern, and that's why I want to make sure you go away with understanding that what this bill does and what this bill does not do. And so what this bill does not do is prohibit you from utilizing the services through your membership with TASB. So TASB can still scrub the bills that we're analyze the bills that we're talking about up here in the legislature. They can certainly report back to you and say, hey, you might want to look at this bill or that bill. It can give you recommendations. It can do all those things. Still, you can maintain those services. What it won't allow you to do at that point is to engage with public dollars, taxpayer dollars, to hire a physical person to come up here and engage with us with those arguments, right? But it will allow you those other services, and that's what I wanted to make super clear.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. I believe we still have concerns, because it's great to have the scrubbing and the analysis and the insight, but we also need to be able to engage and influence and give our perspective here. And I live within 25 minutes of here, right? But the large majority of school board trustees do not. I learned of this hearing at 10 o'clock at night in bed, right? And so forgive me if I'm not, completely conversant and completely accurate on this bill, but that just shows, right? I'm not the expert on our board to come advocate here. The person who is is a mother of a special needs child, and she cannot be here on that kind of short notice, right? And so that's our concern, that we need to be able to hire experts that we can engage with to do that part of it's a service as well. And my understanding is that we lose that.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to try to clarify. And again, first of all, again, thank you for your service. It takes a lot to step up and be in public office. And I'm a freshman too, so I was learning a lot as we went along this last session, so I can understand your concern, right? But if we do our jobs correctly, whomever your representative and senator are should be reaching out to you and you should have direct communication with them. And as you start to understand from your membership what things may impact you more directly, then it would be great for you to have those relationships where you can call and say, hey, I'm concerned about that or this or any of the issues that you are concerned about. But I just wanted to make clear that it's well known that this bill does not prevent you from having and utilizing those services per year. But I also wanted to just point out, and this is a little bit more, it's a little more pointed, but did you, just you as a school board trustee, you in favor of the Women's Privacy Act, protecting women and you preventing men from being in women's spaces and that kind of thing?
I did not come prepared to give any comments on those other.
And that's okay. That's okay. My point being is that a lot of people, whether some were for, many more people were, a lot of people were for protecting and are for protecting women, or stopping men from invading women's spaces. There have been some of these organizations that have utilized taxpayer dollars to send lobbyists to oppose those types of legislation and lobby our legislators and try to influence our legislators in a way that is contrary to what a lot of our taxpayers want. That's what this bill is trying to stop.
I fear that that's a cherry picking of one topic. I won overwhelmingly in my community, like 65%. I know that guns are the leading cause of death of children in this country. I'm not afraid of a man in a girl's restroom. Respectfully, the facts and the numbers don't lie. Guns are more dangerous in our community than a restroom issue.
Well, also the facts are that the majority of people do oppose men and women's spaces in this state. And so utilizing their taxpayer dollars to lobby against that will is also very real why this bill is needed. Thank you.
Senator Perry, you're recognized.
I want to go back, the electric guy.
Yes, sir.
So I have co-ops. I have really good co-ops. Are they one of your client bases?
They are not. We are the municipally owned utilities.
So you're the municipal owned,
Yes,
so
sir.
that's.
I think I've got 7 or 8 in your district.
Not a lot, but they love it until it kind of went to ERCOT. I guess it still is, actually. So I want to make sure on the exception that was pointed out, if there was a case before the PUC or ERCOT had issues, you would be okay under that exception to go and advocate.
If you give me a second, I think it's important just to read the full.
Yeah, I just want to see where your role stops and where it starts. If it's a docketed case, that means there's a suit, I would assume.
It says, it is not required to register under subsection A2 if the person is an attorney of record or pro se, the person enters his appearance in a public record through pleadings or other written documents in a docketed case pending before a state agency, and that communication is the only activity that would otherwise require the person to register. And so,
In layman's terms, I'm a CPA. I chose not to go to law school for a deliberate reason.
it was a wise decision.
It was. In 43 years of practice, I look back and I don't miss a day that I wasn't an attorney. So in that perspective, a docketed case, that's a lawyer's courtroom term that there would be a case filed.
Docketed case, attorney of record, I think that's what that means. Yesterday, the PUC held a workshop to implement some important legislation that came out of this session, the regular session, Senate Bill 6, that we supported. I was not an attorney of record there. It was not a docketed case. We were not entering comments through pleadings. It was live testimony. I don't think that exception would
So let
apply
me
to
give
one
that
of those, yes.
perspective. You have 7 clients, let's just say municipal-owned utilities. You were there to garner information and resource to disseminate back to them what that public forum or what that venue was for. If not for that contract with you to do that, then they would have had one from every utility present.
They could have dialed in. It was live
It
stream.
was Zoom, okay. They could have.
But I do think we provide a little bit of help in
Sure.
determining and translating some
Sure.
of the things that happen.
No problem. I'm just trying to make sure that this bill's been a challenge since the day it was filed, probably going on 10 years ago. And it's been a challenge for a lot of different reasons. And some I very much agree. And I've had experiences of taxpayer dollars funding things that were absolutely against the will of the taxpayer in my district. And it was the bad side of some of the conversations that we've had. But that said, I also recognize the value of a consolidated resource so that you do disseminate a similar and same message and get to answer very efficiently many questions. And so I just need clarity on where your role starts and stops under the bill. I think that your explanation and your meeting yesterday is a highlight of, yeah, they can probably do it on their own. I promise you, if my municipally owned utility calls me and says, what was that meeting about yesterday? I'm not their guy.
Joel has my cell phone, and he uses it frequently.
So I appreciate the explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Members, any other questions for these witnesses? Thank you each for being here. You're excused. Call Sean Salvaje, Erica Boyd, Ken Moore, Alexander Kotara, James Quintero, Matthew Powell. Mayor, come on down. Cindy Castilla. Andrew McVeigh. Call Andrew McVeigh. There he is. Okay. I'll make this panel, and then after this, we'll be looking for, in the next panel, for Sheila Hemphill, Sarah Beck, Zenobia Joseph, and anyone else wishing to testify. Welcome to each of you. Mr. Quintero, you remember how to do it. Get close to that microphone since you're on the end. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is James Quintero. I represent the Texas Public Policy Foundation. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak enthusiastically in support of SB 12. Earlier this year, TPPF scholars investigated lobby registration data to determine the extent to which taxpayer-funded lobbying activity occurred in the 88th legislature. And according to our report, which you're now receiving, cities, counties, school districts, and special districts spent as much as $98.6 million on contract lobbying alone during the 2023 session. That's a 31% increase from the session prior. Now, what's remarkable about this statistic is that it's actually only a partial representation of the overall lobbyist activity. And that's because it excludes 2 other types of taxpayer-funded lobbyists. One, the intergovernmental relation teams or government employees whose primary role is to lobby the legislature. And 2, the pro-government associations who work before, during, and after a legislative session to protect and advance the government's interests. The tax dollars flowing to those 2 classes are much harder to determine because the data is not readily accessible, and it's held by thousands and thousands of governmental entities. Now, I stress this point because the nearly $100 million lobbying expense that's tracked is a useful statistic, but it does not fully capture how much governments are lobbying government for more government. Now, at this point, we should ask, what is the money being spent on? And to answer that question, I would direct you to the 3 handouts following the report. that are titled 2025 Governments Lobbying Government, which offer a bit of commentary on the legislative agendas put forward by 3 large cities. And as you'll see, the city of Austin's agenda called for, in part, legislation promoting equity, gun restrictions, and government regulation. 2, San Antonio's agenda called for DEI and climate change legislation. Dallas's agenda also called for ranked choice voting and revenue expansion through gambling as priority. So I think these are just a few illustrations of the overall problem, sir, and I hope that this body will look favorably on SB 12.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
Right, James, to follow up on this, the history of all this, because you've been there through this history. When I was doing this last decade before Mays was a freshman and then picked up the torch, it was really about property taxes, because they had so many people that were coming in and testifying against property tax relief. And then finally in 2019, we passed the rollback bill, which was SB2 at the time, which lowered the rollback rate from 8 to 3.5%. Now, we had so many people that used taxpayer money to testify against that bill that year we actually had Mr. Chairman, we had a reporting bill that made it all the way to House calendars. I think you were carrying it. And then the year after that, we had a earlier version of the work that Senator Mays is doing. But the whole problem is that you've got people that have there are some time distance problems. You know, we've got people in the Panhandle, we got people in El Paso, we got people in Beaumont. We've got problems where there's a long way out, but we also have the taxpayers' right not to have their money used against them. So you were mentioning other issues of people lobbying. Did you want to finish that?
Yeah, actually,
do you want to comment on the prior bills and on the property tax lobbying side, and also on, I think you had one more example you wanted to say here.
Thank you, Chairman. And if I recall correctly, and that's not to say I do, but if I do, it was SB 168 in 2015. We had a hearing down in the extension, and I recall walking into the room with Peggy Venable, and the room being absolutely filled to the brim with people. And at that time, a much younger, much more naive James Quintero thought, great, we're going to get some property tax reform done this session because there's so much energy in the room. As it turns out, the room was packed with lobbyists. and so, you know, that just goes to show you a little bit of the opposition that we faced in 2015. It took us until 2019 to reduce the rollback tax rate from 8% to 3.5%, thanks to the chairman's efforts. Now, what
was the first time in 38 years?
In 38 years, and another issue with the $100 million figure that we have developed and passed around is the fact that only records the direct expense. It does not account for the time, money, and cost of delayed and watered down legislation. This 2015 to 2019 example is a perfect illustration. How much did it cost taxpayers in that period of time before the rollback rate was reduced? I mean, that number is incalculable. There is a direct expense to be accounted for, but there's also some unknowable factor that occurs as a result of delayed or watered down legislation.
Oh, and you know, you've got direct expense here, and we've also had, you know, other tangential expenses on other contracts as well. But I think the interest of the public has to be balanced with the fact that their money can be used against them effectively and without their approval. I mean, it was one thing if there was a plebiscite and somebody said, are you for tax relief or against? And they said no, well, then they could, I think they would be perfectly with the rights to spend their money against it because they would have made a decision that as a group of taxpayers. But
if I may, Chairman, you know, when you think about the taxpayer-funded lobbying issue, and I know you know this, there's really three big ways it manifests. One is the Chapter 305 registered lobbyist aspect. The other is the pro-government association. The third is the intergovernmental relations or the in-house lobbyist component. This legislation targets the Chapter 305 registered lobbyist piece, and I think that is the right call because there is the opportunity for impropriety that only exists with that 305 lobbyist. And what I mean is that when a local government hands over a check to a registered lobbyist to advance their agenda, really the transparency that's associated with that money goes away. There's no real way for the public to determine if there are some shenanigans going on or not. That factor is not in play with the other two aspects.
Right, because the transparency is direct for the other two, because the pro-governmental association has to take the position and come support it. And then the in-house lobbyist is obviously directly attached to whatever specific taxing jurisdiction they're in. So that's a good distinction. And again, James, whether we were both young and naive in 2015 is debatable, but we are fortunately a little more, should I say, seasoned at this time, if you do that term. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Betancourt. Senator Hall, you're recognized.
As kind of a follow-up to that, and
sir.
I think we both all here have been working on this for quite a while, and the concern that I think we've had is that, and it's reflected in some of what you're talking about, is that these organizations end up lobbying in both directions. That is, they start off with, they decide what they think as an organization a policy ought to be. They go to the municipality or whoever it is and convince them that that's a problem. And then they say, okay, you go down to Austin and work that. And they come down here. They're not necessarily representatives of the people, the elected folks who've been out there campaigning and saying, this is my policy. They're kind of inserting themselves from the side into the policy-making process. It's a rare occasion when they come to talk about something that's a specific impact on a municipality as a result of something the legislature is going to do or isn't going to do in there. But it's like general policies, like the issue about men and women's bathrooms and that kind of thing, where they come in and now they're using taxpayer money to fight against the folks that are elected to do the job. And so people are kind of getting their money working again in both sides of it. And that's the issue. And kind of the question earlier is, there is nothing like, and I don't think anybody would disagree with this, when an elected official or somebody from the school board comes in to talk, I'm all ears. I want to hear what they have to say. When it's a lobbyist that shows up, I don't know, I have this automatic tune-out that says, there's no good reason to believe anything they have to say. And so it's not very good use of the money or time, but you get somebody who's there to talk about the real problem they're having in the school district or the real problem they're having in the city or the county because of something intended or unintended. I think most legislators tend to listen to those when they come and talk to them. And so it is an incredible waste of taxpayer money to be funding lobbyists to do the job that elected officials could do. And many of the stuff can be done by telephone or bar Zoom call. And so thank you for coming to testify and support.
Yes, sir, Senator, and I think that's spot on. And to punctuate your earlier point, I recall, I believe it was in 2019, the Houston Chronicle spotlighted a firm whose name I won't say, but this particular firm, Austin-based firm, was fired by the city of Houston for effectively double dealing. They had made promises in both directions and were collecting proceeds both ways. The city of Houston found out and fired them in the middle of the session. So it does happen. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Hall. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes, members of the committee. Thank you for your tireless work and often thankless work. I'm Alex Katara, trustee for Karn City ISD, and I oppose Senate Bill 12. The fiscal conservative in me wants to support this bill, but I just cannot. While the name and summary suggest it is about curbing tax expenditures, changes and amendments have clearly shown it has other intent. Let's call it what it is, a politically motivated, coordinated attempt to silence local voices. It strips away local control and shuts out small communities and local governments from the legislative process. Texas is a geographically massive state that has delegated authority for state functions to thousands of local governments. Counties, cities, schools, courts, and even law enforcement are all governed locally to some extent. as outlined in not just state law, but the Texas Constitution. So when the legislature considers any action that affects citizens of this state, it is imperative that elected leaders of those communities be able to speak on behalf of those communities. This bill chills, if not destroys, that ability, and the same massive geography often makes it impossible to do that personally. What is more clear is that this bill is likely intended to silence dissent. Over the last 3 weeks, I've heard multiple state legislators suggest that if the leaders of Kerr County had spoke up about an inability to pay for a warning system, the state would have helped. This bill practically takes away that ability, while we should be discussing state actions to prevent future tragedies and improve public safety. Instead, we are discussing a bill that tells those small communities that this body doesn't care to hear from Texans, or at least doesn't care about making it harder to be heard. It was even fast-tracked just for this hearing. Not only that, but this is what I would call a cowardly bill. It doesn't say, this is wrong, let's make it illegal. It says, we don't like it, so let's divide Texans and misuse the civil courts to pit neighbors against each other to discourage it. The taxpayers will even cover the legal fees. How is that fiscally responsible? For these reasons and others, I insist that this body reject Senate Bill 12, and I make myself available for questions about how my district spends money, advocates, or has even determined that this bill will actually drive up our expenses to be that voice for the students I represent. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
My name is Ken Moore. I am for this bill. I represent myself. He's missing something there. I don't know, I had a long testimony all written out here that finished with a punchline that when you hang a man, you shouldn't charge him for the rope. When I come to Austin, and I do quite often, we've seen each other many times, I pay my own gasoline, and I pay my own food. And if I have to stay overnight, I pay my own hotel. And if I come here to ask you to lower my taxes, okay, then I got somebody on the other side wanting to keep my taxes high. And I pay his bills as a taxpayer. I pay his gas, I pay his food, and I've often wondered what would happen if I were to send a bill to one of these taxing entities and ask them to pay my expenses. I don't think that would go very well. But the question keeps coming up about how to engage your lawmakers. I sit on the SRAC. It's a state Republican executive committee. We were basically the board of directors for the state party. We come here often and engage our lawmakers. Most of us are not specially trained for this. I'm not. I'm a retired machinist. I've got an associate's degree from a junior college in Bible. But the way you do it is you talk to representatives. Mays Milton is my senator. I've spoken to him many times, and I can call him up any time. Senator Paul's office, I've talked with them several times, election bills. Senator Hall, who's out of his chair right now, I've called his office. Senator Hughes, I called your office last night when I found out that SB 11 is going to be on. And I found out it's going to be a hearing this morning and asking questions.